my goodness. Wow. I put us right here. What the heck? Adam, are you sure you weren't playing with something?
I swear.
Like, I know. I was like, but I had it like that, didn't I? I had it like that.
Yeah, I think like that.
Yeah. Um, so I just want to quickly say that I have to, well, if I don't talk too loud, it's because it's like 5:49 in the morning here, and husband's over there on there. But so I was like, so I have some good news and bad news. Anyways, um, okay, so good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
Today's, well, we'll see what happens today. We'll see what happens today. So, Adam, can you just give everyone a reminder about kind of like, well, obviously there's no cameras, just
Yeah.
that part of it.
Yeah, so no one has their, phones or anything inside the courthouse. So updates are going to be if someone runs out of the courthouse and gets their phone, or if they break and people are able to go get their phones. But I know there are lots of news crews there. I'm surprised actually that no one got footage of them bringing Richard Allen in. I haven't seen any at least yet.
Well, I was gonna say, I mean, they can't bring their phones in, so we'll get updates. I see Sleuthy going off on on things here. We've all learned this morning that it appears that the state lost more videotaped interviews. So we got documents that literally just came out. But I think we're gonna play the video that Adam sent me this morning, and the documents, because I look and I'm like, looking at Docs Pop, and he's like, "Yeah, I just sent you a bunch of stuff," and I'm like,
I was on
"Oh,
it.
hey,
I was on it.
oh,
As
you
soon
were."
as I saw them, I'm like, and I had them 30 seconds later. They were in my email. I was like, thank you.
Thank you, Faith. Yeah, me, I was just still trying to wake up. Yeah, thanks. It was a long night. I didn't go to bed. Before we get started, actually, on Delphi, I want to say, um, my condolences to the family of Carson Hughes, the one that we had showed the other day as missing in Indiana. Um, Carson was found in the water yesterday, unalive, of course. And so I just wanted to say prayers for that. Um, nice looking lad.
Yeah,
That,
18 years old.
yeah, beautiful photography guy. Um, devastating. So that was sad to hear. So, anyways, prayers to the family. Oh, hey, buddy.
Oh, hey, CD. Good morning.
Oh, what you
Good morning,
doing?
everyone in chat.
Yeah, good morning, everyone in chat. So, did I? Okay, like I said.
And this picture that's on the screen right now is a picture a friend of mine sent me last night from outside the courthouse. And I was like, it's such a beautiful courthouse.
Yeah, it is. Absolutely. Okay, so before we get to the documents, let's just watch this, uh, like 2 minute uh, video here of, obviously it says two hearings to be held in Delphi murder case. Actually, yeah. So let's watch that quickly, just so you guys can have a moment here.
Use your time this morning. And now to our top story, two hearings scheduled for today in the Delphi murders case.
Yeah, Richard Allen is due back in Allen County Court this morning, coming up in just 3 hours. So our Samantha Johnson is live there this morning to break down what we can expect to see today. Good morning, Samantha.
That's right. Good morning to you. This, of course, is the home court for the special judge in this case, the Allen County Courthouse. And today, starting at 9 o'clock, she's got a couple big decisions to make that could decide how this case moves forward in the coming weeks. So first, the court today will have to decide whether the prosecutor can add charges against Richard Allen. Now, you may remember that request was actually filed back in January. On the same day, the Indiana State Supreme Court ruled Allen's defense team could stay on this case. Now, these amended charges would essentially add two kidnapping charges against Richard Allen one for each of the girls, Abby Williams and Libby German. The Carroll County prosecutor, Nicholas McLeland, says these charges more accurately reflect what investigators believe may have happened to them more than 7 years ago in February of 2017. Now, we do anticipate that 9 o'clock hearing to be fairly short today, so we will have another update for you coming up today on 13 News at noon. But like we mentioned, that is just the first of 2 hearings scheduled for today. The second, scheduled for 2 o'clock, is to address those accusations of contempt against Richard Allen's attorneys. That one is expected to be much more detailed. We'll break that down coming up at 6:30. In the meantime, it's important to mention you can stay up to date with all the latest developments in this case right now at WTHR.com/Delphi.
Where are we at? Right, no, we're not. Are we here? Yeah, okay. So stop screen. Let me go get, which document do I open up first? Eeny, meeny, miny, mo.
I've not looked at any of the documents, so
Okay, let's just start. I'll just
might as well
pull-
go in order.
Okay. Boom, 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 boom. Okay, I'm not gonna laugh. I'm like a turtle in slow mo right now.
Yeah, and I woke
Yeah.
up not feeling very well, so I apologize if I'm like, ugh.
Okay, so let's see. So let's just do motion 1 here. And we'll do that for a second. Bring that up. Settings. Nope. See, I'm hitting the wrong button already. Share screen. This. Okay, so there's as far as we know at the moment. Whoops. I'm gonna move us, I guess, over for a second here. Boom, 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 boom.
Yeah, and Canadian Girl, I thought that what Barbara McDonald said she confirmed with the court reporter was that the 9 a.m. was to address the amended charges and the contempt, and that the 2 p.m. was for the motion to dismiss. So the
That's
news
not-
just kind of said the opposite.
Yeah,
So-
the news just said the opposite.
I guess we're all gonna find out in about, whenever they go to break, but it starts in 5 minutes. So
Yeah, because that's what I thought I caught as well. Because I was trying to do stuff, and all of a sudden it was like, wait a second, what? So, well, let's see here. How many pages is this one? Oh, 17? Well, you know what? Do we have anything better to do but to read documents right now? Because these are just filed, right?
yeah, these just hit my case this morning.
Okay. Let's kind of do one of them do like 3 and 3, like 3 pages type of thing.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, do you want to start or do you want me to start?
I can start.
Okay.
Motion.
Let me take us off the screen.
Yeah.
And then make it bigger. I'm actually going to take our thing off as well, just so people can see it better. Okay, and let's start.
Motion for party and resources to reconsider the denial of anticipated defense costs or to exclude evidence. The accused Richard Allen, by and through counsel Andrew Baldwin and Bradley Rozzi, moves this court to issue an order designed to provide parity in the resources available for investigation and presentation of litigation in this proceeding. To balance the scales of justice, Allen asks that the prosecutors working for the state to be required to pay out of their personal finances for investigative services, evidence processing, and expert fees, as the court's recent order has effectively reduced Baldwin and Rossi to a position where they are required to personally advance those expenditures for Allen's defense. Alternatively, Allen requests that this court prohibit the state from offering any testimony or evidence at trial related to the bullet found at the crime scene, the digital data collected by law enforcement, or
Yeah,
Allen's. What?
I was going to say, Adam, just because this is long, if there's ever a point that you just, because we got, like I said, we got nothing better to do besides talk about exactly what they're saying here. So if there's
Right.
any point that you want to like add to it, or I do, whatever, just say so, okay? Just
Okay. Yeah,
as you're reading.
this paragraph is I think interesting because clearly if the defense is trying to get these things thrown out, that means they don't want them admitted for a reason.
Yeah.
So it says the bullet found at the crime scene, the digital data collected by law enforcement, or Allen's alleged confession. While these requests may seem drastic, They are necessary and proper considering this court's denial of access to resources to Allen. Finally, in the alternative, Allen requests that he be granted approval for expected expenses necessary and proper to defend himself. The less contentious and proper remedy to address the inequitable balance of resources which led to an unfair trial if allowed to persist. Relevant facts and procedural history. 1. Allen's defense team consists of the following 7 people. Attorneys Rozzi and Baldwin, Matt Hoffman, retired fire chief of Carmel, who has been instrumental in sorting through tips and sorting through and analyzing evidence and is a key resource for the case. Max Baker, a full-time student at IU Bloomington, who assists as he is able, including full-time over the summer of 2023. Brad Rozzi's paralegal Sarah, who assists with administrative tasks related to the case. Andy Baldwin's paralegal Sarah, who assists with administrative tasks. And Brian Alvey, investigator who tracked down and spoken with key witnesses, as well as performed other tasks. Additionally, for a very short period of time, the defense team had utilized another investigator out of Utah due to his experience, but found the geography interfered with the ability to perform the functions needed in Indiana. Is that Jason Jensen? I'm serious, is it? Isn't he out of Utah?
Pardon?
Isn't he out of Utah?
I actually, you know what? I think so.
I think that's Jason Jensen they're talking about.
Yeah.
The court previously allowed Matt Hoffman to be paid at $15 an hour, not to exceed $6,000. Hoffman was paid the $6,000. However, Matt Hoffman's hours have well exceeded $6,000, even at the rate of $15 an hour. His time spent on the case equates to thousands of hours, including late nights. However, after the Indiana Supreme Court put attorneys Rozzi and Baldwin back on the case, Judge Gull has now denied any further payment to Hoffman, who is continuing to work at least 30 to 40 hours per week, and at times much more on this case. Without Hoffman, the defense would not be able to be prepared for trial nearly as quickly as it is. In October of 2023, Attorney Rozzi submitted invoices seeking payment to the court for the time he had personally spent working on this case, the administrative expenses he had incurred, and the time his investigator had spent up to that point working on the case. The invoices totaled just over $51,000. As a point of reference, Baldwin has been paid on 2 occasions, but on both occasions he was only paid after sending multiple emails essentially begging the court to be paid. As the court's refusal to pay attorney fees was having an impact on Baldwin and his firm, the first payment came 4 months after its request. The second payment came approximately 3 months after Baldwin's request. Presumably, the state of Indiana and all of its law enforcement agencies, staff, experts are getting paid regularly without having to beg to be paid. On January 5th, 2024, while attorneys Rozzi and Baldwin were waiting for the Supreme Court to address their removal from this case, Attorney Rozzi sent an email to Leslie Ross, the Allen Superior Court Financial Coordinator, seeking information regarding his invoices that were initially submitted to the court for approval on October 4th, 2023. Attorney Rozzi attached a copy of the invoice to the email, and Ms. Ross indicated she forwarded them for review to this court. This invoice was for work performed before October 2023. A few days later, and Attorney Rozzi was notified by Ms. Ross that his invoices were being forwarded for review. On January 10th, 2024, Attorney Rozzi was informed by Ms. Ross that orders were being forwarded to Carroll County for payment. Shortly thereafter, Attorney Rozzi learned that the Baldwin's fees have been satisfied, but that Rozzi's fees and Investigator Alvey's fees had not. On January 10th, Attorney Rozzi inquires with Ms. Ross about the fact that he and Alvey had not been paid. Ms. Ross responded and communicated that the judge was still reviewing said invoices. Rozzi heard nothing more. When Rozzi had not received any payment by the end of February 2024, he contacted Ms. Ross again to inquire about his request. On March 6, 2024, Ms. Ross asked Attorney Rozzi to submit the invoices for a third time, which he did. As of the date of filing of this motion, Attorney Rozzi has not received payment or an update on his request. He has been seeking payment for services already performed now for nearly 6 months.
Okay. So that's pretty pathetic, to be honest with you. When we were talking about this before, when it was in the thing, that's pretty ridiculous to have to keep waiting that long. Don't you agree, though? Do you agree?
Yeah, I mean, I would like to know the reason.
Yeah.
No.
No, I think because we had asked about this before. Good morning, Kathy. Good morning, everyone that's in here right now. If you guys don't mind, please give this live a like and a share. We got some new documents in this morning that we're just going over with you guys. Again, don't forget that there's no cameras allowed in the courtroom. And so basically only during breaks, maybe will we see updates for what's going on in court by people that are there and are going to be like tweeting about it, reporting on it. But because they weren't even allowed to take their phones, like I said, in there. So it's unless they have them in their vehicles or something like that, I suppose, eh? Doesn't she have to pay them like yeah, and the thing is that it's just taking forever. So that's really ridiculous. I don't like this. Like I said, it's not about being pro defense here, pro prosecution side. You know, it's just about things. You know what's kind of like right and wrong in a sense, and that's just to me so wrong in my eyes. Okay, so right here. Okay, so on February 24th, 2024, Defense Counsel filed a verified ex parte motion for a hearing on funding for experts. The 8-page motion contained requests for funding for the services of several experts and assistance counsels identified as necessary to prepare Allen's defense. In order dated March 7th, 2024, this court granted some of the funding requests but denied others. The order is not noted on the CCS. Rosie's nearly now 6-month-old outstanding attorney's bill and Rosie's multiple emails directed to Judge Gull and her staff concerning Rosie not getting paid were not discussed in the order. Rosie therefore remains unpaid for his work he has performed on the case and has no idea if the court will ever pay him. At the very least, there are 3 pieces of evidence critical to this case: the bullet purportedly found at the crime scene, digital data pulled from cell phones belonging to the victims and other individuals, and Allen's purported post-arrest confession. Allen's request for funding related to obtaining expert assistance to investigate each of the 3 critical pieces of evidence, and for general assistance given the enormity of this case, is reasonable. The first piece of critical evidence is the bullet purportedly found at the crime scene. The state utilized the Indiana State Police Crime Lab's firearms unit, which employs 15 people to examine the bullet found at the crime scene. Defense counsel retained a firearm toolmark expert to conduct an independent analysis and to assist them in reviewing the crime lab's analysis. The funds needed to retain the firearm, took toolmark expert, and to begin working on Allen's case were advanced by attorney Rosie and an amount of $2,550. Defense counsel requested reimbursement for that amount as well as an authorization to pay the experts for additional services needed to prepare Allen's defense. The court authorized reimbursement for the amount attorney Rosie had already paid, but denied that the request for the defense counsel to continue receiving the expert services, finding that the request was unsupported. The second piece of evidence is the digital data collected from various sources, including cell phones, location data, and social media data. The state utilized the Indiana State Police Crime Lab's Digital Forensic Unit, which employs 14 people, to examine a large amount of digital data collected in this case. Defense counsel retained a digital forensic expert to help them decipher, interpret, and analyze the digital data. The funds needed to retain the expert and begin working on Allen's case were advanced by attorney Baldwin in the amount of $3,712.50. Defense counsel requested reimbursement for that amount, as well as the authorization to pay the expert for additional services necessary to prepare for Allen's defense. This court authorized reimbursement for the amount attorney Baldwin had already paid, but denied the request for defense counsel to continue receiving the expert services, finding that this request was also unsupported. 16. The third piece of critical evidence in Allen's alleged confession: the state has utilized investigators, police officers, experts from Carroll County Sheriff's Department, the Indiana State Police, and the Delphi City Police Department. Sorry, I just got a little pop up there. The Federal Bureau of Investigation, the U.S. Marshal Service, the Indiana Department of Natural Resources, and other law enforcement agencies around the state to assist in the investigation that led to prosecution. Allen's alleged confession was obtained while Allen was held for safekeeping in solitary confinement in the DOC. Since being reinstated in the case, the state of Indiana has served up additional discovery to the defense in the form of multiple interviews conducted by law enforcement with Westville prisoners and correctional officers. In these interviews, law enforcement investigators have inquired about the interviewees' opinions regarding defendant Allen's state of mental health, practically seeking clinical diagnostic opinions from these lay witnesses. Defense counsel retained a clinical psychologist to evaluate Allen and review health records and video relevant to Allen's confinement conditions. This court previously authorized funds for the defense to retain the expert. However, those funds are now depleted and additional services are still needed. This court authorized payment for the 2-hour visit defense counsel had scheduled with the expert but denied the request for additional funding, finding that the unsupported request is denied in the unreasonable expenditure of county funds. Defense counsel also requested funding to hire a confession expert to educate counsel and possibly the jury on the impact solitary confinement has on individuals accused of crimes, particularly in relation to the voluntariness of a confession made in those conditions. Through the process of conducting discovery, defense counsel has learned that the defendant Allen's pretrial detention in the segregation unit at Westville may be the first time an innocent man has been confined in such a setting in the history of the institution and possibly the state. Moreover, Allen's detention is the direct result of the Carroll County Sheriff's request for a safekeeping order. He, the requesting sheriff, created this circumstance. It is indisputable that the issue of the impact of Allen's unique and unprecedented pretrial detention circumstances on his overall mental health is German. I'm not even sure how to say that word. German to his defense. Despite this, the court declined defense counsel's request for additional funding as being unsupported. 17. Defense counsel made the other requests for funding as well. Counsel requested funding for the services of an independent forensic pathologist to review and consult with the defense on issues related to the crime scene, the pathology of the victims, and the cause of manner and the timing of death. This court declined the request as being unsupported. Defense counsel requested funding for additional in-office assistant services. The state has enlisted help from at least 2 other prosecutors, as well as an untold number of law enforcement officers and their support staff, as well as the prosecutor's support staff. In February 2023, the Carroll County prosecutor obtained funding to hire a full-time investigator, a full-time secretary, and a special prosecutor, all for this case, and raises for himself his current secretary and his chief deputy prosecutor, given the additional hours they were working on this case. He told the county council that his office was drowning right now and needed more people to work on the case. Recognizing the uniqueness of this case, Carroll County appropriated an additional $2.1 million in funding for Allen's case. Now, just 1 second, Adam. So anyone that's coming into this live right now, these are new documents that are coming out this morning. There's 4 of them that we're going to go through. So
5.
Was it 5?
Yeah.
Oh, I seen 4.
I sent you 5.
Oh, let's see. Hold on. Let me just take a quick boo-boo. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I think you did. I think I forgot the top one right here. There we go. Okay. And let's go back to you.
Okay.
This is your page now, right? Okay, yeah.
Yeah. In addition to assistance from the law enforcement agencies and the multi-site Indiana State Police Crime Lab outlined above, as well as the assistance the state received from hiring more employees to work on the case, the state has received help from forensic pathologists, a university professor, DNA analyst, voice data analyst, cold case investigative units, search and rescue units, helicopter pilots, drone operators, and fingerprint examiners. I wonder how much of that was into the actual investigation and not the prosecution. But even as this motion was being prepared, the state filed an amended exhibit and witness list identifying no less than 3 new and not previously discovered experts: Ronald Nichols, tool mark ID; David Schilling, odonism expert; and Pat Cicero, a blood pattern stain analysis expert. The state resources, both financial and from a personnel standpoint, are endless. To date, Defense Counsel has received 25 hard drives containing at least 40 terabytes of information, plus an additional 300 gigabytes of e-discovery. The state has investigated this case and collected this information for over a period of 7 years. Defense Counsel has only had 1 year to organize, catalog, and review this massive amount of discovery, while also screening and investigating dozens of tips received weekly and identifying and retaining experts. Attorneys Baldwin and Rossi have each employed an office assistant to help them with the discovery, payable at a rate of only $15 an hour. It should be noted and not understated that the state of Indiana has violated the local rules on discovery by dumping massive amounts of discovery, much of it exculpatory in nature, on Defense Counsel well past the discovery deadline, forcing the defense to work beyond their capacity to view and analyze the evidence over the course of a very short period of time, rather than over the course of months. Richard Allen, on the other hand, remains isolated, now in solitary confinement unit in the southwest corner of the state, some 175 miles from the location where the case is pending, certainly not within a reasonable range for any sense of routine visits by his lawyers, while they are completely inundated with trying to keep up with the newly received discovery and trial preparation. All while this is ongoing, Prosecutor McClellan has violated the discovery order, causing delays and difficulty for the defense. Due to McClellan's discovery violations, the defense needs funding for additional staff to review untimely discovered documents. Defense Counsel requested additional funding for their two in-office assistants. Otherwise, they will be forced to pay for the assistant services from the $100 per hour rate they are receiving as Allen's lawyers. This court denied the funding request, finding that one assistant's invoices had been inadequate and the need for the assistant was unsupported. This court's denial of funding ensures an unfair, inequitable trial. Underlying every facet of the criminal justice system of Indiana and the United States of America is the imputable principle that citizens targeted and charged by the state for prosecution will have a fair opportunity to protect their liberty, including the opportunity to investigate the charges and the evidence and to defend themselves. The scales of justice must be carefully balanced, and the courts are fulcrum of the scale. It is the duty of the court having defendants' cases in charge to see where they were denied no necessary incident of a fair trial. Perhaps the most critical period of proceedings against a defendant is from the time of their arraignment until the beginning of trial, when consultation, thorough ongoing investigation, and preparations are vitally important. Howell versus Alabama. It's not even an Indiana case. The Comprehensive Plan for Indigent Defense Services in Carroll County, subsection B3, requires that assigned counsel, such as Baldwin and Rossi, request ex parte authorization from the judge hearing the case for expenditures for investigative services, expert witnesses, or other services necessary to provide adequate legal representation. To comply, Baldwin and Rossi have submitted a detailed ex parte request for expenses already incurred, and for expenses. Oh, there's a footnote. Despite filing the motion ex parte and clearly labeling the motion as such in bold letters at the top, someone has shared those ex parte pleadings with the state. The state chose to review them in detail and refer to one of the motions at length in a publicly filed. Well, hey, where'd it go?
That's it.
I'm going to finish the footnote at the bottom of page 9. Pleading, letting the whole world know what should have been protected information. Attorney Rossi alerted this court and the state by email of the breach of confidentiality, requesting information as to how it occurred and whether it could be remedied. To date, counsel has not received a response from the court, nor the stat.
Nor the state,
evidencing some attempt by either to remedy the problem. All right, so I'll go back to the top of page 9 now. Expected. The court has denied all requests for anticipated expenses and costs that have not yet been incurred, including one, services for a private investigator. It's a lucrative business right now in Indiana.
Right.
And stated that it may authorize expenditures for paralegal services. However, for the investigative and paralegal services, the court has instructed that it will require detailed invoices, meaning that Baldwin and Rossi will have to carry the obligation to pay even those services out of pocket until such time that the court may find that the invoices are adequate and services are necessary. For several reasons, this court's denial of offer to pay for anticipated services and costs necessary to defend Allen and requirement that Baldwin and Rossi front the obligation to pay for the very limited investigation and litigation support that the court offered to potentially reimburse for denies Allen of the following due process of law: the opportunity to the free administration of justice, due course of law, and privileges and immunities. It also imposes on Baldwin and Rossi obligations without just compensation, altogether working a fundamental denial of an opportunity at a fair trial. Due process of law requires balance between the state and defense in order to provide an opportunity for a fair trial, which must include a level of parity between the resources of the defense and state. Section 1 of the 14th Amendment to the United States Constitution provides that no state shall make or enforce any law such shall abridge the privileges or immunities of citizens of the United States, nor shall any state deprive any persons of life, liberty, or property without due processes of law, nor deny to any person without its jurisdiction the equal protection of the laws. Further, the Sixth Amendment provides Allen a right to have the assistance of counsel for his defense. Similarly, Indiana Constitution Article 1, Section 12 provides that all courts shall be open and every person for inquiry done to him in his person, property, or reputation shall have remedy by course of law. Justice shall be administered freely and without purchase, completely and without.
Oh, you're going past your time, mister.
Am I?
My turn. Oh, you're just finishing off that sentence?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
And without denial, speedily and without delay.
Okay, well, finish off that rest.
Okay, and Article 1, Section 13 provides Allen the right to be heard by himself and counsel and to have compulsory process for obtaining witnesses in his favor.
Okay. The importance of the publicly funded defense is a staple of Indiana law, recognized in cases preceding federal authority on the subject. The Indiana Supreme Court recognized the fundamental needs of poor persons charged by the state in one of its earliest decisions. A poor prisoner, as to his physical wants, falls within the reason of law, and to that extent is clearly embraced in the law. If the prisoner was brought into court not decently or comfortably clad and was too poor to provide for himself, no one would doubt the power of the deputy of the court or general principles, without any statute to order suitable clothes for him. It cannot be admitted for a moment that the law regards the physical wants of the citizen and more consequence than his life or his liberty. Whenever, therefore, the law makes provisions for one and the public at the public's expense, the other begin within the reason of the law is also embraced. It seems eminently proper and just that the treasury of the county, which bears the expense of his support, imprisonment, and trial, should also be charged with his defense. Webb versus Baird, Indiana, inherent in the right to assistance of counsel for one's defense and the right to obtain witnesses in one's favor. It is the right for the poor persons to have the ordinary necessary costs of the defense paid for at public expense. That said, our federal contemporaries have chosen to address the right of parity to resources from the framework of the right to fair trial, incorporated within the Due Process Clause. The Supreme Court of the United States has long recognized that when the state brings its judicial power to bear on an indigent defendant in a criminal proceeding, it must take steps to assure that the defendant has a fair opportunity to present his defense. Ake versus Oklahoma. Access to the courthouse doors does not by itself assure a proper functioning of the adversarial due process. A criminal trial is fundamentally unfair if the state proceeds against an indigent defendant without making certain that he has access to the raw materials integral to the building of the effective defense. The effectuate these goals, the Ake Court held where the state had made the mental conditions of defendant relevant to his criminal culpability and to the punishment he might suffer. The defense must have access to competent a psychiatrist and appropriate examination thereby in order to assist in the evaluation, preparation, and presentation of the defense. Moreover, there must be a balance of pretrial discovery process, and the due process clause has little to say regarding the amount of discovery which the parties must be afforded. It does speak of the balance of forces between the accused and the accuser, where it is versus Oregon. In similar vein, the Indiana Supreme Court requires that discovery rules be fairly balanced between the state and the defendant. Weishart versus State. Balance can be seen in several rules regarding pretrial proceedings designed to provide an opportunity for a fair trial. Suppression of any evidence favorable to the defendant by the prosecutor, either with the respect to guilt or punishment, is a violation of due process, irrespective of the good or bad faith of the prosecutor. Brady versus Maryland. This includes access to information in the files of any officers who have investigated the circumstances of the case that may have reasonable probability of impacting the result of the case. See Kyles versus Whitley. However, the balance created by the discovery protection rings hollow if the defense is denied reasonable resources to review and probe the discovery disclosed. Allen has demonstrated a need for resources by refusing to pay for the necessary expected expenses and by requiring invoices before paying for the limited services the court will potentially pay. This court has put the defense at an unfair disadvantage. The appointment of experts for indigent defendants is left to the trial court discretion. Beauchamp versus State, that the trial court is not required to approve payment for any expert that the defendant might be find helpful. The defendant bears the burden of demonstrating the need for the appointment, when the central inquiry being whether the services are necessary to ensure an adequate defense. Some factors which guide trial courts in the determination include whether the services would bear an issue on generally regarded to be within the common experience of an average person, or one for which the expert opinion would be necessary, whether the requested expert services could nonetheless be performed by counsel. 3. Whether the proposed expert could demonstrate that which the defendant desires from the expert, whether the purpose for expert appears to be only exculpatory or exploratory, whether the expert services will go toward answering a substantial question in the case or simply an ancillary one, the seriousness of the charge, whether the state is relying upon an expert and expending substantial resources on the case, whether the defendant with monetary resources would choose to hire such an expert, the cost of the expert services, the timeliness of the request for the expert, and whether it was made in good faith. 11. Where there is cumulative evidence of defendant's guilt. Shuck versus State. These factors may be focused on the requests for funds for experts, but it is proper for the defense to request funds for an investigative and litigation related expenses as well. The Shuck factors reveal that the defense counsel's requests for funding are necessary to prepare and present Allen's defense. Evidence involving tool mark examination, digital forensic data forensics, the voluntariness of confessions, and the cause, manner, and timing of the death require the consultation and testimony from expert witnesses, as they are not within the common experience of the average person. This evidence is also critical to the case.
Right. And just quickly, AJ had asked about if it's common that the judges ignore filings in court. She'll have to address all of them. I don't know legally, like, if she has to do a written order for each one. I'm not sure the details of that. Some of them might be addressed briefly in a hearing. They might go over some of that stuff, and she might then issue an order afterwards. And she may have even issued a couple of orders that just haven't hit the docket yet. But she'll have to address them all.
Yeah. And again, if you guys are watching and joining us today, if you guys don't mind, if you guys could hit that like button, like and share, if you could do that. And for anyone that's coming in, these documents have come out this morning. That's what we're going over.
Right.
Obviously, this document is about all the different things that the defense is saying that the judge, hasn't paid, and it's basically detrimental to, hiring experts and all this stuff of their cases. Pretty much.
And
Sorry.
the hearing did start about 30 minutes ago, but no one inside the court house has their phones or anything, so there's not been any updates coming out of the courthouse. I'm keeping an eye on it. As soon as we hear anything, I'll let you know. Even if we're reading something, I'll interrupt it. But hey, I'm actually glad these documents came out because it kind of gives us something to do while we're waiting.
Yeah, exactly.
And some of I'm getting tired of this one, but some of it is interesting.
I know this is when it's like, okay, so you want money? Okay, so
Right.
you need the judge. Okay.
I was interested for about 10 pages, and now I'm kind of like, okay.
We're almost there. We're almost there, Adam.
I know. The charges in this case are the most serious offenses under Indiana law. The state has relied upon dozens of experts and investigators to assist in its prosecuting this case. The state has utilized the assistance of several law enforcement agencies and the Indiana State Police Crime Lab and its numerous analysts, but even those resources were not sufficient. So last year, the state received additional funding from the county to hire an investigator and a security to work full-time just on this case. Did they get like $5,000? Altogether, the state has had the entirety of at least 6 law enforcement agencies available at its disposal, 4 prosecutors, 2 investigators, and 2 secretaries working on this case. And a defendant who could afford his own representation would hire those experts, and an attorney who did not do so would be deficient in his performance as counsel. Because Allen is being prosecuted in Carroll County, where the judge is in charge of determining what a necessary expense for his defense, he is being denied privileges and immunities afforded to other similarly situated Hoosiers accused of crime. Sorry. Justice by geography is a reality that shows its face in the distribution and control of defense services in Indiana, as evidenced by this case. Although Carroll County participates in the Indiana Public Defender Commission reimbursement system, which is designed to provide better, more stable resources for criminal defense, it does not have a chief public defender or a public defense office. As a result, the court is in charge of determining whether a defense expenditure or cost is appropriate or justified, as opposed to a public defender. Indiana Constitution, Article 1, Section 23 provides, "The General Assembly shall not grant to any citizen or class of citizens privileges or immunities which upon the same terms shall not equally belong to all citizens." The challenge for violating this clause is subjected to a 2-part test. Smith v. State, New England. First, the disparate treatment accorded by the legislation must be reasonably related to inherent characteristics that distinguish the unequally treated classes. And second, the preferential treatment must be uniformly applicable and equally available to all persons similarly situated. In the final report of the Indiana Task Force on Public Defense, the task force recognized that the need for independence from the judiciary. Public defense attorneys should be as independent as possible from the judge before whom they appear. Elaborating, the task force explained that the lack of independence from the judiciary can violate the right to effective assistance when it interferes in certain ways with the ability of counsel to make independent decisions about how to conduct. I just lost the whole document. Hold on a second.
What'd you lose?
The whole document. I got it. I'll get it back. What page was I on?
You're on
14?
Yeah, 14.
More importantly, it's
I was where you were, and then you
the right to effective assistance when it interferes in certain ways with the ability of counsel to make independent decisions about how to conduct the defense. Had Allen been charged in an Indiana county with a chief public defender and a public defender office, his work product laden request for funds would not have been shared with the judge ruling over his case, and would not have landed on the desk of the prosecutor, however that occurred. More importantly, his request for reasonable resources that pale in comparison to the resources expended by the state in this matter would have likely been approved without issue. The unequal treatment of Allen, both the hurdle to obtain defense funds and the denial thereof, are not related to any reasonable distinction. The failure of the state to adequately fund and Staff Public Defender Services has served to deny Allen a constitutional right to fair, equitable treatment and should not be tolerated. By requiring the defense to incur the obligation to pay for defense costs and then seek reimbursement, which may be available, the court has imposed unfair obligations upon the defense. With respect to the defense's request for paralegal services, the court stated it may authorize additional expenditures upon presentation of proper invoices. Footnote 2 says, see public defender files, blah, blah, blah. That's a boring footnote. Those are just like citing things. Okay, likewise, the court stated that it would reimburse for criminal investigative services as long as a proper invoice was submitted. No indication was given as to what limitations the court would put on such requests for payments in the future. Okay. Thus, in order to secure these services, Baldwin and Rossi will be required to incur the expenses and carry them until such time as the court hopefully approves payment, but also gamble that payment will not be approved. Considering that Attorney Rossi has not been paid for his legal services and administrative expenses, for which he has sought payment for nearly 6 months, it appears to be a losing bet. As can be seen at Carroll County Council meeting in February 2023, Prosecutor McClellan is required to request the council for additional funds, but it is not required to front the money for the salaries of additional employees and litigation costs from his personal income prior to seeking potential reimbursement and subject to potential rejection. For obvious reasons, the law providing for the appointment of counsel for poor defendants also requires that they be compensated. Knox City Council versus State. These cases cannot be legally tied unless the defendant, if he is pauper, is provided with counsel. The attorney cannot be compelled to serve without compensation. For the same reason that counsel appointed for indigent defendants must be paid, counsel for indigent defendants should not be required to front necessary expenditures for building and litigating the defense. Because this court has found the criminal investigation and paralegal services are necessary to the investigation and presentation of Allen's defense, it should articulate a reasonable amount of funds available and dedicated to those defense services. Furthermore, any additional awards for expert witnesses costs, discovery, processing, and organization costs, and other defense services costs should be granted with the amount available expressed so that Allen's defense team is not gambling with their personal finances in hope that reimbursement might come. And then the footnote there is just a YouTube video. Maybe it's art of deduction.
Yeah, right. I'm curious now.
Just
If I could copy and paste that.
we'll, if we need to kill time later, we'll pull that video up and watch it. I'm sure it's a real banger.
Yeah. There you go. Somebody screenshot that, type that into YouTube. Yeah.
It's probably some lawyer being like, in Indiana.
Okay, so request for relief. Allen requests that Attorney Rosie be reimbursed for the invoices he submitted on October of 2023, which covered his legal services, his administrative services, and services of his investigator. These invoices totaled $51,049 and were submitted to the court on 3 occasions. The court has ignored Rosie's request now for 5 months. Rosie has staff to pay and family to feed. Okay, don't get me started. I guess Rosie falls into the poor person's clause, and that this refusal and willingness to explain why the court has not paid Rosie is inexplicable. Okay, however, the main thrust of this motion is related to Richard Allen's right to fair trial. To balance the scales of justice, Allen requests that one of the 3 potential remedies be ordered, preferably that this court should consider the denial of funds for the defense investigative and expert expenses, as requested in the most recent ex parte motion. Alternatively, this court should exclude at trial any testimony or evidence related to the bullet, the digital data, Allen's purported confession, and the cause, manner, and timing of death. Finally, if denial of the defense request remains and the state is allowed to proffer testimony on the critical evidence, I thought that they were all ready for trial. I thought that they were good to go. So what's with all this, poor me, poor man syndrome thing going on?
I'm curious, just from everything we've read about this, what is it's odd to me that they threw the the bullet,
Bullet. Yeah.
the digital data, and the confession thing into this. I'm like, them asking this all to be excluded in this document seems. I mean, I'm not saying they shouldn't ask for it. I'm just saying it's odd that they put it in this document.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. Huh. Because it's more about just give us some funds, okay, and pay us.
Right.
Finally, if the denial of the defense request remains and the state is allowed to proffer testimony on the critical evidence discussed, the only truly equitable relief would be to order that the Carroll County prosecutor to pay for any expert or investigative services from this point forward out of his own personal finances. Oh, okay. Wherefore, the defense requests that this court reconsider its denial of anticipated defense costs, including administrative costs, including those costs associated with expert witnesses' preparation and trial testimony. In the alternative, the defense requests that the court exclude all witnesses who would testify as to any matter in which an expert could have assisted Richard Allen in his defense. I feel like they're just way over exaggerating this as well. But due to this court denying expenses for
100%.
100%, for expert witnesses because of the court's belief that such requests are unsupported, will deny Richard Allen access to the same opportunities as the state of Indiana, ergo violating Allen's due process rights. In the event that the court is not willing to grant relief consistent with one or both of the aforementioned prayers, the defendant requests that this court order the state of Indiana, through Prosecutor McClelland, to assume the expenses of all experts, law enforcement officers, administrative staff, and other expenses arising out of the prosecution of Richard Allen from this point forward, from his own personal finances. Oh my, like, is this like sarcasm at its finest in a sense? You know? Yeah, you know what? We're having to take it out of our personal finances. So, you know what, McClelland, you got to do the same. And from this point forward, these requests are made to a level playing field. Right, this is exactly it. These requests are made to the level playing field between the accused, Richard Allen, and the government with its infinite amount of resources, all of which are currently being used to overwhelm Allen and his understaffed and unfunded legal team, respectfully. Okay, so that's that document. Let's come back for a sec. Right here. There we go. Okay, and sorry if it's darker in here. My husband's still sleeping and stuff like that, and sorry if I look like shit, and I don't really care because I only slept for about 3 hours, 3.5, I think I got in there. Anyways, hey, Sleuthy Goosey. Okay, so really that one was just for the most part about funding, basically pay your dues. So that part I understand.
Absolutely.
If they're owed money, you know, like what is taking so effing long, right?
And I would like, you know, the court should answer that. I mean, what's taking them so long? Now,
Yeah.
as far as like the, you know, the it's going to come out of our pocket. It's going. I mean, it's standard that the whole reimbursement thing. So, I feel like there was a lot of embellishment there, but absolutely, if you're owed money, it should be paid.
Yeah. And with embellishing, let me put it this way: that's like a two-way street, right? Their defense is going to make it sound like I said, exaggerated. Prosecution would make the same thing sound exaggerated, right? Each to their own benefit. But whatever Judge Frankel does, I don't know. But anyways, I would be pissed if I was owed funds and 5 months later I'm still waiting and waiting and waiting. You know, that would be very frustrating. Sending invoices 3 times and stuff like that. Okay, so the next one we're gonna go through, I guess. Let's do something funner. What, supplemental witness list exhibit?
Let's find the fun court document.
Yeah, let's find a funner court document. That one bored me after a couple pages. Well, probably about halfway through. Let's do this. Let's do another one. Okay, let's see here. Yeah, we'll do this one. Yeah. What do you think?
You want me to read that one?
Yeah, just let me know if any more documents come into the doc spot
Right.
out there. Okay.
This is a quick one. It just says comes now the state of Indiana by its prosecuting attorney Nicholas C. McClelland and respectfully notifies the court that the state has turned over a supplemental witness and exhibit list to the defense outlining the witnesses the state may call and the exhibits the state may use at trial. The state may supplement the list if new witnesses and or exhibits are obtained, or the state deems that additional witnesses and or exhibits are necessary. Didn't he already say, or was that just that he filed notice that he had sent the list to the defense?
That was a boring document right there.
Yeah.
All right. That we thought that was fun, but no. Sleuthy says Nick was given an additional funds to top of the 2.1 million that he was given at the beginning of the designated solely for the murder trial. To be honest, I had no idea what money he was given. Too many freaking documents. I'm so over. Like, I'm so over. Like, you guys, I want to vomit dockets. Documents right now.
Right.
Because it's like they're never ending for months and months.
Yeah. And Miss Persevere, we have not gone over the protective order one yet.
No. Like, I want some juicy ones. I want something that
Do you want to do the motion to compel and request for sanctions?
Yes. Is that PDF 3 one? Motion, or is that state's response? Which one is that? Motion 3?
Yeah, state's response.
Oh, okay. Whoops, wrong one then. Amended. What's this one?
Oh, we can just do that one. You already have it up, whatever it is.
Okay, let's do this one. What is this one? Yeah, this one's not too long.
Oh yeah, this is a 4-page one, right?
Yeah. Go ahead. You do 2. I'll do 0.
Okay. So this says amended motion to compel and request for sanctions. Comes now the accused Richard Allen by and through counsel Andrew Baldwin and Bradley Rossi, and amends the motion to compel and request for sanctions, which was filed on March 12th, 2024. In support of said motion, the accused states the following. On March 12th, 2024, the accused filed for his motion to compel the state of Indiana to provide certain answers concerning the existence of certain discovery, and if it existed, to provide the actual discovery. On March 8th, 2024, the state of Indiana did in fact provide some of the answers to the state of Indiana did in fact provide some of the answers to some of the questions concerning some of the discovery. So 4 days before they filed the motion to compel, they had already gotten some of the answers. That's interesting. Counsel's unawareness of this response is a result of a flurry of communications and filings that have occurred between the state, the defense, and the court since Attorney Baldwin and Rossi were reinstated by the Indiana Supreme Court. However, there is still outstanding discovery that the state of Indiana claims does not exist when common sense causes the defense to believe the evidence must exist. Therefore, based upon the state of Indiana's March 8th, 2024 correspondence answering a certified letter overnighted to the prosecution on February 20th, 2024, the defense can pare down its request concerning certain documentation as the state of Indiana has answered certain questions concerning certain discovery previously found in paragraph 69.
Can you say that again, Adam? What paragraph?
Paragraph 69 of the motion to compel and request for sanction. Therefore, the defense would amend paragraph 69 of the original motion to compel and request for sanction and ask the court to compel the state to produce the following. A. The state of Indiana provided 2 undated reports never seen by the defense. The first report provided some detail as to how the state of Indiana explained that certain videotaped recordings between February 14th, 2017 and February 20th, 2017, which would include Brad Holder's interview, were erased. Therefore, that request has been satisfied. Oh, that's good to know. However, the other report details how all videos between April 28th, 2017 and June 30th were also lost. Oh, that's a new one. This is news to the defense, as the defense was aware that certain videos did not contain audio, but was not aware that videotaped interviews between April 28th, 2017 and June 30th, 2017.
Just think about that. April,
we're
at
missing.
the end of April, so April, May, and June. So 2 full months, basically.
Right. And it says all videos.
This is news to the defense. So read that paragraph one more time. Let's see here.
However, the other report details how all videos between April 28th, 2017 and June 30th, 2017 were also lost. This is news to the defense, as the defense was aware that certain videos did not contain audio, but was unaware that videotaped interviews between April 28th, 2017 and June 30th, 2017 were missing. This is most concerning.
Well, you think, like, what the fuck were they doing over there? Like, seriously, like, I'm kind of flabbergasted by the incompetence of, like,
And are we surprised that a tip got mislabeled?
no,
Can I keep reading?
yeah.
Okay. Additionally, it appears to the defense that the report is incomplete as it details attempts to recover lost interviews, including purchasing some type of equipment from. I'm sorry. Some type of equipment from China to assist in recovering the lost interviews. However, that is where the report ends. It is unknown whether the equipment from China was ever purchased or if an attempt to recover the missing interviews was attempted. Let's just go buy that, police stuff from China.
I know, right?
That sounds like a good idea. Sorry. Based upon paragraph, I don't know why that gave me the giggles.
I know, I get it. Yeah.
Based upon paragraph 5AII above, the defense requests the court to compel the state of Indiana to provide the complete report of law enforcement attempts to recover the missing videotaped interviews. Based upon paragraph 5AII above, the defense would be requesting the court to compel the state of Indiana to provide a listing of all persons whose interview was videotaped but lost. But unfortunately, according to the state of Indiana, there is no comprehensive written log that was used to document date, time, subject, and participants for each interview room. The defense seeks supplemental information as to which law enforcement individuals may have interviewed suspects and or witnesses during that time period, and any reports reflecting the occurrence of such interviews and summaries thereof. Again, it is extremely concerning to the defense and Mr. Allen that potentially exculpatory witnesses and statements are apparently forever lost and not given a log of which witnesses were interviewed exists.
Yeah, just complete that paragraph.
Furthermore, it is very disconcerting that the defense just learned of this lost evidence and only upon request of the defense of such a report and more than 14 months after the defense should have learned of this lost evidence.
Okay. Totaling the missing days of interviews, February 14th to February 20th, 2017, and April 28th to June 30th of 2017, which show that the state of Indiana has lost 70 days worth of interviews and claims to have no ability to fully account for those who was interviewed during those 70 days. In its March 8, 2024 response, the state of Indiana failed to produce similar reports explaining how the audio is missing on certain videos. The defense would request that the court to compel the state of Indiana to issue a report detailing why no audio exists. The defense requested the existence of certain phone dump data from certain phones. In response to the state of Indiana claims that no phone dump evidence exists from Kelsey German's phone, nor Mike or Becky or Cody Patty's phones, and furthermore, the prosecutor's office does not possess any phone dump data from those phones. However, it is still unknown whether the phone dump evidence did exist at some point in time, which question is more than fair considering the loss of 70 days of investigative activity as referenced above. It would be hard to believe that the law enforcement would not have obtained the phone dump data from the parties identified in this paragraph, Kelsey German, Mike Becky, and Cody Patty, or at least to determine timelines. Because the state of Indiana has lost other important pieces of evidence, i.e. 70 days worth of videotape interviews, the defense would therefore ask that the court to compel the state of Indiana to ask as to whether the phone dump data ever existed, and if so, who came of it, or what came of it. Sorry, my bad. The defense would compel the court to order the state of Indiana to provide all the geofencing data and the names of the actual person or persons that interpreted. I thought they already knew that. Okay, that interpreted the geofencing data, including the person or persons that reduced the geofencing data to a map that has been provided to the defense. In preparing for the trial and the contempt hearing and reviewing newly discovered evidence, the defense is limited staff. And its limited staff has had limited time to fully review the state's response and to compare it to the requests of the defense. However, from now, The defense would request that the court to compel the state of Indiana to produce the items detailed in paragraphs 5 to 11 above, wherefore the accused moves to this court to amend its first motion to compel and to compel the state of Indiana to respond to paragraphs 5 to 11 above, and then, of course, signed by them. Okay. Huh.
What do you think about that?
I really kind of have like no comment to what I feel is like a bunch of fucking monkeys working. Like, seriously, to me, this loss of videotapes and stuff like that, like, we're not talking about somebody's home. We're talking about, very important, evidence, very important things that,
Right.
oops, you know what? We don't have that. So sorry. So bad. Sorry. I'm sorry. Fuck up your case.
I mean, how do you lose, interviews that are presumably done in different locations, in different interview rooms? I mean, unless by April they were, they were just using one interview room. But I mean, it's just,
my camera's going weird, wonky.
it's just nonsense. So if there's a logical explanation, I think that the state needs to answer for all of the things that they request in this document. Absolutely.
Yeah. Like, I don't even know what to say, because it's like you're not shocked by the incompetence of it all. And in my head, somewhat, this is why I keep thinking that the prosecution better have some, freaking smoking bullet towards this
Right.
case that is gonna, like sign, seal, deliver, and whatever. Because if not, it would almost be like a juggling act, like a heyday. Like,
Right.
You guys misplaced this file. Oh, you guys didn't have this interview. You guys didn't have this. Oh, I'm so sorry. We accidentally, went over the tapes with these during this important time. It just, I don't know. And what it is sometimes is that, sometimes stuff happens and then all of a sudden it will come back to bite them in the ass because it becomes very important, But anyways.
I did one thing I found interesting, was that, they in the last motion to compel, they, a lot of people were like, oh my goodness, how could they have erased the tapes from that first week? So I found it interesting that, that they, one of the first things they said in this is that the first report provided some detail as to how the state of Indiana explained that certain videotape recordings between February 14th and February 20th, 2017, which included Brad Holder's interviews, were erased. Therefore, that request has been satisfied. So whatever explanation the state provided them with, how that happened, seemed to, at least satisfy their inquiry about it.
Adam, can you just do me a favor?
Nope.
I cannot stand my cat just meowing like crazy. The bitch is obviously hungry, needs to be fed. Yeah, because she's been meowing pretty much, but she's getting louder. This cat is a talker, okay, Bambi? She is a talker.
If you want to pull up the next document, I can start reading while you go and.
Okay. Which one? Which one next, Adam? Which one? Well, I guess for the state's response to motion. Yeah, because I've got two more, right? So which one?
There's a 2-page one I can read while you're doing that called the state's motion to enter protective order.
Okay, hold on. Let me go back to it. This one. It's like she heard me say, like Bambi. It's like she heard me because she stopped meowing all of a sudden. Okay. 1 second. Let me take the banner back off so it doesn't. Oh, hey. Okay. So if it goes down below. So I'll be right back. Give me 1 sec.
Oh, you're fine. So this is the state's motion to enter protective order for evidence gathered from the Indiana Department of Corrections. Now comes the state of Indiana by prosecuting attorney Nicholas C. McClelland and respectfully requests the court to enter a protective order over all evidence and testimony subpoenaed from the Indiana Department of Corrections. The state asks the court to consider limiting the questioning of all Indiana Department of Corrections staff to their direct interactions with the defendant. The state has an articulable interest to ensure the safety and security of its prison system and the policies and procedures that govern the outside agency. The Indiana Department of Corrections and its employees are not a party to this case. The IDOC was court ordered to house Richard Allen as a safekeeper. The IDOC received the safekeeping order and immediately assisted the state by placing the defendant at Westville Correctional Facility. The time that defendant spent at Westville Correctional Facility is not relevant to the proceeding except in its own actions and statements while being housed in that facility. Westville staff and the inner workings of the Indiana Department of Corrections are outside the scope of this proceeding. The state would ask the court to consider the following: that the state of Indiana filed 2 counts of murder against the defendant on October 28th, 2023. I think they meant 2022. That the defendant has been housed in the Indiana Department of Correction during the pendency of this case for safekeeping. That Trial Rule 26C permits the court to protect against oppression, undue burden, and expense by requiring that discovery be conducted on specified terms and conditions. That the Indiana Department of Corrections has cooperated with this court's orders and has become an interested non-party in this proceeding. That there are articulable concerns based on prior behavior that defense counsel will release information to the media that could publicly embarrass the IDOC or further place its employees in danger or subject to ridicule or harassment. That there are permissible ways to conduct depositions that allow the evidence to be protected from the media under Trial Rule 26C. That Trial Rule 26B 1 limits discovery to matters relevant to the subject matter involved in the pending action, including the claims in defense of the parties. The defense counsel has not made a record as to what evidence they plan to elicit from the Indiana Department of Corrections that would be admissible evidence for the underlying charges. That there is potential that any probative value that may have been gained by unrestrained subject matter depositions is outweighed by the prejudicial effect on the witnesses and the state. Wherefore, now comes the state of Indiana by prosecuting attorney Nicholas C. McClellan and files their request for a protective order and would ask the court to consider the same and for all other just and proper relief in the premises. Signed, sealed, delivered, Nick C. McClellan.
Well, so I was gonna say, nice to see you in chat, CD. Anyways, what did you think of that one? I was only half listening, not gonna lie.
Yeah.
Let's ask Sleuthie. Oh, there you go. Oh no, it's the one that they gave an excuse for why they were deleted.
Oh, that was the last one, yeah.
That was the last one, yeah. But they're still deleted and they're still gone. Unacceptable. Hey Babs, how are you? Babs loves us. Yeah.
I'm just gonna look real quick to see if anyone has said anything. I mean, they wouldn't be taking a break yet. They've only been there an hour.
Yeah.
Unless chaos has erupted in the courtroom and she's already thrown everyone out.
So, okay, like bumbling morons. It's just sad. I don't know how many police jobs this incompetent. Yeah. CD, you want to come up here and join us? You got time, buddy? Or you still have little... No, because you wouldn't have those kids over because it's Monday. Yeah. On there. Hi, Yankee Ghost. Good morning. Going to be hard to get any work done today. I know. I mean, that's, that's the excitement of today. It's kind of like, what's going to happen? What's going to happen exactly? We'll see how this all goes on there. Just looking at you guys here. We got one more document. Steffa blamed the old sheriff. He had guys with zero investigative skills pushing record disaster, embarrassing, and yet very harmful to this case. I mean, if they could stack shit, like freaking Mount Everest, pretty much. That's kind of how I feel about from the prosecutor side of whoops, little fuck ups, big fuck ups. That's how it comes across to me. It really is. It's like dun, 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 dun. I'm just getting here, but were these interviews deleted from a hard drive? Just curious because I restore lost data from hard drives and assume the FBI could do the same. They were recorded over, if I'm not mistaken. Am I correct in saying that? That they were recorded?
Yeah, I think the ones in February, they said they were recorded over.
Yeah. What about,
They don't give a reason as to why these ones don't exist, I don't think.
yeah. It's almost like having this, like, I don't know, it feels like we're in the dinosaur ages going, you know, like, I don't know, hit a button. Oh shit, damn it, recorded over all those interviews. But I think what got me the most was when McClelland was saying nothing to see there, you know, this nothing here is pertinent, nothing here is exculpatory. And it's like, who are you to speak for the defense on what information is, considering that they don't have it? That one kind of blew me away. It was almost like someone, you know, like, don't worry about it, nothing special, you're not missing out on anything. I gotta scroll down a bit because you guys are all I'm way behind in my comments here. Sunny, can you go over the phones again? Do they have have the BG video? Sunny, can you go over the phones again? You talk about in that document, Ben, where they were talking about the phones? Can you go over the phones again? Adam, come on now. I'm using your brain power.
Nope. I was kind of like, go over the phones again.
I know. Are you talking about, yeah, in which document was that, Ben? Because I'm really still, it's like 7 o'clock in the morning here, and I only had 3 hours sleep. So if I'm feeling a little bit just like lights on but nobody's home, that would be me. It was bad enough for last night on there. Travis still never looked at the video or my, like, the last message. But I still want to thank, even though he did not show up like he was supposed to, I still want to thank Ivy and Charmaine and you, Adam, for, like I said, just going over a live that he was supposed to be there for. So, Travis, if you're watching this now, I need an apology for you not showing up for yesterday, because you looked at your messages, you read them, and you still ignored them. I just need an apology for not showing up for a live that you wanted. That I didn't want, but you wanted. Thank you for asking it, Ben. There is so much in this case. I'm struggling to keep up. Okay, well, you know what? Let's, okay. Ben, did you ever say what page that was on or which document? Which was that one? That was just the one before this, wasn't it? Like that little blurb about the documents? Or was that in the 17-page one? Ben, was that in the 17-page one you're talking about? Oh, yeah. Yeah. Especially when somebody asked for a live, and I didn't, and they specifically said that to do a live the day before, and then they don't even show up. Or look at your message. I'm just going to say, he was obviously having some shamrock fun or something.
Right.
The second to the last one.
And there's still no updates from inside the court, you know, so they clearly not gone on break yet.
No? Okay. The second, Adam, what was the last one that we just read?
The only one we have left.
The phones?
Wait, what?
I don't know. It's a crime and shame. I wanted the patties.
Oh, because they were talking about the phone dump of the patties. They were talking
Right.
about how they didn't do a phone dump of
Kelsey.
Becky and Kelsey, Cody, and Mike and Becky.
Say sorry, Travis. Yeah, I want an apology, man. I wasn't, like I said, I wouldn't have done a live yesterday type of thing. It was his whole big idea. And that he was too busy. You know, he was like powering back on St. Patrick's Day. I hope you guys, if you guys were St. Patrick's Day people, you know, I hope you guys had maybe some green shamrock milkshakes or some green drinkies, or it's never been anything big in my life, but happy St. Patrick's Day to all those people yesterday. I feel like this is what happened. I feel like he forgot it was St. Patty's Day. Click some back here. Just an apology. Just need an apology. Because that. But in saying that, things are always meant to happen for a reason. We ended up doing that live within an hour. That's for Travis. I'm a little drunk.
Thank you. Say sorry, Travis.
Yeah, you hear that, Travis? Say sorry. Say sorry. Well, anyways, gonna put out a petition there. Say sorry, Travis. but anyways, yeah. So really, things are always meant to go the way that they're meant to go, and we ended up, like I said, being able to do the Riley Strain live after that. So again, thanks to those three for talking about what was kind of going to be happening today. Yeah. Avoiding. Yeah. I'm just gonna wait for my phone to go ding. Here's an apology. I'm so sorry that I wanted to do a live and I didn't show up for the live that I wanted to do. Just gonna wait for that. The Canadian, they are probably in court waiting. This thing seemed to happen behind the closed doors in India. Yeah, I'm really pissed off. Like shut the front door, Frankel. Just open up the freaking cameras. Seriously, I want to see this. I don't want to talk about it. I want to freaking see it happen live.
Yeah.
Although,
you know what? For this particular hearing, she was kind of in between a rock and a hard place, because if she denied cameras, she's hiding something. If she had allowed cameras, she was putting a public spanking on the record for Rossi and Baldwin. She would have been accused of being horrible either way.
Just be transparent.
Well, yeah. I can understand why she was like, yeah,
I know.
Because last time she allowed cameras, everyone just accused her of doing it so that she could publicly shame the defense attorneys.
Oh, there she is.
And she would get accused of the same thing again this time if she had allowed cameras.
Charmaine, definitely the hangover thing probably exists, but it's
now
still...
I want the trial televised 100%.
Yeah, same. Travis, if you could just get it televised, all is forgiven. Just everything's forgiven. Just if you could just pull your weight from Texas, awesome. So I can't remember. CD, I asked you if you wanted to join us if you were bored. Charmaine, are you at work? Or did you take today off? Asking for a friend, by the way. She doesn't seem to give a... She just does what she wants. That's simple. Well, she kind of does, doesn't she?
Yeah.
Right or wrong. Let me pull up the last document, by the way.
Her court, her rules.
Yeah, her court, her rules.
Other people can go over them later if they don't think they're right. That's it at the end of the day.
Yeah, pretty much. Oh, you are at work? I can't believe that you didn't take the day off today. Come on now, Canadian. Okay, well, you know what? Let's just quickly get this document out of the way, and then the whole phone thing. Are you talking about where it said Kelsey and, the names there, that part? Like asking for a friend, because honestly, Adam.
We just discussed that.
Yeah, that's what we're talking about, right? Okay, let me just put it this way, okay? I'm on maybe like 1% brain cells today.
You need to have some coffee then, Sonny.
I haven't had coffee. I haven't had toast. I haven't done a lick of shit. I have slept for 3.5 hours because we got off. We did 2 lives just last night. I was with my husband all day. He's making a wonderful windmill, by the way. It looks gorgeous so far. It's getting there. It's getting there. But anyways, so when I lack sleep, I lack brain power. You know what I mean? When you don't have enough sleep and you don't feel like you're the brightest bulb at all. And you just feel like, I'm just going to, Adam, just answer the questions for these fine people. So the Goosey, Charmaine, you guys just keep answering the questions, because I'm not a document person. I'm just not. It's like ADHD. Oops, I'm bored already. Okay. Anyways, let's go over this last one, and which is 3 pages. Okay, guys. All right. I'll read the first page, Adam, and then I'll be generous and let you read the next 2 pages.
All
Okay. State's response to defendant's motion to compel and request for sanctions. Now comes the state of Indiana by prosecuting attorney Nicholas C. McClelland and respectfully files its response to the defendant's motion to compel and request for sanctions. The state would ask that the court to consider the following: that all discovery and exculpatory information in the state's possession has been provided to the defense. The state has receipts for all the information provided to the defense and to the dates of transfer. When the defense has requested information, the state has endeavored to locate the items and provide them, even when the results in providing a duplication of prior discovery and when items appear to be irrelevant. The state is not required
That
to
was a
hand over.
burn.
What'd you say?
That was a burn.
Right? When items appear to be irrelevant. The state is not required to hand over every lead and inquiry during this 6+ year investigation as part of discovery, much of which is neither relevant and nor related to the state of Indiana versus Richard Allen. However, the state has gone beyond the requirements. Sorry, I had it pop up here right in front of my word. Requirements of discovery in the information we have provided. When additional information is received from the state, forward it to the defense. The state has began delivery of discovery on December 7th, 2022. Hey, that was the same date as Kagan Klein shit came out, wasn't it?
So
December
that was
7th.
2021.
Oh, was that 2021?
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Right.
Yeah, you're right, actually. Huh, same date. Anyway, the court ordered the date provide discovery to the defense by November 1st, 2023, and the state has complied with that deadline.
Okay. When the state has discovered new items, the state promptly creates a copy and notifies the defense of its availability. For instance, the state recently became aware that 4 interviews in 2017 were recorded on an iRecord device and had not been uploaded and attached to the ISP video recordings in evidence. These recorded interviews of Becky Patty, Mike Patty, Ron Logan, and Daniel Pearson were located by Detective Harper and have been immediately made available to the defense. See, now this is a good document.
Yeah, this is a good document.
Prior to November 1st, 2023, the absence of these recorded interviews in discovery was not known to the state. The interviews turned over correspond to law enforcement narrative reports already contained in discovery and provided in a February 2023. Therefore, it is not new information. That during the course of this case, the defense asked the state to re-interview certain witnesses, and the state has done so and provided the interviews. The law enforcement geofence reports have been provided to the defense to the best of our knowledge. In discovery provided to defense, one hard drive is missing interviews from February 14th, 2017 through February 20th, 2017, and one hard drive contains video interviews without audio. The defense has been notified of the missing data and the events which led to the corrupted or lost files. The state is at the same disadvantage as the defense, for the reason for the content of relevant interviews related to this case can only be identified by reviewing narrative summaries prepared by law enforcement and contained within reports disclosed in discovery in February 2023 and thereafter.
Wait, Adam?
Yeah.
Do you think that they need to hire a lip reading expert?
They need to get that girl from TikTok.
Yeah, for those interviews without audio. That must be amazing to watch those.
Yeah. And I mean, I think it's a good point that I'm sure it was frustrating for the prosecution as well that they didn't have those interviews. And, Nick McClelland was not the prosecutor in 2017. So, when he came into this case, he probably would have liked to watch all those interviews too.
Yeah, I know. Anyway, sorry. Morning, Amy.
The defense has mischaracterized the information specific to Professor Turco. In reality, they requested the name of a Purdue professor consulted by law enforcement based on a report in discovery that did not identify the author. The state endeavored to find such information, locating Professor Turco, and disclosed this to the defense. The interpretation of his report is up for debate among the parties, and Professor Turco himself states that the defense has mischaracterized his opinion. That's important.
Yeah.
If the defense would speak directly to Professor Turco, as the state has, they would know Professor Turco's opinion is not consistent with their characterization. Contrary to the defense's representation, the state did respond to the defense's certified letter of February 20th, 2024, and provided the defense with our response on March 8th, 2024, by email and e-discovery. That the state has not intentionally withheld evidence, and therefore sanctions and attributing delay to the state is not appropriate. Wherefore, now comes the state of Indiana by prosecuting attorney Nicholas C. McClellan files their response to the defendant's motion to compel and request for sanctions, and would ask the court to dismiss this motion without hearing.
Well, I mean, if they could just upload all those interviews from Becky, Patty, if they could just upload them to my case, I think we can forgive them. I feel like we could forgive them, to be honest, for the incompetence of it all. You know, not to blame, McClelland or whatever, but just, obviously the people that are in charge of making sure that recordings and interviews, that one, I'm so sorry, but that one did make me laugh. Like, so, here's some interviews, but there's no audio.
Right.
That's just like me going,
hey, we've done that a few times, Sonny.
Oh, I have, when I've been muted and I'm sitting there talking like a monkey, type of thing. Yeah. So, thanks. I agree. It gets harder and harder to have the luxuries in life, like heat, food, electricity. That's just a whole different conversation right there.
Right.
Yeah. New Wood. Good to see you. Hey, New Wood. The videos are probably not close enough or at the right angle to be able to lip read it. Probably not. They're probably doing a headshot down, to be honest with you. I think we have it, and it will be shown in court whom these 3 unknown phones, unknown to Alan. Canadian girl, Shemaine, I knew I liked you. Well, that's a first for us here on Instagram, Jamie. Someone like Shemaine? Isn't that the one with the sexy, sultry voice? One that had a hot date yesterday?
Right.
Yeah,
Sonny, I'm gonna go fill my iced coffee up. I'll be right back. Okay.
I just like to have a coffee. Actually, make me some toast while you're doing that.
Sure.
Yeah, I live in Ontario. Yeah, love Canada, but it's getting too expensive. Amen to that, sister. And $15 an hour. Well, mind you, we have different. I mean, everything's expensive nowadays. I'm in the States as well. Food prices are like ridiculous. Anyways, hey. Agreed. If you don't own a house, you guys are you guys are on a whole new topic there. If you don't own a house, it's unlikely you will. Okay, well, let me tell you, if anyone watching right now doesn't know, I'm from Vancouver, Canada. You guys want to talk about expensive houses, okay? The average home here is like legit more than $1 million for the average home. The average 1-bedroom apartment, you're looking probably at $400,000 to $500,000 for a 1-bedroom apartment. So then on top of that, so British Columbia means bring cash. So here you have an ocean, you got beautiful scenery, you got Whistler about an hour away, and stuff like that. Oh, and you pay for it. It is ridiculous. Anyways, Charmaine, was it? Oh, now you're on to Vinny now. I get it. Okay. I get it. Okay. So, I mean, well, yeah, this one was at least a little bit interesting on there and stuff like that, but I don't know. Just YOLO, I suppose. 7:23. That's 10:23. Weren't the witnesses supposed to arrive at 10 o'clock? We heard yesterday you say. This sucks, not getting little updates. Like little tweeties out there. So I'm guessing nobody in the world besides Ali knows who found the phones through geofencing belonging to. So frustrating to not know. Yeah, I know. If they could just tell us, Paula. By the way, I'm so sorry that you have my older sister's name because I usually go by Satan pretty much. Um, you're prying, Paula. My older sister. She's like, if you know who Amber Turd is from the Johnny Depp trial, she's exactly like an Amber Turd. Narcissistic, full of herself, full of shit, vindictive, evil. Hi. Like, I'm not kidding either. Like, seriously, that's why I've like not spoken to her in I don't know how many years. Sorry, don't need that type of person in my life. Family or not, no one needs that type of evil. So I'm so sorry that you have that name for me. I'm sure you're a nice person though. I'm sure you're not that way. Median house price, 1 million. Yeah. Yeah. Good morning, Gen Z. Good morning. Good morning. I'm honestly just waiting for Adam to get back to start talking. Then I'm going to go make myself some toast and a coffee, perhaps. Same in Seattle. That's about 3 hours. Seattle. About 3 hours from here. On there. I don't know. And if, yeah, just saying. It's a crime machine. What are the names of the new news channels that would be outside of the courthouse reporting? WTHR. Is it WTHR? Fox, usually. But WTHR for sure. Um, Carol, special request this morning. No brain cells. WTHR, that one's coming to mind. Fox will be there. Those are the typical two, really. Anybody? Well, who else? Anybody else remember? Like, it's like, oh, thank you, Jen. Yeah, Wayne 15. See, I wouldn't have remembered that. In Indiana, a cool million will buy you a mansion. Oh, yeah. And you know what? Here, a cool million will buy you like a 3-bedroom, basic, ordinary looking house. You know, you see, when I was born, well, we lived in Burnaby first, but I just remember we lived in Delta because like Vancouver got suburbs, right? Surrey, Delta, Langley, Port Coquitlam, but anyways, all the Tri-Cities and stuff like that. Anyways, when we live in Delta, I just remember my mom telling me one time that our house in Delta costed $25,000. Now that was back in, so if I was born in 1969 and I was about 5 years old, so yeah, so just going back to that era, people, not over though. That's like, I'm going to be 55 July 30th. So yeah, 25,000 sounds good now, about right now. 25,000 will buy you maybe a bathroom, maybe a bathroom, maybe some laundry room as well. That's pretty much about it. This is buy you shit. Oh, Wish TV. Thank you. See, you guys, all brains are better than one, especially mine. Bungalow. That's all. See if I can get anywhere from these. So in Alberta, where Charmaine lives, they only have the one tax there. They have just the GST. They don't have PST. They don't have provincial sales tax. So let's say you're buying like a $50,000 vehicle, right? Well, depending on the tax rate, some of it's 5%, 7%. But Alberta, you just got to pay the one tax. So imagine how much money you're saving if you live in Alberta and you buy a vehicle and you don't have to pay the PST, which is the provincial sales tax. Now, you got places back over in the east side there, like Ontario. I'm not sure what your guys' harmonized sales tax is, but it's probably about 17%. So not only do you get, I'm just having a pet peeve right now, not only do you get effing taxed on your income and the government takes so much freaking money off your paychecks, right? You feel like you're playing like Monopoly. I think, you got to pay this tax. Not only but and then you get taxed on food, groceries, you get taxed on, everything else you buy. And you just get taxed and taxed and taxed. And you're like my husband, right? I mean, my husband makes over $4,000 a month. And it's just like, oh, well, that's sorry, that's take home. That's take home. So he would probably, if it was gross, probably like at least around 6,000, right? Oh, let's just take off for this and UIC and CPP and, oh, don't forget, you guys are paying for applications to take off more. Anyways, it just pisses me off. I want to become a tent person. I need to become one of these tent people, because it is so disgusting how much you just keep, like, your paycheck. Oh, it sounds like you make a lot, and then you take home is like, oh, fuck you, government. Going to take a chance and jump into the shower and hope. Don't worry, Jency, you got plenty of time, girl. Plenty of time. $1 million starter home in Vancouver. The value of home doubled overnight during COVID. Folks can get into the market, right? Doubled overnight. Absolutely. Skip and Julie Melvin showed up. Did you see that, Ben?
Oh, apparently, like everyone that's there is all staying at the same hotel, because there were like dueling camps last night apparently in the hotel bar, where you had people that were kind of there to like see it pro prosecution were like in one little camp, and then you had David Hennessy, Julie Melvin, Skip Jensen, were all like at one table. And then I know Murder Sheet staying at the hotel. I know like 10 people that are all at this one. Bob Mata staying there, are all at this one hotel.
All the troublemakers, pretty much.
Oh, it's the closest hotel to the courthouse. But it's just funny because I'm like, they're all just at one hotel.
Yeah, and
they're all just down in the hotel bar.
They're probably all bragging. Did you know that my name was mentioned in a document? Did you know?
Someone was like, oh yeah, David Hennessy was just sipping martini or Grey Goose after. I'm like, he probably wanted a drink before today.
What was the last thing he said?
I said he probably needed a little sippy before today.
Absolutely. But you don't have outrageous hospital bills. And no, we don't. Our healthcare is free. You just got to pay for your prescriptions. It depends what your coverage is if you have a job or like work and stuff. But as for our regular healthcare, going to a hospital, that's all free. Thank you for going live this morning, Janeway. I thought that more would do the same. Oh, I think there's a few, but I'm not going to say their names. Actually, I don't really pay attention. I know Frank Meister was going live. Well, he wasn't going live. He's down there. But I think Kristen and Ruckus are doing a live since like 7 a.m. 7 a.m. Suckers. Are Noah and Snay bunking? Probably. But that's like, drama for later. I'm sure we'll be told. Taxes are wild. I'm sorry. I just these people insert themselves into the cases and no. I think that these people, they just love hearing their names, when they come out. Julie Melvin. Never heard that name before. Considering herself everywhere into Delphi, then being like, I'm such a Christian woman. I would never. Can you imagine how thick the air would have seemed there? Hard pass. No, I don't think JLR's, no. JLR's, okay, he's doing border stuff and covering some other cases. I think that some people, like maybe when the important Delphi stuff comes out for them, but JLR kind of covers Delphi. Not overly. I know, right? I mean, if I could be a fly on the wall, definitely that's a highly nice.
Hey, Farmer. Good to see you.
Hey, Farmer. How you doing, buddy? Probably Charmaine. If I was to guess, it was probably Charmaine. There's been a couple people that have gifted. Oh, we still have 5 left. Do we do one today? Was it the 5 left? Do we do it? I don't know. We'll think about it. We'll think about it. But hey, Adam, guess what?
What?
Guess who's gonna go make coffee and toast?
You.
This chick. Yeah. So guess who has to answer people's questions now? Your brain is better far than mine right now. I can answer simple ones like, hey, is Vancouver pricing expensive? Yes, it is. No problem. Yeah. But anyways, yeah, I'm just gonna go try to wake this ass up on there. Oh, by the way, I just want to say this. Okay. The Riley Strain case? That's what I'm talking about, right? Okay. So sometimes I'll indulge myself in some tarot card reader out there because most of them are shit. And then there's the odd good one out there, but most of them are truly shit. Like, you know what I mean? Like, that these people, I said to my husband last night, you know what? I got some tarot cards. I think I'm just going to freaking pull out my tarot cards, throw shit to the wind, whatever sticks, sticks. I said, because I keep seeing all these people that act like they're these really freaking amazing tarot card readers. And really, they're just suck. They just suck. But then you come across those odd good ones. Well, I'm not going to lie to you. So I'm watching this tarot card reading. I'm like, what? It's in the middle of, when they sit there and give you ones, and I'm like, man, I'm just gonna click on you, and I got to think of. Let me just quickly look because I want to say that she was talking about. Let me see here. Hold on. I want to give her a shout out here. Shit, where is she? Oh, wait, is that Travis messaging me? Let me see. Do I see an apology? No, it's the docket. It's Eric. Not an apology yet. Sent me a file. Okay, so I wanna give her a shout out though. Actually, okay, I think it was like Mary Kay, or I seen a comment come in. I have to give her a shout out because I seen her answer me back somewhere, but I didn't have time to go look at it. Trish. Dang it all. Normally when you get a response, it's in your little things. Shit. Okay, well, I'll look for that later to give the shout out. But anyways, so she's doing this read of okay, fine. Just because I got that off. Let me just turn that off for a sec. Sorry, Eric. Thank you, Eric, for sending me whatever documents you're sending me right now. That's the docket, by the way, Eric. So anyways, I'm watching Riley Strain and she's doing this read and I'm listening to her, right? Like her cards. So we all kind of know what transpired yesterday with the bank card being found by those two TikTokers. And we know that like where the point is and what kind of happened. And then there was the other interview to go with it where that homeless guy with the cane that they just show his cowboy boots and he was talking, right? Well, her tarot card reading that was a couple days ago. Okay. So she was sitting there doing it. She goes, you know what? I feel like I'm just not giving a good read on this case. I probably should have paid attention to it more and blah, 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 blah. Right. Little did she know that if I want to say that someone's probably going to come to fruition and be so pretty much spot on, because from what we know a couple days later, like as of yesterday, and she did this tarot card reading a couple days ago, I'm sitting there going, chick, you have no idea how spot on you are actually. Like the cards that she was pulling, she was basically telling the story, Adam, that she's about, like three guys, because he uses the word they, like three guys mugged, hurt, that he, anyways, I'll give a kudos and drop her link if anyone wants to listen to it that's following Riley Strain. Because, like I said, it takes a lot for me to believe in you because I just, Mark's gifting. Oh, hey, buddy. Alan Docs, you probably already have. Oh, my bad, Docket. Yeah, probably. There was 5 of them. We got 5 of them. Do you have all 5? Because I have all 5 on there. Now let's see who did that. Thank you, Mark. Mark, I have to wait for the thing to scroll down. Dun, 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 dun. Who got that? My thing's not scrolled down. Who got that?
Oh, I don't. It doesn't. Mine doesn't. It doesn't say on.
Well, it's just that my. Oh, like the scrolling, it's lagging. YouTube, it's working its way, but it's lagging. Dun, 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 dun. Oh yeah, it's really lagging. I'll get back.
Melissa was gifted a membership by Mark.
Oh, Melissa. Oh, well,
Yeah.
there you go. There you go. Thanks, Mark.
A gifted membership lasts for 1 month.
1 month. Yeah. Yeah. So Adam sent them to me. I sent them to nobody. I was too busy trying to get ready for the live. Had no idea that they'd even come in until I was just for the live. I'm like, hey, Adam, see Doc's pop? Yeah, Doc's pop went off like 5 minutes ago. My bad. My bad. New Wood. Thank you so much. Thank you very much. I don't even know who you are. So unless you've changed your name or you're new to in this channel, thank you.
New super chat, $20. Thank you.
Yeah, that was very sweet. And just for that, maybe I might get a little drunk. Nah, it's a little too early here. It's only 7:39. But anyways, thank you so much for that. That's great. That's awesome. We know this is going to be a long day, so totally appreciate that. Hours. Adam, what are we expecting here? 8-hour live, something like that, at least?
Oh, I don't know. We might have to take a break at one point.
No.
Okay,
so do your thing. You talk amongst these fine people.
Do you want to play that 2-minute video again, and then I'll answer questions after it's over?
Oh, the one that you sent
Just
me
from this morning, yeah.
Yeah.
Just because it started so long ago.
Mm-hmm.
Just to kind of give people a preview of what the hearing is supposed to be about today.
Okay. My mind goes south when I see this name, New Wood. Can't help it. New Wood. Woody.
Better than Old Wood.
You know, right? Okay, let's play that. Let me find it. It's never too early for Bailey. Ooh, Bailey's is good, isn't it?
And then I'm just looking for updates. So
yeah,
because I would expect if they're going to take a morning break, it would probably be any time.
Sunny is a wino. I wish I was a wino sometimes. Hold on, I think there was a moment in time when I was a wino. Pretty sure that was when I got divorced. I didn't have to listen to some bitchy ex-husband every day wake up, and I was in my own place, and I kicked off my shoes, and I was like, like this little songbird that was just like kicking off the shoes, dancing around, going, I don't have to listen to any grumpy little fucker every morning now. Yay, I'm in my own space. And so then it was just me, my computer, and then I was working like 12-hour shifts at this one hotel, the Budget or whatever it was called. Anyways, so I would get 3 days off, then 4 days off, then 3 days off, then 4 days off because you did 12-hour shifts. Anyways, not gonna lie, me and the captain, I think we had an intimate relationship for a while there, because I remember looking underneath my cupboard going, how the fuck did I drink this much? Because I could power back one of those bottles, like, just play RuneScape. And it was just me enjoying single life a little bit. I was just doing whatever. I was becoming the sloot of Whitecourt, to be honest with you. Yeah, it was good times. Anyways, I'm not a wino, but I can have a drink every now and again. Usually it's more like again instead of now. But anyways, I'll play that video. We'll do that. And
Sunny, I just sent you a one that News Nation posted like 15 minutes ago.
Okay. Do you want me to play this one still?
Sure. Play both of them.
Now to our top
How long is the News Nation one?
3 minutes.
Scheduled for today in the Delphi murders case.
Yeah, Richard Allen is due back in Allen County Court this morning, coming up in just 3 hours. So our Samantha Johnson is live there this morning to break down what we can expect to see today. Good morning, Samantha.
That's right. Good morning to you. This, of course, is the home court for the special judge in this case, the Allen County Courthouse. And today, starting at 9 o'clock, she's got a couple big decisions to make that could decide how this case moves forward in the coming weeks. So first, the court today will have to decide whether the prosecutor can add charges against Richard Allen. Now, you may remember that request was actually filed back in January. On the same day, the Indiana State Supreme Court ruled Allen's defense team could stay on this case. Now, these amended charges would essentially add 2 kidnapping charges against Richard Allen one for each of the girls, Abby Williams and Libby German. The Carroll County prosecutor, Nicholas McLeland, says these charges more accurately reflect what investigators believe may have happened to them more than 7 years ago in February of 2017. Now, we do anticipate that 9 o'clock hearing to be fairly short today, so we will have another update for you coming up today. But like we mentioned, that is just the first of 2 hearings scheduled for today. The second, scheduled for 2 o'clock, is to address those accusations of contempt against Richard Allen's attorneys. That one is expected to be much more detailed. We'll break that down coming up at 6:30.
Okay, blah, 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 blah. Okay, we'll go to Derek Farmer. Look at, you guys, look at him getting the sunlight through my forehead. It's freaking a halo is what it is. But anyways, no. I'm not giving up my 33-year-old husband that's from England with an accent. You kidding? Going on 9 years. Actually, he landed in Canada on Weed Day. Yeah, April 20th. It's coming up. That will be 9 years. We'll be married 9 years, July 11th. Yeah. Anyways, yeah. Don't be jinxing shit. Okay. Thank you for subscribing, Christina Aldero. I'll play the other one that Adam sent me as well. I felt like there was something else I want. Oh, AJ. Do you know who AJ is? She's saying it took her a while to find a YouTube channels that I like and feel like I belong.
Oh, well, we're glad you're here, AJ.
Yeah. Thank you for subscribing, AJ. Thank you for finding your family here in us. I'm not really sure who you are yet, but anyways, it's an orb, Sunny. Absolutely. I miss me some Sunny. Everyone needs a little sun in their life. I get it. Okay. Let's go to News Nation right here. I'll make this bigger. And let's hit play.
Can you take us off screen?
Murdered on a hiking trail near Delphi, Indiana, may finally get some answers. 7 years it's been since their deaths, and today there are 2 hearings in Delphi for Abby Williams and Libby German and the man who is charged in their deaths, Richard Allen. The first hearing has already begun. The second will be this afternoon. News Nation's Alex Capriello is live for us in Delphi, Indiana. He stepped out of the courtroom briefly for an update. Alex, thank you. I know cameras are not allowed, even your cell phone's not allowed in court, but Richard Allen, was he there for this first hearing? And if so, how did he appear?
Yeah, Richard Allen is inside the courtroom. We were told that a transportation order was approved, and sure enough, here he is inside the courtroom, appearing in his orange prison jumpsuit, as well as a bodyproof vest and handcuffs. He's sitting behind his defense team. Obviously, this is one of several hearings that'll happen today, discussing several motions, not just Richard Allen on the stand, but also his attorneys having to answer questions about a contempt of court charge that they currently face. This is one of those rare moments, Marnie, where the accused is not the defendant for the entirety of the day. We're also talking about his defense attorneys. They say that they are going to defend themselves and their actions over the past few months, including the leaking of sensitive evidence, including crime scene photos. Those 2 attorneys have maintained that a representative from their office took cell phone photos of the evidence and shared it with followers on social media without their knowledge. This hearing comes less than a week after the judge set Richard Allen's trial date for May 13th. He's accused of killing 2 teenage girls, Abby Williams and Libby German, more than 7 years ago, arrested in 2022 after the killings resurfaced. A former Indiana prosecutor not tied to this case tells News Nation that the judge has full discretion when it comes to disciplining Allen's attorneys for contempt.
The judge has contempt power, so there is obviously the potential of being found in contempt, and that including incarceration. I don't know whether it would amount to that in this particular case, but there is a wide range of
He's missing in here.
consequences at the judge's disposal when you're dealing with contempt.
Oh, there it is.
And later on today, the judge is also going to hear arguments from the defense about actually scheduling some sort of continuance because they feel like the state is not turning over evidence and discovery in a quick enough fashion. Keep in mind the trial date less than 2 months away. For example, hearing just this morning about this Indiana State Police report that was critical evidence that the defense wants. They said that they were originally granted only 33 pages of this Indiana State Police report. Turns out they were missing an attachment. When the state did turn that over, that 33 pages jumped to 272 pages. So that's a lot of information that the defense wants to be able to comb over so that way they can build the best case possible for their client. They say they just simply don't have enough time. When you think about it, 272 pages, that's a lot of information to go through.
Absolutely. Very likely this thing gets pushed even further. Well, Alex, I head back into court. We'll check with you shortly. Thank you. Thank you for watching.
Thank you for watching. Okay.
Today,
So-
there are 2 hearings in
One sec.
Delphi.
I'll just leave it. There. Hold on a second. I'll come here. Look at this. The sun's coming in, people. It's coming in.
Oh,
It's
yeah.
affecting my. So that guy was missing an
Got it,
ear
too.
on his green screen. You got the whole. Mine's like. I think mine is a halo. I got multiple halos going on here. But anyways, but you see the guy's using his green screen and his one ear is totally missing. The guy that was just speaking, that nerdy guy.
Yeah.
But anyway, it was like I was like, dude, where's your other ear? Okay, so I'm truly gonna go.
You were supposed to do that while the video was playing.
No, I can't because then it will keep playing something else. So then I'd have to run back here because it would go on to play the next video after that.
Okay,
So
well,
that's
hurry
why-
because I don't have much to say.
Shh, don't worry, these fine people that are watching, they have a lot to say, I'm sure. Go
Right.
ahead. Tell us about your problems. We're therapists, by the way, part-time as well. We'll gladly give you free advice, even if it's unwanted or unsolicited. So what is this? So yeah, you know what? At the end there, they're like, yeah, I see this trial kind of maybe getting extended. It wants to be trial, but now we need more time. Yeah. You know what? Adam will answer all those questions. I'll be right back.
Adam doesn't even have any answers to any questions.
Just pretend, Adam.
Will you go already?
No.
She's like, I'm gonna go, and then she never goes. So Jen says, wait, so we want a speedy trial, but now we need more time. Yeah, I mean, if who knows what their strategy is, but you know what? If they need more time, they need more time. I think it's silly. Why file for a speedy trial? Although I get it, it keeps the entire ball in their court because it really limits the prosecution to what types of filings they can make at this point. The prosecution can't really do anything that delays the trial. The defense can. So I get the tactic behind it, but I still think it's a little shady. And then as far as like what that reporter, that was just on News Nation, he came out of the courthouse and she's like, oh, he just stopped out here to give us an update. Did he give an update? Because all I really heard him say was, there was a hearing this morning and he didn't really say anything that he'd heard so far. So I was like, do better, News Nation. And then they just inserted the, that pre-interview that they done with that other person that was missing an ear. So I would expect, though, their morning break should be any time. Farmer says, I just woke up. Why does it feel like the morning after the election in November 2016? Well, I guess it depends on which side you were rooting for. Sleuthy Goose Goosey says, Nick shouldn't be waiting to provide things from the first month of the investigation. Newwood said, I don't think they are saying they need more time. They just need additional funding so that they can hire expert witnesses, extra help. Right. Well, and I mean, they need their pay from the last 6 months. Oh, you're right. Yeah, Marissa, he did say Richard Allen is in court, which we knew that because they issued it, that they issued the transport order. And it's funny because I don't know if they're doing the contempt thing this morning or this afternoon. We've heard both, but I'm just picturing Richard Allen sitting there, like, listening to all of this stuff. And he's probably like, what's going on? Nature and Karma Lover said they have spent over $2 million already. Do you think every defendant gets that? No. But, you know, I'm not an attorney, and I'm, you know, and I don't give out the state funding for attorneys, so I don't know. I mean, I know that the average cost of prosecuting a capital murder case is, I believe it is $2 million. But as far as the defense, I don't know what the statistics are for that. News Nation was great with the UAP coverage. What's UAP? They need to be given 35 pages out of 270. Farmer says, I wasn't a Republican then. Nature Karma Lover says they better watch their papers so Rick doesn't eat them. They haven't been given to, yeah, no, I mean, yeah, the state, I mean, defense was not given $2 million. And he's asked for more. Support with stuff says Baldwin and Rossi can't pay the rent and about to be evicted because Fran is holding their allowances. Yeah. Roby says they haven't spent $2 million on Allen yet. Yeah, I mean, did I say that? Because no, the prosecution is the one that, you know, it costs $2 million to prosecute a case, capital murder on average. But I'm not sure how much a defense it normally costs for to mount a defense. And I think I'm caught up to chat. So I'm just going to look for an update really quick. Talk amongst yourselves.
Murdered on a hiking trail near Delphi, Indiana, may finally get some answers. 7 years it's been since their deaths, and today there are two hearings in Delphi for Abby Williams and Libby German and the man who is charged in their deaths, Richard Allen. The first hearing has already begun. The second will be this afternoon. News Nation's Alex Capriello is live for us in Delphi, Indiana. He stepped out of the courtroom briefly for an update. Alex, thank you. I know cameras are not allowed, even your cell phone's not allowed in court, but Richard Allen, was he there for this first hearing? And if so, how did he appear?
Yeah, Richard Allen is inside the courtroom. We were told that a transportation order was approved, and sure enough, here he is inside the courtroom, appearing in his orange prison jumpsuit, as well as a bodyproof vest and handcuffs. He's sitting behind his defense team. Obviously, this is one of several hearings that'll happen today, discussing several motions, not just Richard Allen on the stand, but also his attorneys having to answer questions about a contempt of court charge that they currently face. This is one of those rare moments, Marnie, where the accused is not the defendant for the entirety of the day. We're also talking about his defense attorneys. They say that they are going to defend themselves and their actions over the past few months, including the leaking of sensitive evidence, including crime scene photos. Those two attorneys have maintained that a representative from their office took cell phone photos of the evidence and shared it with followers on social media without their knowledge. This hearing comes less than a week after the judge set Richard Allen's trial date for May 13th. He's accused of killing two teenage girls, Abby Williams and Libby German, more than 7 years ago, arrested in 2022 after the killings resurfaced. A former Indiana prosecutor not tied to this case tells News Nation that the judge has full discretion when it comes to disciplining Allen's attorneys for contempt.
the judge has contempt power, so there is obviously the potential of being found in contempt, and that including incarceration. I don't know whether it would amount to that in this particular case, but there is a wide range of consequences at the judge's disposal when you're dealing with contempt.
And later on today, the judge is also going to hear arguments from the defense about actually scheduling some sort of continuance because they feel like the state is not turning over evidence and discovery in a quick enough fashion. Keep in mind the trial date less than 2 months away. For example, hearing just this morning about this Indiana State Police report that was critical evidence that the defense wants. They said that they were originally granted only 33 pages of this Indiana State Police report. Turns out they were missing an attachment. When the state did turn that over, that 33 pages jumped to 272 pages. So that's a lot of information that the defense wants to be able to comb over so that way they can build the best case possible for their client. They say they just simply don't have enough time. When you think about it, 272 pages, that's a lot of information to go through.
Absolutely. Very likely this thing gets pushed even further. Well, Alex, I head back into court. We'll check with you shortly. Thank you. Thank you for watching. Go to newsnationnow.com. Williams and Libby.
Still eating toast here, buddy.
Okay, sorry. I was trying to see if I could get anything.
Yeah, I mean, it really sucks. I know it'd be nice to be able to watch this all unfold, but yeah, I need to write stuff of that guy. He was cute until he spoke. Talked like a typical book nerd. Like yeah. Serious sports stuff. If Rick walks away from this case goes colder than Nicole Simpson's case. Yeah, I'm probably right about that, to be honest with you. They can bring it. Right. They can bring it at any time here in Indiana. 5 months pay. Talking about the 51,000. Yeah, it was 51,000 something dollars. Nobody outside of the parties to the case have seen the evidence. There's no way to rationally say there's no doubt that he is the murderer at this point.
Wait, absolutely nobody outside the break. I've seen the evidence. Yeah, I agree, Ariel.
Yeah. Right.
It's not cold. We know who the murderer is.
The news lady is sleeping.
I
If you go that way, huh?
I said, I wonder what Deb's doing today.
Deb does Dallas. What do you think Deb does?
Like, where's Deb? You don't hear Deb.
I don't know. We don't see her too often anymore. She's probably doing her own stuff.
Probably.
Yeah. Who's Deb again? I think we find it. She's probably in Frank Meister's chat. Actually, yeah, she probably is, actually.
Look at Stefan. I don't know who the murderers are because I haven't seen any evidence yet. You're right, Stefan. We have not. We just know that there's been someone arrested for the murders.
Correct.
And I guess at some point today they'll probably have amended additional charges.
Yeah.
You'll look to see if anything's Nature and Karma Lover says, what do people here think about Alan having partners in the crime? Will we hear about this in trial? I believe he did walk the girls to an accomplice waiting near the graveyard.
Where do you see the comment? Oh, there.
Nature and Karma Lover. My personal opinion is I think that if there were other actors involved that the state could prove or that were involved, I think there would have been charges already for them. Since Alan got arrested, I have pretty much felt like this was a lone wolf thing, but with new evidence, my opinion always can change. So at this point, and for the last year or so, I've pretty much been certain in my mind that it's, that whoever committed this murder acted alone. But hey, if new information comes out, my opinion could change. I've not seen any new information though.
I feel ya. Farmer knows what I was talking about. You guys all remember that, right? Deb Does Dallas.
Before
Yeah,
my time.
Yeah, porno movie. Mm. That's why I like it. Well, I can use that on her. Deb Does Dallas. Where's Deb? Deb Does Dallas. Famous one back in the day. Per our Constitution, RA is innocent until proven guilty in court of law. Please don't forget our God-given rights and condemn someone. Well, you see, that's the thing, though, Barbie, is that pretty much it works in reverse. Pretty much, it's kind of like someone's guilty until they're proven innocent. Really, like, I mean, those words seem to mean nothing.
Right, and we're not condemning anyone, but I mean, I think Sunny and I both are pretty even keeled as far as we just want to see the right person brought to justice, and if that's Richard Allen, then I hope he's brought to justice. But people are also entitled to their opinion. If they believe that someone's innocent or guilty, they're allowed to speculate and discuss it.
Yeah.
Because the person condemning or judging him is not on this live stream right now and is not in this chat.
Oh, by the way, look at
you now.
I got 10 halos, but look at I'm powered by my unicorn mug cup.
One thing I don't envy the people that are going to be on this jury.
Yeah, I can't be like, this would be too annoying for people to look at. Goodbye. There we go.
Yeah, I've got the halo right now too.
Yeah, but mine was looking so much more like about 5 halos going up. It could be the blind screen or the blinds there, but pretty sure it's like halo. Yeah. Okay. See, there she is. I like how Laura was her representative and said, Deb will be making her entrance in a moment. Please.
Hey, Deb.
I know, Deb. We just had to say your name and say that, Deb, just so that you would actually come in here and make that comment, to be honest with you. Mm-hmm.
She probably gets a Google alert every time someone says Deb Does Dallas.
Yeah, that's what you heard. Deb's just here.
Nature and Karma Lover says, I have to say both. Oh, thank you very much, Nature, Karma Lover. Civil, polite, intelligent, I've seen. Thank you. That means a lot.
I got to go on camera for that one. 5 halos and all. Appreciate that. Thank you. It's not how everybody feels, but we don't care about everybody. We just care about the people that actually say stuff like that. We were literally Facebook messaging. Okay.
Nathan thinks it's an open and shut case for sure. Absolutely. Everything points to Allen in Nathan's opinion. And then Support with Steffa says, I'm still 2 years behind. Stuck on Kurtz and the judge. Steffa got lost in the trees about a year ago, and she's not found her way out.
And that's just it. We don't know all the information yet. So we can, honestly, it's one of those things, you guys, there's going to be a lot of stuff that's going to come out that everyone's mouths are going to drop or this or that and the other. I really want this trial to be live so badly. Like, seriously, I will sell all 5 of my bodies to the devil if I have to, if they would just do this live, because I want to see Rosie and Baldwin in play. I want to see McClelland in play. I want to watch every droplet of this trial. And I'm going to be so internally upset if honestly, if we don't get to, because it's just not the same. Like, it's not even close to the same. Like, do you know what I mean? Like this is like watching like the best Oscar movie type of thing in a sense, right? That you
or the worst.
Or the worst, whatever. But at the end of the day, it's going to come down to evidence, and we don't know all the evidence. And like I said, if Richard Allen is found guilty, so be it by the jurors. If there's not enough evidence to prove his guilt, I mean, that's just the way life goes, right? If I mean, again, this is like you got one shot, at the pot, basically. So, to me, they better have some, smoking. Like, basically, they better have that beyond a reasonable doubt, get 12 jurors to believe that he's the one that did it, if in fact he is, which I believe he is. It's just a matter of how will it go in court.
Hey, Sonny, look who's here.
Oh, I'm still waiting for my apology. Mr. Shamrock, considering it was your live yesterday that we were doing. And then you looked at your messages. Just calling you out, calling a spade on this one. I just need to hear, I'm sorry, Sonny, that I didn't show up for the live that I wanted to do on your guys' channel. Give me a good excuse, like you were drinking and you just barely like looked at my text and stuff like that. Just give me an excuse. Give me a reason. You can't just walk in here going, howdy, y'all. You gotta say, oh, I'm so sorry, Sonny, everybody, that I didn't show up the live that I wanted to do. Anyways, we YOLO'd it. And then we did a live stream on Riley. I consider going to trial if it isn't televised. Oh, that I know. Wait,
I plan
Adam,
on being there.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, right? We need boots on the ground.
Right.
Right, Charmaine? I think it's important to not think they have.
Tell Deb to get her basement ready for me.
Yeah. Deb, get your basement ready. Right, but that's the means we don't know.
Right.
Okay, sorry.
We do know that the prosecution is alleging that they have a matched unspent round to a gun from Rich Allen's home. They have apparently the state thinks that they have digital data connecting him to the crime, and they believe that they have an alleged admission of guilt because the defense is conceding that they want all of those things thrown out. So we know that the prosecution at least thinks those are three important pieces of evidence that they believe they have. The defense doesn't want them admitted. So that'll be interesting to watch play out.
I'm going. My friend said for me to wear a spy cam. Susie, I have 2 lives, Twitter and Discord, going all at once. Marissa and Nathan, what the whole point is trial people being on a jury, people see things different ways. Absolutely. Right. Guess I get no apology. Not so far, other than a rumor of being a bomb being dropped today. Rumor. So who knows? Susie. Even if no additional evidence is presented, it's enough to weigh beyond a reasonable doubt. The digital evidence comes from his home, maybe.
Well, I'm curious about that, because was it the Frank's memorandum where they say that there is no digital evidence connecting Richard Allen to the crime scene or the girls? So, unless the digital evidence is simply the Hoosier Harvest Store camera footage or any other camera footage that they may have him on that they haven't released, it doesn't necessarily mean like cell phone data or anything. It could literally just be it could even be the video Libby took on the bridge. Maybe they're trying to get that thrown out. Sunny, are you talking?
Oh, I'm muted and I was typing to Sherman.
Oh, okay. I didn't know if you were talking and muted.
Just go ahead, Adam. Just pull up questions and for a second.
Ariel says, Nathan, so if someone comes forward and says, hey, that's actually me on the bridge, not Ariel, that doesn't create reasonable doubt? Well, yeah, Ariel, it would at least warrant being looked into. But as far as the felony murder charge, all the they have to do is prove beyond a reasonable doubt that that's Richard Allen on the bridge and that he forced them down the hill. Because then they have him guilty of kidnapping, which resulted in their death. So I mean, maybe the defense wants Libby's video thrown out.
Adam, look at Messenger for a sec. Hi, Jaded Empath. Did I miss the bomb? I literally rolled over and turned on the show.
I absolutely believe they found tons of digital and material proof. They may have. Nathan says the same people that think Allen should be freed are the same people that think Kelsey is an axe murderer. I don't know how anyone would think that about Kelsey, but sadly, there's some horrible people out in this world. Yeah, I'm just gonna look to see if there's any updates.
It does kind of suck, that we don't really get any tweets out. So we're gonna have to wait for like the first couple hearings, and then I think that they had it backwards, didn't they, Adam? Like meaning how it was put out.
Well, I mean, I've heard news reports say both ways now. We heard it originally that it was the contempt hearing and the amended charges were this morning, and the motion to dismiss was this afternoon. And then other news organizations have said the opposite. So we don't really know.
Yeah. But, typically, we'll see some tweets by Rick Nye and different things.
There's been nothing other than that News Nation reporter that came out and said, Richard Allen's here.
No, did you, Laura? Did anyone see how big the line was? How many people got in? No, I don't know. Like, not unless, like, Frank or somebody posted a picture of that. I don't know. Well, exactly. And the time will come. Hi, Cultures. Hi, Mel. Boone should have charged
Mel.
Murder and a separate charge of kidnapping instead of murder 2 from the beginning. Probably. My person got in line at 7:30 and made it in. That's not too bad.
Where'd you say that? What?
Oh, Laura's saying that my person got in line at 7:30.
Yeah, I know. When the last I talked to someone that was in line, it was like 7:45 when they had to go take their phone and put it in the hotel. But they said there were about 45 people in line at that time. Yeah, you could pull up that picture if you want that I sent you earlier this morning from the line.
Oh, did you send me one?
Yeah.
Oh.
It was at I think it was at 6:30. We can play who's who of the people in line.
My bad. Oh, I can see Kevin Greenlee.
Oh yeah.
Oh, I can see Bob Motta. Who else? Anyways, let me pull it up. It's not a huge line that we're looking at there.
No, this, like I said, this was really early. This was at 6:30.
Yeah. Okay. One sec, guys. Just got to put it up into the. Oh, take your sweet time. There we go. Come on now. Let's go. Come on, picture. There we go. Okay, present, share screen. There we go. So I can see Bob Motta. I can see, is that Randy?
Okay, so for some reason I thought Bob Motta was taller than that.
Yeah, I did too, actually.
But then someone said he's 5'6".
Is that it?
Right, but I do like his boots. I don't know if you can zoom in on him or not, but he's got paisley blue boots on.
I just want to know what the fuck this is right here.
I think that's
Oh,
Jinx.
I was gonna say, is that Jinx? She looks like
Yeah, it was really cold this morning. It's really
Looks like-
cold, so I think they just have their hood up.
yeah, because right here it looks like like it reminds me of like a freaking like Scream type thing going on. But I was gonna say that's probably Jinx. Wait, there's Barbara McDonald. I
Yeah.
thought that was a man at first. That's Barbara McDonald right there. Greenlee. I'm not sure who these people are.
Yeah. There's Randy Gravett.
Yeah, right there. I'm not sure who that is.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Little Jinx. She looks like she's ready to
She's so little.
stew that pot. Let's see. Bob Motta's father is pretty short. Yeah. Well, you should say,
Okay.
when you see some, and I would have thought that he was probably about 6 foot, to be honest. Yeah. Greenlee is the easiest to spot. The hair ain't. Hey, Greeno. Looks cold as fuck. It's nice, bright and sunny, and 4 degrees at the moment.
Yeah, Princess Buttercup says it's snowing now in Indiana.
Oh, sucks to be you guys over there.
You never zoomed in on Bob's shoes.
Oh, on his shoes?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Let me go to the picture. Oh, it's not letting me go there. I can't do it that way.
Well, he's got some pretty fashionable shoes. I actually like them a lot. They're like a blue paisley.
Oh, they're hard to make out though.
Dress boot, yeah.
Oh, okay. I get it. I get what you're throwing down at me. How about what he's wearing? I can picture those. Because my ex-employer that I was with for Great Glasses, like the family would wear the funkiest boots. Just it was like looking at Italian type of designs, paisley things going on. Never really seen men wear those type of boots until I met that family, and it's like they live for their wardrobe on boots, I swear. Anyways, they had a bunch of funky footwear, nothing that I had ever personally seen on people before, so I kind of get what you're saying there. Good morning. Yeah, that's Randy. He's in the big yellow not sure if that's a Carhartt jacket or what, but that's Randy, yeah. And that was at 6:30.
Yeah, I think so. It was really early.
Mm-hmm. Who's that in the Powerpuff flower thing? This thing right here.
That's Bob Motta.
No, my other mouse. This thing brings up 2 mouses right here.
Oh, I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm from Vancouver, Canada, and Aspen is from North Carolina. Sees through. Greenlee definitely doesn't comb his hair, and yes, either uses the balloon or the car. Okay. The lady in tan with floral must be freezing. Again, if I don't know what the temperature is over there. Yeah. I don't, sorry, Travis, but I don't understand how you're the one that wanted us to do a live yesterday. You're the one that actually asked us to do it. And I just wanted a simple apology. So you didn't miss the notice because you looked at my 2 messages. Clearly on the phone it says read. And then you looked at the other one later. So all I want is an apology for something that you said that you wanted to do. That's all I wanted, was just simply an apology, because you're the one that wanted that live yesterday. Who had the fab socks in the first row at quote, hi Kate. Everyone's all bundled up. Yes, we did decide it on Friday, Charmaine. That's exactly my point. It wasn't our idea. It was Travis's idea to do the live. and that he was going to be there. It went fine. We did it, and we did another live. All is good, but I just think that when somebody plans something and they look at a message and still ignore it and don't apologize for it, that they should. Sunny, the rescue all dogs in the floral skirt. Temperature in low 20s this morning. Left to hunt, 31 degrees and spitting. So that's what in 31 degrees in Celsius.
Oh, thanks, Deb. Deb said that's rescue all the dogs in the floral skirt.
Oh, okay. Is that who that is?
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, like, well, I'm sure Rick Snays he's part of a witness, right?
Yeah, so I don't think the witnesses they don't have to stand in line like this. So, like, I know that like I think like Julie Melvin and the Skip and I assume with Rick Snay, I'm sure they were probably told what time to show up, and they don't, they'll be brought in separately. Because I don't believe they can sit in the courtroom before they're called. I think once they've given testimony, they can stay in the courtroom, but I think they have to stay out in the hall until they come in and give their testimony. So it doesn't like prejudice what the next one's going to say. Does that make sense? Sonny, you weren't listening.
No, what did you say?
So my understanding is that when a witness, they have to stay out in the hall, and then they can come in and give their testimony, and then they can stay in the courtroom. But in order to not prejudice what one witness is going to say versus another, they don't want them to hear the other witness's testimony before they give theirs.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Well, I know I'm listening. Hey, I was listening.
There is security, and there is security apparently on hand today.
Yeah. Charmaine was making me laugh at her comment to you in Messenger.
Oh, I didn't have it open.
No, I do though. Sorry,
I think Charmaine, but I do think Charmaine's really funny.
Yeah. I agree. I concur. She didn't make us say that at all. Rick Snay said on his live he was told to get there at 8:30. Hi, Grandma Soras. Yeah, they stay in the hall and they have to leave because, yeah, exactly. Italian and most as hot as wife. Be still my beating heart. My cuz works at the courthouse. They have to even hire news since all of this. See, the sun's beaming right at me from my window. So sorry if you guys live in Indiana and have cold weather, because yesterday was like 21 here. 21 would probably be like let's see. Hold on. What's 21 Celsius? You guys really need to convert this stuff. Fahrenheit. Okay. Wait, right? You can't even tell me what the thing is?
What are you saying? Oh,
I'm talking to stupid YouTube, to be honest with you.
Oh.
It's just like, because normally when I say to Siri, hey Siri, what is 21 degrees Celsius in Fahrenheit? Oh, wait.
Okay, I found this on the web.
See?
Hey Siri, what is 21 degrees Celsius?
This is my problem with Siri lately. Normally she'd tell me what it converted to. Now she says, hey, guess what I found on the internet? Why don't you check it out? No, I'm saying, hey Siri, so you can tell me without me having just to freaking look it up. Because I hate that I got to try to figure out what 21 degrees. And so when I put it in Google, it like starts giving me videos. Oh, here, maybe I should do this. Oh, so that's 69.8. So yesterday we had 69.8 degree weather in Fahrenheit. And you're saying that it's 4 Fahrenheit? Okay, 4. Where'd you guys go so wrong that you guys don't use the same as us, huh? So that's 4. Did you say it was 4 Fahrenheit?
No,
Somebody?
it's not 4 Fahrenheit.
Oh, what was it then?
It was in the 20s this morning. I don't know what it is right now. What's
I
the
don't know.
temperature in Fort Wayne, Indiana?
All I know is it's sunny
It's
and
30
warm.
degrees. It's 30 degrees right now in Fort Wayne.
It's something like that. I'm not sure if it's quite. Maybe it's 2.5. I know it's.
Well,
Definitely 2.
The year freezing is 0, and our freezing is 32 degrees. So it's 2 degrees below freezing in Fort Wayne right now.
Ah. Okay, Cherez. Judge courtroom decorum order said it was supposed to start at 9 a.m. and nobody would be allowed in until the second session after 1 p.m. So I'm assuming if you leave, you aren't allowed back in. Somebody has to go to the bathroom at some point, though.
Right. Well, and the News Nation reporter came out and he went back in.
Yeah.
According to him.
Yeah. Thank you. SK 70 degrees. Yeah. Good point. That's why we're tweeting.
Yeah.
It was in the 70s all weekend here in Seattle.
Oh, beautiful.
Hey, don't forget to sub to Aspen's channel. When he puts out a video again, you'll be the next to know. Well, he's trying. Oh, which reminds me. So, Greeno, I watched most of that video you sent me. And I want to say this. Remember that one that you had Rick Snade beacon off to people on? The one that you sent me? Greeno has exceptional talents when it comes to making videos. He really, truly does. A little cheesy at certain points on some of the stuff when you were talking there. But really good video, Greeno. Actually, Greeno, to be honest with you, you know what he reminds me of a little bit? He's one of those people that you would put for, like, what's that National Geographic guy when they're talking? He would do great at doing those movies things, when it's those intros. You know how there's those voices that people use all the time of certain people? Greeno has that voice that you would literally stick at the start of a movie, a trailer type thing.
Hello, YouTube.
Yep.
Facebook.
Well, again,
Instagram,
if you
TikTok.
just got to last. Hey, that sounded pretty good. That sounded pretty good, Greeno, didn't it? Yeah, that's nice. Proud of you, Boo. Lips. But no, he does have great. I mean, honestly, there's sometimes I want to go like, hey, Greeno, go ahead, make me my videos. But yeah, so besides some of the cheese in it, you know what I mean? Other than that, like I said, they're really good videos. Whoa, Aspen, great job. He did do a good job there, didn't he? I almost believed you. I would have said, hey, Greeno, I didn't realize you made it on the live.
Yeah, I'm going to use the restroom. I'll be right back.
Okay. Yeah, he could stream on his channel. He never thinks to do it. And I'm not going to lie, Diana. I never think to do it either.
I don't like to stream by myself, clearly.
No, she's talking about double streaming, like meaning when you come in here, stream it to your channel as well. Why do we need the competition, though, right?
Right.
Well, you're welcome so much. Anyways, if you guys haven't hit that like button, and thank you, mods, for all that you do, of course. Thank you for dropping links when you can, or just saying thank you when people had made donations, or thanking them or welcoming them into the It's a Crime and Shame channel and stuff like that. See, I got no problem. I mean, I like people and I can do one myself. I don't actually care. For me, I like, some people need someone because it just makes them feel more comfortable. I don't, I've always been that way though. Like, my twin sister would be that person that would probably like make me do it. Charmaine, remember, for 16 months. Rickroll me, please. You're welcome. That was, thank you, Charmaine. I needed to hear that. Greeno would be a great for Forensic Files. Well, basically one of those, like, is a do-over voice. Actually, Jeff H as well has one of those voices. You can't always tell. Oh, and then she decides to gift as well. Nice, nice, nice. Let's see who got those gifted. 5 memberships by Charmaine. I'm not there yet. Well, you just got, there's just a little bit, you just got to work on, take out the cheese, and then you're there. Okay, so let's say who got that. Sorry, Charmaine, I'm waiting for it to scroll all the way down. Okay, let me tell you this. Ariel, you were gifted a membership. True Crime Investigates, you were gifted a membership. Marissa, you were gifted a membership. Nature and Karma Lover, you were gifted a membership. And finally, Unindicted Co-Conspirator, you were gifted a membership. There you go. I think that the person there that probably feels the most blessed is Anthony Greeno. Yeah, Charmaine is too kind when it comes to memberships. She pretty much feeds the payroll, to be honest with you. When it comes to memberships. Mark did a membership today for somebody, and that Melissa got that one. So thanks, Mark, again for that. And congratulations to all you people that got a membership.
Thank you, Charmaine. Love to Hunt. I think they found Carson Hughes' body.
Yeah, they found his body yesterday. Love to Hunt. Yeah. So sadly, he was found in the water. But yeah, so again, we said that actually at the start of this live. So if you didn't know, thank you. Rick Astley sounds hoarse. I love my Rick Astley. Leave him alone, farmer. Yeah. As long as he's hung like a horse. That's the difference there, farmer. Okay. Hi, Lizette. How are you? Yes, Charmaine is a gem. Or she's a diamond in the rough. What do you think? Yeah, Charmaine, so generous and kind. Thanks. Thanks, the last one. I'd desert you in a second. Don't forget that. Okay? Especially you, Adam.
I would never.
Oh, you're going to use that clip in your ring.
And Sunny, I haven't watched it. There was a Fox 59 video from like an hour or two ago that I sent. It was from Twitter, but it's the link to the video.
Oh, but Fox 59 always strikes.
Oh, do they copy?
Always. Fox 59 does.
Even if it's from Twitter?
Oh, if it's yes, they'll still claim it as their content.
Okay.
Fox 59. Fox 59 is the exact Fox I stay away from because they are really bad at
that means they'll be the only ones doing updates.
You know what? But you know what? Let's do it. Let's do it because
I doubt they said any. I think it's like I don't think it has anything to do with like anything that's like I don't think there's any updates in it. So I wouldn't even take the chance.
Oh, okay.
I think it was just kind of an overview of the hearings, what was going to happen and stuff.
Oh, so same stuff that we've already heard. Okay.
Probably.
Yeah. I gifted only because of my love for Rickroll. That's a lie right there, Charmaine. Your first love is Sunny, then Aspen, and then Rickroll. Let's get your priorities straight, woman. All right. I still need to talk to her about her hot date yesterday. She went to a theater at West Edmonton Mall, and it was Top Gun. And I want to know what happened after that. And I want to know what happened at night, and I want to know what happened in the morning. I want to know everything. I want to know all about it, Charmaine. But yesterday was too busy. Today's busy. I don't know, Sunny. Horses are happy, let alone the brand that holds them. You haven't missed it. No, you haven't missed anything yet. We read documents. Actually, Adam, do you just want to do me a favor for anyone coming in? Can you just do a quick recap of what we kind of talked about today?
we've been, talking about the hearing that's taking place right now, anxiously awaiting any update or anything from court. I hate that no one had their phone or anything in there, so I wanted people to be live tweeting. But luckily, since we've had all this time to kill this morning, there were 5 documents that hit the docket this morning. One of them was a state's notice of submission of supplemental witnesses, exhibit list to the defense. That was by the state. The state issued a response to the defendant's motion to compel and request for sanctions. The state's motion to enter a protective order for the evidence gathered from the Indiana Department of Corrections. There was a motion from Richard Allen for Party and Resources to reconsider the denial of anticipated defense cost or to exclude evidence. That was a 17-page one that took forever to read. And then there was the amended motion to compel and request for sanctions.
Sorry there. Yeah, you got live tweets from Jinx. Yeah, we have somebody there as well, and I know Frank. Yeah, everyone has their people, eh? That's the beauty of again, creators in that when they're working together. And we're gonna build an army across the United States, aren't we, Adam? We're gonna have boots on the ground. By the year 2050, we should have everything in place. Something like that.
I mean, I think we're halfway there now.
Yeah, maybe we should use them once in a while, eh? But yeah, I don't think there was foul play at all. But we don't know. Like, I don't know that they wouldn't have released that yet if there was. I'm wondering if he was wearing waders and he basically got drowned by his boots.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
I'll be curious about that, to be honest with you. But regardless, fine looking lad, that Carson Hughes there, great photographer. I'm sure that the whole community there is deeply saddened since he had quite the social media presence and stuff like that as well. Just very sad, very sad. I knew we should have got Deb those spy glasses. Imagine going into court with the glasses on it. Nothing to see here. I spent 2 days being pampered, stuff. I know, I want to hear all about it. It was a good week and very respectful. I felt admired, put it that way. Admired and desired, put it that way. I'll speak for you, Charmaine. Don't worry, I got you. Good for you, Charmaine. Yeah, she deserves it. Absolutely. If I could clone my husband for the most part, well, I'd take away his attitude first and foremost, and then I'd clone him. Yeah. But and Canada. Wait, what was that added on to? Go Canada, go. How does Jinx have her phone? Oh, okay. Gotcha. How does Jinx have her phone? The phone Nazi basically did strip searches. Maybe she said...
Oh, Jinx is not... I think I heard Frank say that she was staying outside of the courthouse. So she was going to, like, I guess, kind of be their outside correspondent so that, Frank can get to his phone or whatever pretty quick when they get out of there.
Yeah, that seems so boring. Give me inside.
Right.
I want to see what's going on. Steph, shouldn't you be in a hearing? This kind of show that informs, and if you got them, will make you spit your false teeth out across the room. This is... Go ahead. Do tell about your false teeth there, farmer. Poor Jinx. She's got to be freezing. Yeah, well, she looks like she's well dressed there. Doesn't she look like Scream, though? Like, she looks like a witch is about to brew their pot over there. It looks like it's just the way it's looking right here.
Local news will be on in over 50. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I know WTHR has a reporter there.
In the US, yeah.
So does Fox 59. And I assume Wish does as well.
Yeah. Ivy, you missed everything and everything. You want to come join us, Ivy? You bored? Charmaine's working. She didn't even bother to take the day off. She's like, fuck it. I'm just going to go to work. I would have thought she would have took the day off, to be honest. But anyways, Ivy, if you're bored, I'd sent you the link. I think I sent you the link. Yeah, I sent you the link. Ivy's like, no, I've had enough of you from last night. Baldwin for jail. Trooper's wife, bathtub murder trial. Huh. I haven't been paying attention to that one, but I'm sure it sounds interesting. It's a trooper that's being charged with killing his wife in the bathtub, apparently. Local news will be on in just 15 minutes. They have a reporter there, so hopefully an update for the first hearing. Yeah, looking forward to today's events and what unfolds, to be honest with you. See what happens. Good morning. Well, yeah, it's not even afternoon Eastern time. Somebody tell those people lickety split. It's seasonal. It doesn't open till spring. What a pretty flower. She's she's inside the courthouse, just not in the room itself. Yeah, she's probably eavesdropping with like freaking a little cup there against the thing. Oh, there's Ivy. Yay. Oh, hold on. Gotta turn the volume down. Hey, Ivy.
Hello, how are you guys?
Living the dream now that you're here. We're a lot better. Thank you.
Now we're ready for the updates.
Yeah.
I mean, they should be coming, right? Unless Gull has just held the entire courtroom in contempt and they've all been jailed.
Right.
Or at least all had their phones destroyed.
Right. Well, they couldn't bring them in, so I think the phones are safe. But good luck getting back to them.
Oh, did they like do something to make sure everybody didn't bring a phone?
Yeah, no electronic devices were allowed inside the courtroom or courthouse at all. So everyone had to go bring their phones and Apple Watches, everything like that, had to be left in vehicles.
I don't know. I have, my feelings about like access to court and whatnot. Like, it bothers me that I get that nobody wants any interruptions, obviously. But at the same time, why is it such a big deal if the public, like, if there ends up being a recording and the public finds out what was said? Like, that, I don't know. Rubs me the wrong way.
Mm-hmm. Oh, Ivy? What rubs you the wrong way?
The fact that they are going to such lengths to make sure that no recording happens.
Oh, yeah.
Well, I think part of it is that every time, there have been multiple times or hearings now that people have abused it and been caught, with recording things. So,
well, in my opinion, every courtroom should have a camera that they operate themselves, like the Supreme Court.
I agree. Sorry.
Yeah.
But I mean, they could allow people to do audio.
Right.
And I guess a phone, you could, surely nobody in the middle of court would I guess there's before court. It was a news station that, I forget what they did last time.
Mm-hmm.
What happened last time? I can't remember.
I heard that, someone started, the news started recording before they were supposed to. And then I also heard that.
Sorry.
I also heard that one of the attorneys inside the well was actually recorded something. So I don't know.
I heard the same thing about the news recording too soon, but that doesn't make sense to me because they were supposed to start however many minutes beforehand. But if it was late, you wouldn't know that beforehand.
Right.
I feel like she was just pissed because I don't know.
I do feel like the public is being punished because of the, I don't know.
I feel like Judge Gall just, like I said, does what she wants, when she wants, how she wants.
Especially since she had the pilot program for cameras. Yeah. So it's not like she has a history of being against cameras forever.
Right. Exactly. So I don't know. I almost wish she's pissing me off, give somebody else that likes cameras, get her freaking off the bench there. Now she's pissing me off.
Did you guys read the
Yeah.
documents? I've
Yeah.
skimmed some so far. I think I've got 2 more I need to save. I will say that I'm only, how many pages is this? When I popped in, I was reading the one about money, and I was only like 3 pages in. It looks pretty
Well,
long.
that one's boring. Don't even read that all. It's just all about money, 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 money.
I think that, I don't know. That's another thing that I'm like, why are people not getting paid?
Well, that's just it, right? Most of it was about that. Most of it was about the untimely payment, and that they're having to use their personal money to pay for these. So basically, it was 17 pages of that, pretty much, and then they brought in the bullet about needing expert witnesses for the bullet, the digital data, whatever
That's
else.
To me, that's a big deal if it's true that they are being denied money for like resources for experts and whatnot.
Absolutely, I agree.
The state does have those resources, and that's not fair.
And
right. Well, they're not, and they're not. No one's. They're not saying they're being denied. They're just saying that they're going to have to pay up front. For them, and then get reimbursed later. Which
or they have
my
Imagine
understanding
waiting
is
6 months to get paid, not only to get paid for the work you've done, but then to also pay out of your pocket to pay other coworkers who haven't been paid. That's crazy.
Hey, they were prepared to do this pro bono all along.
No.
Everyone deserves to get paid. I'm not saying that, but I think there's a lot of embellishment in that document.
The judge came unglued. Mark in Indy says, years ago when I worked for a radio station, I was covering a trial for our news department. A reporter from the newspaper's camera accidentally took a photo, and the judge became unglued. I could see Fran Gull doing that.
Perhaps. From following cases, I feel like 2 of the things that would make a huge difference, a positive difference in my opinion, across the country is having cameras like there were in the Supreme Court. So anybody can like go on their website and watch it, almost like C-SPAN in a way. And then also there, like back in the day before the internet and all of that stuff, the court clerk had to keep up with, all the filings and all the paper, and they had to go through and they had to make copies and send it to people. But because of like cloud and the internet and all the great technology we have now, it would be like nothing to make a system where the public doesn't have to request anything. It's already there, and you can just get on and look at the things that are public. And I think that those 2 things, like across the country, would make things so much better and so much more transparent, which is probably not something that they want to do in the first place, but should be done, in my opinion. I have all sorts of opinions this morning. I haven't taken my ADHD medicine. I don't have a filter.
Okay, sweet. Ivy's on.
I should probably take some before we get.
Taking your what medicine?
I haven't taken my ADHD medicine, so I don't have a filter as much, which could be problematic once we get updates. I haven't even had my breakfast.
Okay. I know during this live, I would have made some toast and some coffee. Okay, so what does this say here? So if you need to, Ivy, go ahead and do that if you want. And then it's up to you. Just whenever you want to do something.
Right now, I can't move until he moves.
Mine was meowing. Yeah, mine was meowing all morning. So this says both counts of murders were approved, but both counts of kidnapping were dismissed by the judge in Monday's first hearing. McClelland said the added charges more accurately aligns that the charging information with the causes discovery and the probable cause affidavit. Thank you, Charmaine, for sending that.
I did kind of wonder, like, why would you do the kidnapping and the murder if you already had the felony murder?
Okay, so News Nation reporters, Ben, you know I love you, buddy. Ben, if
Go
you
to
see
the
any,
spotter.
if you see anything to drop for any news,
Sonny, I just put a News Nation video in our chat.
did you? Okay. Let's see what this says. It's 5 minutes. Okay. Oh my God. I literally clicked mute 5 times on it, or to start, or stop, I should say, and it kept playing. Okay, so let's do that. Share screen. And let's do this. 5 minutes and 30 seconds, guys.
Indiana, who were brutally murdered on a hiking trail near Delphi, may finally get some answers. It's been 7 years since these best friends were killed, and today there are going to be 2 hearings in the Delphi murders case of Abby Williams and Libby German. The first hearing is in relation to the leak of crime scene photographs, and the second is on a defense motion to dismiss for destruction of evidence. The suspect in the case is Richard Allen. He is expected in court today. This will be his first courtroom appearance, so significant as well. Joining me now, Karen Conti, trial attorney and author of the new book, Killing Time with John Wayne Gacy. It's set to be published March 26th. Welcome and thank you, Karen. I know you've been following this case closely. It's been complicated. It's been hard to follow because there's been so much behind the scenes legal drama. Are we, after today, going to have a clearer timeline of when this trial is actually going to start?
I sure hope so. We've had judges recuse themselves, and new judge came in. These 2 defense lawyers quit, and then they wanted to come back. The judge wouldn't let them. It went up to the Supreme Court in Indiana. So all of these sideshows are going on. And really now this issue of contempt, the leak of crime scene photos, has become the focus. And the judge is now going to decide whether these 2 lawyers should be held in contempt, which of course has nothing to do with bringing justice to the parents of these 2 young girls.
And if held in contempt, how does that impact the timeline of this case?
Well, the judge has a variety of tools. The judge can sanction them when it comes to monetary sanctions. So the judge could issue some sort of fine. The judge could, I don't think the judge is going to dismiss them or not allow them to defend Allen. But I think the judge is going to be very stern, because you cannot be leaking these crime scene photos. In fact, I'm kind of surprised that they were leaked, because they couldn't really be good for the jury pool. Nobody likes to see dead teenage girls on social media. So this whole thing makes no sense. And I really hope that we get past today and move toward getting this case tried.
Because there have been so many hiccups in this case, Karen, Judge Gohl has set forth a lot of rules for today's hearing. For one, we have a producer and reporter in the courtroom, but they cannot have their phones with them. There is no digital capabilities inside the courtroom. Anything unusual about her guidance right now, or does that seem like, because this case is so bizarre, this is par for the course?
It's sort of par for the course. And, when you have the media that has such a massive attention on this case, you've got to really control this. And the judge's job here is not to put on a show for the country to see, but the judge needs to make sure that the defendant gets a fair trial and that the prosecution gets to do what it needs to do without interference. And when you have these sideshows and media attention, you've got to really rein that in and keep it under control. So that is very normal in a case like this.
Richard Allen has not been in court, and his legal team, part of their strategy has been to push the blame onto someone else, that somebody else did this. What's the significance of him being in court today?
Well, the defendant needs to be in court on almost everything. And the fact that he hasn't been doesn't make sense to me. But clearly the defense's job is to deflect attention, because remember, reasonable doubt could mean one juror thinking maybe there was somebody else involved. And all the social media attention, all the sleuthing that's going on by amateurs, there are so many other theories out there that there's some cult and doing ritualistic killings, that it's somebody else. So all of those things will play into showing reasonable doubt when the case is tried.
I have spoken several times with the chief of the investigation as late as when this arrest was happening a couple of years ago. And there had been criticism, and I talked to him about this, of the delay in making an arrest, given that we now know investigators interviewed Richard Allen within days of these girls being killed. There have been a lot of criticisms about missteps in the investigation. How might prosecutors handle that in a case like this, that it took 5+ years to make an arrest?
Well, that's a good point, because as a defense lawyer, the first argument you make is the prosecution took 5 years. They must have had reasonable doubt. And when they interviewed Mr. Allen, they must not have focused on him. So now why are we charging him beyond a reasonable doubt? So that's the argument the defense is going to be making. I think that, this is a small town. And, my guess is that they don't have a whole lot of double murder cases. And I think this probably was, there was some miscues there. But again, we're hoping that there's DNA evidence. We don't know any of these things yet. But it can't just be that he was at that place on that trail, and that murky picture that we saw, that film we saw, that doesn't necessarily tie him to the murders.
Thank you for watching. Go to newsnationnow.com to find News Nation on your television provider. And don't forget to click the red subscribe button below.
1 second. You sent me something else?
Yeah, I sent you a WTHR one.
Okay. 1 second. Oh, why is my thing doing this to me again? Sorry, I got two things going off
Oh,
here.
you're fine.
You sent me one. I have it open. Okay, give me 1 sec.
Oh, yeah, you're fine. I'll start. I can start reading the article while you're pulling up the video.
I got the video right here. Let me just play it quickly. Because the same thing that they say in the article is what they put in the video. If you've ever not noticed that.
Yeah, but I think that the video might just be the same one from this morning, but I'm not sure.
Maybe, but we'll play it again. Maybe, and then we'll take a look.
Story, 2 hearings scheduled for today in the Delphi
Yeah, it is the
murders
same one.
case.
Yeah, Richard Allen is due back in Allen County Court
Yeah,
this
well,
morning.
we already
Coming up-
know he's in court, so forget it. Go ahead. Go ahead and read the article. Adam.
Oh, okay, sorry. So the article says Special Judge Francis Gull has ruled on a few big decisions that will decide how the rest of the case moves forward. Allen is accused of killing Abigail Williams and Liberty German. January 18th, same day the Indiana Supreme Court reinstated Allen's original attorneys. Carroll County Prosecutor Nicholas McClellan filed a request to amend the charges to include 2 counts of murder while committing or attempting to commit kidnapping, which was previously filed on October 28th, 2022. 2 counts of murder and 2 counts of kidnapping. During Monday's first hearing, Gull approved both counts of murder, but the judge dismissed both counts of kidnapping. McClellan previously said that the added charges more accurately align the charging information with the causes discovery in the probable cause affidavit. The second hearing to discuss accusations of contempt against Allen's attorneys, Andrew Baldwin and Bradley Rossi, started right after the first hearing ended. McClellan argues the attorneys should be held in contempt of court for what he calls a trend or not being completely honest with the court. The prosecutor said the attorneys violated the gag order in the case by issuing a press release December 1st, 2022, proclaiming Allen's innocence. McClellan also pointed to evidence or information, including crime scene photos leaked to the public through Baldwin's office. Court transcripts indicate Gull previously accused Allen's attorneys of gross negligence. So I think this is all just like a little bit of a recap.
Basically.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Just there's a little bit there. Go ahead. There's a recent court filing.
A recent court filing shows Baldwin and Rossi are prepared to call at least 6 witnesses and present more than 26 pieces of evidence Monday. The attorneys have asked several times in recent weeks for the contempt hearing to be delayed. The court denied multiple media requests for cameras in the courtroom during the hearings. After a request from Allen, the jury trial in the case is scheduled to take place May 13th through the 31st. The trial was previously scheduled to begin October 15th. 13 News has learned jury selection will begin May 13th and take place at the Allen County Courthouse. Once a jury from Allen County has been selected, the trial will shift to Carroll County for opening arguments and continue there through the verdict.
And yeah, we just showed that, Mark. I believe, right? That's what we just showed, what Charmaine gave us there. Oh my goodness. Stop screen for a second. Present screen. Window.
Sorry, I had to step away unexpectedly. The last thing I heard was that that McClellan was arguing about them from what McClellan's claiming that they violated the gag by doing the press release, and then I didn't hear anything after that.
Well, that was just old. They were just recapping the old stuff that they'd already talked about.
Yeah. Somebody had the nerve to knock on my door while I was waiting on this information.
So, what do you think about the kidnapping charges being dismissed?
I don't want to say I was surprised. It was more of like a not necessarily a surprise, but like I hadn't thought about that even being an option. But at the same time, when that first came out, I had wondered, like, what's the point in charging murder plus kidnapping when you already had felony murder?
Right, which they still have.
So maybe she thought it was redundant?
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, so that was my thought too. Is that maybe the kidnapping's already covered basically from under the felony murder, so there's no need to have it twice. But I mean, the fact that they want to charge him with 2 counts of murder on its own, to me, shows that they're confident in their case.
I know it's like a thing that happens, or at least I've heard it's a thing that happens, but I find it weird in general that they can have like 2 different charges that are basically the same. To me, it's almost like a fail-safe, and I don't know how I feel about that. Not for this case, like specifically, but in general.
Right.
Are you struggling with your emotions right now?
Me?
Yeah.
No, not at the moment. I will be
office and change the law then.
You said, I don't know how I feel about that. Let's talk about that. Yeah. Oh, there's CD. C is back in the house. Kidnapping is covered in the murder charge. Kind of doesn't make sense to double charge them, right? Should have done it. Well, right. Who knows that exactly? Mm-hmm. Go ahead, Ivy.
I did see on Twitter, I will never call it X.
I know, me neither.
I did see on Twitter that there is more missing interviews, which, like, I know obviously that's not McClellan's fault, and he can't do anything about that, but my gosh.
Well, Ivy, this person named Sunny didn't hear what you said because she was too busy looking at the comments.
My God. I said
on Twitter.
I saw on Twitter that they lost more interviews, and I know that's not McClellan's fault, and he can't do anything about it, but my gosh.
Oh, yeah, the ones from April 30th to June, or April 28th to June 30th. Yeah. Like, hello. Like, really? NYPD, when we made an arrest, every charge that applied would be filed. Let the DA remove some. A lot of missing things surround that one officer, Mike Thomas. Well, I think that they surround, what's his name? That dueling character, too, to be honest with you.
I don't really know. Like, when you say a lot of them surround Mike Thomas, what do you mean? I don't really understand that part.
Yeah, me neither.
But when I took about a 6-month break or so, and that just so happened to be when all the Mike Thomas stuff was like super, well, I don't know about super being talked about, but at least some people were. So I missed
Yeah.
like the entire Mike Thomas era. And yeah.
I was there, Ivy, but I barely paid attention to it because I'm not from Indiana or United States. When they started going on this whole political stuff that it had to do with Delphi, that's when my ears kind of tuned out because I was like I didn't even know what people were talking about. Like, who's Michael Thomas? Blah 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 blah. They're talking about election and that this is all being done because of the election. And I was like, I have no idea what you people are even talking about. So I'm not gonna lie, I didn't overly pay attention to that part of it. I got to know a little bit more after, but can't say I'm very versed in that section of Delphi.
And as you know, you guys know, since I've been on here, I have problems with quite a few things that are being done. However, I do not believe and have never believed that there is a conspiracy for railroading Richard Allen, whether that is because something about Odinus trying to like make him go down for it, or because they needed somebody to charge because of the election. I don't believe either of those. In my opinion, it's way, not saying this is actually happening, but in my opinion, it's way more likely that they believe he is guilty. Like, let's say he is innocent, hypothetically. It's more
Yeah.
likely that they actually believe he's guilty. And because they believe that, they are doing things they're not supposed to, trying to convict them because they don't have all the evidence they need. Again, that's just a hypothetical.
Yeah.
I don't think that there's any possibility outside of, that like 1% or less that it's a conspiracy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I don't know what Laura's talking about here. Because I have no idea about this fingerprint blown off the
Oh,
car.
I've heard that story. I don't think I ever heard it was Mike Thomas, though.
I've never ever heard of it.
Yeah, that's
So,
an old rumor.
oh, is it?
That they had a fingerprint, or I can't remember if I heard it was a fingerprint evidence. It was either that or a DNA swab or something like that they would have gotten at the scene, and they put it on top of their car when they were leaving and forgot about it.
Huh. Never heard of that actually.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, but nothing would shock me. I bet you the defense appreciates those interviews with no audio.
Yeah, I'm sure they do.
Like Mike Thomas took some of the evidence, but wasn't Mike Thomas a big believer that Ron Logan was the BG?
I don't know.
I'm pretty sure he was. I'm pretty sure that he was like a Ron Logan person.
All I remember hearing about him is that he wanted them to bring more like outside expert type people in.
Right. Not so wrong, right?
No, I don't think that's wrong at all.
No. When I think of what the sheriff of Lafayette said.
I like how you say that, Lafayette.
Lafayette. How do you say it again? Lafayette?
I don't know.
Lafayette.
Lafayette.
I'll be back.
Okay. When he was basically talking with some person, we'll just say, he said, first of all, that they had no DNA. That was at the time, though. We can't say past Richard Allen because they had effing no clue about Richard Allen at this point. And I just remember him, saying that they offered to help and told Lesenby he wasn't sure if it was ego or what, but they basically turned him down. Then a week later, they asked for help from them once they realized, obviously, whatever. And he's just like, he goes, I don't know what Toad's problem was, whether it was ego or this. Because, and then he was talking about all the drama between the different agencies. Nobody's telling this person that. Nobody wants to say this and that. So there was quite a bit of drama, as you know, because egos, not people wanting to stuff like that. And I just don't get that stuff because to me, it's always about teamwork, like one force helping the other force. But, so And that was, like I said, the sheriff of Lafayette, or whatever you want to call him, whoever the guy is, that whatever title it is for the person that's the sheriff of, or chief sheriff or whatever
Yeah.
of, yeah.
And I totally believe that they were very kind of like we see them now. They didn't want to have an outsider, quote unquote, come in. But when you're a small, like rural area who
Yeah.
doesn't have things like this happen, like take every piece of help you can get.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I'm sorry, and I'm just gonna say this again. I can't stand Toglazami. He irritates the fuck out of me. I don't know if it's just because he comes off as this freaking Elmer Fudd slapping gum as he's talking, and he has this arrogance about him. Um, and I just honestly, I cannot stand that dude. There's something about him that just gets underneath my skin when I see his face. I just see someone that is a big fuck up, is what I see. That's just my personal opinion. I'm sticking to it.
I don't think my personal opinion is that negative, but it's not positive. The person I have the biggest negative opinion about, well, I'm most annoyed by Carter, by far. Carter, Doug, word
Oh,
salad Carter.
right, Doug Word Salad Carter.
But the person who I really dislike, and this is before any of this drama happened, back to the beginning of the case, because I've literally never heard a positive thing about him. I've only heard about how he is dirty and not a nice man. And I've heard many stories that are not good, and that is Liggett.
Oh, yeah. I was gonna say, you talking about Carter, and then when you said Liggett, I'm like,
Mm-mm.
I absolutely uh would
I've heard some
probably,
not
yeah,
good stories about him, and that is before any of this drama with him started happening.
yeah. Liggett's one of those ones to me. You couldn't toss him far enough. Wouldn't trust that person. Just the vibe. Don't know him, but if I was to say there was somebody too that, well, let me just put it this way: if I was to say that I found like somebody was shady and shit like that, he'd definitely be fit that bill to me.
I'll just say it wouldn't surprise me if one day somebody had a video that came out about him,
Right?
sliding some drugs into a scene or beating
Oh
somebody
yeah.
up or
Oh yeah.
whatever.
Yeah, yeah. I totally believe that those ones exist. Absolutely. Um, you know, uh, there's probably a few more names I could think of, to be honest, on that one. And
I
that's
think,
just it. Go
yeah.
ahead. No, go ahead.
I was gonna say I think for the most part everybody else is, but then another thing popped in my head that was a few years ago. It was I don't know if he was Hispanic, some sort of brown young man. I think he might have been Hispanic that was beaten up pretty bad by Delphi police, and they didn't handle it very well.
Oh, kind of like what the Brandon Woodhouse is talking about as well.
I don't know
Like
about
that.
that. Man, Woodhouse's story is pretty out there.
I actually, to me, it's kind of like I remember with Tierra, right, which was Judge Fouts, the one that Judge Fouts had to take step down from the judge because it was the lady of the night, the escort. And
Hmm.
I think about listening to Tierra, and anyone under the sun would go, she's a druggie, she's like, because she was like whacked on drugs as she was talking during that, and she was playing with her hair. But if there's one thing I took away from Tierra, was that she was telling the truth. The truth, at least, as she knew it, but she was being truthful. That's kind of how I feel about Brandon Woodhouse, is that he's not the most upstanding citizen, but I felt like there was a lot of truth to what he was saying as well. So that's just how I took it, because it's kind of like once you look past, like that, obviously, like I said, he's not an upstanding citizen. It's just a matter of if I think that they're telling the truth behind all that stuff. And Brandon Woodhouse, honestly, he just came off as truthful to me for the most part.
I'll say I'm
Yeah.
skeptical about some of the parts, but at the same time, it wouldn't surprise me if a lot of it was true.
Oh, thank you. Ben sent me a link. That means I have to go look. 1 second. 1 second, Ben. Thank you, Ben. Just waiting for YouTube Studio to catch up, Ben, because I can't copy and paste it from StreamYard. Oh my goodness. Seriously, Studio. What is your laggy ass problem? It's coming. Let's go. Like it's like a turtle. As it like so basically when I go back to Studio it has to catch up. Okay, Ben, I see it, Ben. Where is it popping out from? Okay, so thank you. That's WTHR. We're gonna watch for a minute. Stop screen. Whoops. Oh my god, I clicked on the wrong thing. Okay. What? Heck, what the heck is that popping up? Get out of my face. Windows. Let's make sure it's you.
When we start with breaking news in the Delphi murders case, 2 kidnapping charges have been dropped against Richard Allen. Right now, we have multiple crews at the Allen County Courthouse for 2 hearings in the Delphi murders case. But first, we start with our Samantha Johnson, who is live there right now with what happened during the first hearing. Good afternoon, Samantha.
Hey, Matthew, that's right. So that first hearing, which was set for 9 o'clock this morning, was to discuss those amended charges, which was filed by the prosecutor earlier this year. And like you mentioned, the biggest news is that counts 5 and 6, those 2 kidnapping charges, were dismissed. And the state actually dismissed those on their own at the very beginning of this morning's hearing. Shortly after that, we can tell you the judge upheld counts 3 and 4 against Richard Allen, which are the 2 murder charges in the deaths of Abby Williams and Libby German. Of course, we know they were found in February of 2017. The judge in today's hearing also ruled on several smaller motions, including one that the defense asked for all upcoming hearings to be in Carroll County instead of Allen County. The judge said, listen, I understand your ask. Their argument was that just because she's a special judge in this case doesn't mean those hearings can be moved here to Allen County, which is her home court. So she agreed, and she said that any hearings between now and the trial, which is expected to begin in May, will be held in Carroll County instead of Allen County. Now, also, I can tell you in the first hour of today's hearing, we did hear from both sides. We saw Richard Allen inside the courtroom today, and the defense asked several times for that contempt hearing, which was scheduled for today at 2 o'clock, to be continued. They asked several times. The judge denied them several times. In fact, the judge ruled that the prosecutor and the judge would stay on this afternoon's hearing, and that was after the defense had asked them both to recuse themselves. And perhaps most importantly, when it comes to that contempt hearing, which was scheduled for 2 o'clock, it's underway right now. So we went from the hearing about the amended charges straight into that contempt hearing. In fact, it started around 9:45 this morning. So as for what's happening right now, I just stepped out of the Allen County Courthouse. So far, the state has only called 2 witnesses. We heard from 2 investigators in this case. And as a reminder, they're talking about communication that may or may not have happened between the outside world, essentially, and the defense team in this case. The prosecutor claims the defense team violated judge's orders several times. You'll remember the judge said that Allen's attorneys acted grossly negligent in their representation of Richard Allen. So today was their day to prove to the court that they had not done those things. So that's what they're doing right now inside. The defense team is answering to those accusations of contempt. Our Bob Siegel is inside that courtroom. Our Emily Longnecker is here as well. Like we mentioned, only 2 witnesses from the state called so far. We know the defense has a full list of witnesses as well. So, Matthew, we're going to stay on the ground here in Allen County. More updates to come throughout the day here on 13 News.
All right, our Samantha Johnson reporting live for us this afternoon in Allen County. Thanks, Samantha.
Okay, so what do you think of them apples?
I guess the first one was about the change of venue. Wasn't there a request by Hennessy, like, for this hearing, not for the rest of the hearings? It wasn't, I don't think it was requested by Baldwin and Rosie for Richard Allen's case.
No. Yeah.
So I don't know about that.
Yeah, Ives admitted he asked Thomas to get help from certain agencies. I just remember that in that motion it said something like neither side had asked for. I don't remember Ivy. It was which one was it? It was this one? No, it was the other one.
It was Hennessy that put it in there,
Yeah,
which would have
yeah.
been for this hearing.
Yeah, okay, it was for this hearing. Okay. So, I mean, obviously we just heard that they're going straight in the 9:45. They went right into the contempt hearing. Heard
When
from
did this
two.
video come out?
This video, Ben. Well, I guess I could look at it. See what time it came at. 14 minutes ago. So let me just see. 15 minutes ago.
Good afternoon, everyone. We start with.
So
yeah, so it just came out.
So think how if they've only called two. Didn't she say that the contempt hearing started at 9:45 and they've
That's
only
what
called
she said.
two witnesses, and now
Yeah.
it's like 12:30 there?
I know, right? That's what I was just thinking. I was like going, okay, if it's 9:45, like it's almost 9:30 here, and that's a 3-hour difference. So that was like 2.5 hours ago. It's probably going to be a long day. What are we supposed to? Adam, are you around, or what are you doing besides not talking? Adam, he'll come back and be like, "Oh, sorry, I was just." Adam,
Can I? Oh, if Adam's
no, go
on
ahead.
here,
Go ahead.
I
Ivy, go
talk
ahead.
about a semi-drama. It's not drama related. It shouldn't be, but it's something that I feel like is important. Except now I'm not on the screen. I saw a tweet from somebody who I won't name.
Okay.
Let me pull it up again. And I've been very frustrated and at least disturbed about people going after like Kara and Osbrook, like basically any attorneys who have tried to help out from afar, not about Richard Allen's case per se, but about things that they see that they're like, no, that's not how that should be. So somebody said, let's see. They said, let's make the world a little better by making a complaint against criminal defense attorney Weineke. I've heard people pronounce her name Weineke. I always pronounce it Weineke. I don't know.
Yeah.
Please submit every single disgusting comment she's made in the case of Richard Allen, which she hasn't made any disgusting like post about it. But why are you going after her? And it's a person who has a history of not understanding how anything works. But it bothers me so much when just because you disagree with her educated, experienced opinion, now you want to put in a professional complaint. That is crossing the line.
Yeah. Just quickly, Case by Case said the state just rested their case.
So is it like a mini trial, I guess?
Yeah, I guess you could look at it that way, really, right? Sorry, I just wanted to say that.
Oh, no.
And so, yeah, so as for that person, obviously, just a nobody. But yeah. I think what you said there was like, why are you going after Kara type of thing?
Yeah, and it's gross.
It's just stupid, honestly. Ignorance is bliss. Thanks, Ivy, but I'm working what the two of them have so invested in it personally. What is their connection? And Adam, are you around? Like, I don't recall him saying
he had to testify for McClelland.
Is that what happened?
Yes.
Maybe he's kissing Fran Gull's ass right now.
I don't know. If so, it's in one of those in chambers meetings. Maybe we can get a transcript of it.
He said he was going somewhere, didn't he? But I thought it was like not like
I
a
don't
half
know.
an hour. Anyways, Holman, Mullins, and Rector testified for state. Okay, Rector.
Holman, Mullins, and Rector. What did? Can you give us like in a nutshell? Do you know?
Yeah, give us the gossip, Amy. Give us
Well,
the juice.
I think Rector was the one who wrote the probable cause for Westerman. Which that
Is
I'm
that
not saying
one?
this is what happened, but if Rector ended up testifying to anything other than like Westerman took the pictures without permission, then I feel like
Right.
that would be problematic, considering he wrote the probable cause saying that Westerman took the pictures without permission.
Mm.
Mullins has been around forever, but you never really hear about him much.
Yeah. Every now and again. I mean, I know the name because, you hear it now and again, but it's not fair game to report. There's stupid people in this world. Maya, I think it's social justice type of thing. No personal connection that I know of. Go ahead, Ivy. Speak your piece. I'm just listening to you. Actually, put me to sleep, Ivy. Go ahead.
You're just gonna start making me rant about things.
Yes, yeah, go for it. Enjoy it.
I don't know. I made the joke about Aspen being in chambers and transcript, but I wonder if for something this long, there'd have to be a billion pages of transcript. But earlier I was wondering if maybe we could get a transcript of the hearing, but I wonder how much it would cost.
Right.
Because I would love one of this one.
Right.
I wonder if you can tell them times, like, can I get a transcript from this time to this time?
You probably could, or maybe. I don't know, because I don't really do that stuff. Like the docket, Eric does stuff like that. I just request from Indiana because I know I can just email the court and say, hey,
Yeah.
send me documents, but I don't know anything about. Besides, I know that of course, like video footage and that costs money and stuff like that. But that's not my really forte that I've gotten into with FOIAs and FOIAs and stuff like that, or transcripts and how much they cost, or if you can only request a portion of it. I don't know.
That's one of those things. Oh, Michelle O. So there was collusion and there's evidence. What does that mean?
Yes. What does that mean? A transcript?
We need a good news anchor that we can follow on Twitter that tweets updates.
Well, usually they do, but I'm not seeing any.
Rich Nye used to be a good one, but I don't think he's there.
But he's got shit. And the other one was, I think, Angela Ganotti or whatever her name is. Angela Ganot or whatever her name is. Yeah. Is she saying anything? Hold on. We got wait, what is let me see this one right here that oh, goodness. Let's what let me just quickly go to just gonna go to oops, I turned on my camera. Look at my face now from the sun. It's like right there. You guys, I'm hot. Like seriously, that sun's beaming in my freaking forehead. So let me stop screen here for a second. Let's go over to Tweety. Right here. Let's go make this bigger. See what this one says. Come on. Why is it not playing? It was playing a second ago. Come on now. My internet's fine. Why is it not playing? Did I make it too big? What the heck? Refresh. Okay.
two hearings set to be getting underway, one right now, and we're working through these documents. We'll bring you a breakdown as soon as we can.
Yeah, I know a lot of us are trying to read them quickly. They're long, some of them more than 10, 15 pages each. Today, the defense and prosecution in the Delphi murder case, again, are preparing for these two hearings in Fort Wayne, and they're getting underway right now. Special Judge Fran Gohl listening to these arguments.
Oh, sorry.
About, again, several things. Some finding Richard Allen's defense team. Will they find him in contempt for its conduct through the case? That includes the inadvertent release of crime scene photographs.
Fox 59's Cameron Riddle joins us now with more details on what we can expect to come out of today's hearing. Cameron, you also have these filings. What do we know?
Yeah, we're reading them right now. This morning, we have been expecting that one of the things we would hear about is the attorneys arguing about the unauthorized acquaintance who took cell phone video, and that evidence was then shared on social media. Now the court has to determine how that will affect the case going forward and if Allen's attorneys will face discipline. Richard Allen faces a trial in May for the accused killings of Abby Williams and Libby German outside of Delphi more than 7 years ago. He was arrested after an interview that he gave law enforcement officers days after that killing finally surfaced in 2022. An attorney not connected with the case says more high-profile court hearings like the ones we are seeing today will likely make it even harder to find a jury that has not heard all of the details of this case. Today is another sign that this could be a complicated and long trial.
The length of the trial is also going to be a big issue. Can people afford to be away from work or family or child obligations for a prolonged period of time, including potentially being sequestered for that entire time? That may result in a number of jurors being stricken for cause, but this is going to be a pretty massive undertaking for all the parties involved in this case.
Well, there are two court hearings that are happening today. One this morning, starting right now, and then the second in an afternoon session. Allen's defense team is expected to argue over exculpatory evidence that says that they believe raises reasonable doubt about Richard Allen's guilt, and then the state's slow response to providing that evidence to the attorneys. We are going to be at both of those hearings, one starting now, one this afternoon. The documents that we're reading over right now will give us clues as to what we are expecting to happen this morning and later this afternoon. Ange and Daniel, I know you're pouring over it continuously right now as well.
And Cameron, another motion here. Allen is asking the prosecutors working for the state be required to pay out their personal finances for investigative services as well as evidence processing and expert fees, as the court recent order has effectively reduced his attorney, Baldwin and Rozzi, to a position where they are required to personally advance those expenditures for Allen's defense. Now, they have also submitted invoices asking to be paid.
Yeah, so here's another thing that's really important out of today, and one of those is the defense is trying to get evidence that they say that the state is not giving them. In one of the cases, they claim that there is still more recordings that they have not been given, and they also say that it appears the defense that the report is incomplete and that they're keeping things from them. And then they stated that there's a company out of China that the state has gotten to try to recover those taped over or lost pieces of evidence. And again, we're just reading through these. We're going to get a better look at it once we have more time.
A lot of documents that just came in within the past 30 minutes. We'll pour through them and we'll bring you much more information. Our Russ McQuaid is in Fort Wayne inside the courthouse right now with that motion and proceeding underway.
Yeah, and as this hearing gets underway, it's really important not to forget the two girls that this is all about. The center of this case, Abby Williams, Libby German. They were killed in February of 2017. The girls were best friends in the same class at Delphi Community Middle School. Abby was in the school band. Libby loved sports. Both of them played on the volleyball team, and both of them loved to create art. As always, we'll stay on top of the developments in the Delphi case and on fox59.com. There you can find all of the stories on how.
Sorry, hold on a second again. Let me quickly go over. Where did you go, buddy?
Sorry, I had someone called me.
Okay.
And they were talking a mile a minute, and I'm like, I was trying to like figure out what they were saying and take notes, and I'm like, can you just send me your notes?
Okay. I wasn't joking when I said you have to start learning shorthand.
Oh my Lord.
I don't know how that works, but I know it exists.
It was 20 minutes of nonstop, so I was like, which I'm so grateful for, but my goodness, I don't even know where to like I
download a call
I probably
recorder.
only caught a third of it.
Well, let me quickly play what Frank is
I kept
saying.
trying to find that on Frank's thing and I couldn't find it.
Yeah.
Oh, I found it. Let me just play it, you guys. Hey, Frank, I'm using part of your live. Thank you. Love you. Okay.
Rick and Noe got into it.
Yeah, we just saw.
Rick and Noe?
Oh my God.
Yeah, that was expected.
Rick was going nuts.
in the middle of it, and
Do
you
they have like
in
a
the
fight
middle of
night?
them.
I pushed them apart because the cops were coming. So get this shit out of here.
They should
What I
have let
told them.
him. They should have let him go.
But she denied a lot of shit on the defense. All right. Changing info amended. They dismissed the 5 and 6 count and they added the 3 and 4 count on the charges.
Okay.
All crime scene photos and everything have been sealed. Nothing can be released. Change of venue denied. All other court hearings will take place in Carroll County and Delphi.
Okay.
So it wasn't
Frank's like,
denied, it was granted.
Notice to remove prosecutor denied.
Mm-hmm.
Derailing
tidbit about
the hearing.
Can't hear you,
Let's
Adam.
see. Defense is claiming they only got 33 pages of 273 pages of discovery back a couple weeks ago.
That's for Sergeant.
Damn, we're trying to find a parking spot. I'm going through the notes here, guys. Sorry.
Okay, no worries. You're doing fine. You're breaking up a little bit, so.
All right.
There's nothing you can
Jinx
do
and them are
about that.
behind us. All right. Then they started interviewing Steve Mullen and Woodhouse. He talked to Woodhouse March of 2023, or actually saw his YouTube channel. Shows evidence from the Delphi case. Exhibit number 3 was not admitted. It was the Woodhouse screenshots were not allowed in the hearing. Evidence of the Professor Turco, November 22nd, 2023. They're accepting that it's admitted. Now they went to Jerry Holman. Jerry Holman received a call from Nick McClellan in October 2023 that Becky Patty had called prosecutor on leaked photos. And that's where exhibit number 5 comes in. They were admitted it was the crime scene photos. And when they let the defense see them, I got to see them and I about threw up because they were flipping them right toward us where we could see them. And I got sick. Honestly, the actual photos. Exhibit number 6 admitted starshots of Fortson and Mark Cohen's conversations had been admitted as evidence. Jerry Holman spoke to Murder Sheet, then Mark Cohen, then Robert Sofer or Fortson, and then he talked to Westerman. Nowhere to park. Oh goddamn, we got to pick another ticket then, huh?
I didn't pay for the first one, so.
I'll be right
let's
back.
See.
Okay.
Jerry Holmes interviewed Professor Turco September 2023. And then they went to Detective Rector, who interviewed Baldwin October 12th of 2023. Rosie, he never interviewed Rosie, and he spoke with Westerman. I can't see. I can't see anything right now, but we still got another couple hours to go, guys, but it's not looking good for the defense right now when it comes to the contempt. They're not letting Rick Snay's not testifying. Julie Melvin's there, but she has not been in the courtroom. Let's see who else is in there. Richard Allen's there, and he's got the bug-eyed again, but he looks like he's put on quite a bit of weight, guys. So he's looking much better, but he's still got the bug-eyed. Kathy and Rick's mom was there, and Kathy's sister was there. Guess who was there? Attorney Labrado.
Oh, no kidding.
So
Awesome.
he's sitting in there. Who else is in there? Basically just all the reporters and everybody, but from what we've discussed so far, that's all they're talking about is exhibits if they're going to be admitted into evidence and who talked to who, when, where, what. So basically, what has
anything
happened here is that
Frank,
what has
did
happened is
anything-
Westman, when he went.
Did
Go ahead.
anything happen with Skip Jensen?
He's not even in the courtroom either. He must be sitting out there with Julie outside the courtroom, because I didn't see him in the courtroom.
Okay.
Yeah, if they're witnesses, they leave them outside the courtroom until they testify. Then they can stay in the courtroom. After
Right.
they testify.
Well, according to Detective Rector, when he did an iCloud search warrant on Westerman's phone, he found all the evidence on there, and it was being passed back and forth between him and
Baldwin,
Fortson, and Robert Cohen.
Yeah.
What else did they say? There was conversations between Andy Baldwin and
Westerman that they got from the iCloud.
Yeah, and Westerman from the iCloud about strategies and stuff, what they
Yeah.
were going to do.
So they got proof that they were in direct communication right there.
Yeah, they got direct communication evidence between Baldwin and Westerman plotting all this crap.
I told you guys that there was going to be that when they found out, when the state was done doing the investigation in this between those attorneys, they would find out if there was collusion and if those attorneys knew
Adam.
about what was happening. This is amazing.
That's the shit that we
No.
Yeah.
The attorney said
So,
that none of that happened.
One sec.
Yeah, that's
You
what they're
cracked
saying,
me
but they
up,
got
Ruckus.
proof of it.
Yeah, proof of it. Man.
Yeah,
They got
that's all we
screenshots
need.
of it all.
Yeah.
Wow.
So
They have receipts.
hold on a second. Okay, so we had been talking about this, Adam, remember
Since October.
since October, that they were planning strategies. It's just that we didn't have proof
Right.
to show
Other
anyone.
than the screenshot of Fortson saying that
Right.
it had been happening.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm glad that that's coming out to fruition, because this, for me, this whole time is that it was said that basically Baldwin and but basically it was like they were going over strategies on
Right.
how basically to drop information and stuff like that. And
Right.
so I find it, of course, very interesting. Well, no, I'm actually happy because it's about the truth coming out and not this bullshit. So strategies regarding Westerman stealing their photos. Well, Newwood, I think you're going to be surprised on that one, perhaps. Because I don't know, how would you answer that for Newwood? He says, but I don't feel that means strategies regarding Westerman stealing the photos.
Yeah, I mean, we don't. I mean, I have yet to see evidence that that concretely puts Baldwin directing the leak of those photos or anything else.
Because
so just them going over the case and stuff like that. Well, yeah, it might have broken. I don't know what laws may have been broken, but they clearly can show that the information that was leaked was going straight from Baldwin to Westerman,
Right.
and that it wasn't just a one-time thing where he went and took pictures in the conference room. He'd been getting information ongoing.
I was going to say, I think you're going to find out that it was deeper than that. Typically, what we heard back in October when we heard about all this, I think Baldwin is going to get his hand caught in the cookie jar on this one, and that's what's probably going to happen, to be honest. But we'll have to wait and see to exactly, what was in that iCloud, what was said between Westerman. But this will go back to October, when it was basically said that it was a strategy about how they were going to try to get the information out there. So I won't be shocked if Baldwin gets his hand caught in the cookie jar on this with Westerman. But again, so we'll have to just wait and see.
Right.
Let's just see if Frank has anything more to say.
I'm sure he does.
Frank, are you going to get some lunch?
Yeah, we haven't even
Frank?
gone yet. We got to be back at 1.
Okay.
Did you check your Cash App?
Yeah.
You need to check your Cash App because you've been getting a lot
Not yet, no.
today. So make sure you get some lunch, okay? We're holding down the
shit.
fort. We're holding the fort.
All right, I appreciate it, guys. But as soon as the court's over for the day, I will be back. Okay.
All right.
All right. Thanks, Frank.
Sounds good.
Thanks, buddy.
All right, guys. Thank you.
All right.
Okay.
Talk to you guys in a bit.
Okay, well, I appreciate that for letting me know. Again, Frank's in here all the time, and Adam, I'm not sure what Frank didn't cover that notes you were given to, but sometimes it's just easier to listen to someone talk about it. Like you said, you were getting told
absolutely.
a lot of stuff. So beyond what Frank has just said here, and again, thanks, Frank, for that coverage on that. What was there more that entailed that you wanted to talk about? More things?
I think he mentioned. I think so. She ruled on the motion to recuse. I think prosecution and herself. She ruled on, because we were talking last night about things she hadn't ruled on yet. So she ruled on the change of venue, saying that all future hearings would take place in Carroll County. The one thing I thought was interesting that I don't think Frank mentioned is the kidnapping charges that they dropped. That was Nick McClellan himself is the one that wanted to drop those, and it had something to do with the fact that it's been over 5 years, and I don't know if there's a statute of limitations when it comes to just a kidnapping charge.
Right.
So I'm not sure. But so when Gull ruled on that, it was because apparently McClellan already wanted those dismissed.
Right. I think you might have touched on that at the very start, but
Gull apparently does not seem pleased. I've heard that Hennessy has been polite, but hasn't been overly strong. That's of course someone's opinion. So someone else is probably going to see that same thing and see it differently. I know Frank mentioned something about those crime scene photos. They did not show them to the whole courtroom, so I think maybe where Frank might have been sitting, he could just happen to see. Because I was talking to someone else that's in the courtroom, and they said no, they did not show the crime scene photos to the gallery. What else was there? They did talk about Hennessy did bring up Fig a few times, but I don't think there was anything consequential so far in that in any of that. I think it's pretty clear that that the leak, that they know where the leak came from.
Right.
So, and then of course I heard that there was an altercation between two YouTubers outside of the court, and now one of them that was on the witness list apparently was removed, and is not going to testify now. Sadly, I don't think anyone's surprised by that, considering some of the vitriol that goes on behind the scenes with some of these creators.
Well, it wasn't
and this afternoon, I think they're going to get right back into the contempt hearing, and then they'll finish the day up with the motion to dismiss. There had been some speculation that this hearing could extend into 2 days, but apparently Gull set the record straight pretty early in the day that she had only allocated 1 day for this hearing.
Right.
Trying to think what else.
Oh, you missed a lot, Charmaine, to be honest with you. Hennessy is hard of hearing. Well, Frank Gold does kind of mumble. See, when you got two of those things. Yeah. So let me put it this way. I have to go to the washroom. Can you update Charmaine and whoever else quickly? Just kind of with the stuff that we heard. I know you just said it in Charmaine's, but she does give people a membership. She is kind of like a friend of ours. Just humor her, okay?
Charmaine, so yeah, they broke for lunch. Well, apparently they didn't call it a lunch, but they said to be back at 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. They're in the middle of the contempt hearing now. I think apparently Rector Holman, these names are so perverse. And oh my gosh, who's Mullins, all testified regarding some of the leak stuff. Gull is not recusing herself or McClellan from the contempt hearing because they're in the middle of it. That she is going to have all future hearings in Delphi. What else? They dropped the kidnapping charges, but they did add the 2 murder charges. Boy, public speaking 101. I keep saying I'm sorry. Ivy, are you back? No. They do have communications between Westerman and Baldwin discussing the case, but I've yet to see anything saying that Baldwin directed Westerman to leak the information that he clearly was leaking. I don't think any evidence has been presented in court that's shown anyone else was at the head of this leak other than Westerman and Baldwin. And Baldwin maybe even indirectly. I feel like I'm just saying the exact same stuff I just said, but did I miss anything? What am I seeing here? I know that the whole Patty family is there. I think that Abby's grandparents are there. I think they said Anna was there. I know that Kathy Allen's there, Janice Allen, and apparently there are 4, 3 women and another male sitting with Janice and Kathy. Lots, of course, YouTubers and media people in the gallery. I think Julie Melvin and Skip are there, but they've not come in the courtroom yet because presumably they'll be testifying this afternoon.
Where's Ivy? Is she hiding out? Ivy.
She said she'd be right back.
That was it. Sorry. Oh my God, it's so hot in here. I had to get myself a Diet Pepsi, and I'm rolling it across my face right now just for the coolness of it. It's like so hot here. It's like 9 degrees, which is 18, probably like 20. I don't know.
Someone messaged me that Gull asked Hennessy if he needed a hearing device. Is that what Frank meant by Hennessy's hard of hearing or something?
I got off the phone with Deb and gave her all my info from the hearing.
Oh, thank you, Sidebar. Well, Deb, get up here and tell us.
Right. I know.
And Sidebar, I apologize that I couldn't answer your phone. I was on the phone when you called, but thank you for giving everything to Deb.
If anyone listened to Anthony Greeno's live with Rick Snay, Rick Snay literally says to on the live stream, he's like, "Just wait till I see you on Monday, Noah. You just, like doing the little threats." Obviously, he got kicked out, and no, he didn't.
I guess that you, what's his name? Rick's Snay.
Snake.
No, I think it's Snay, right? Wasn't he on the CW documentary?
Something like that.
Docu show episode. Yeah. So apparently, he went live on his channel for a few minutes. Someone just told me, and he's claiming that they're trying to silence him.
All right.
Hey, Ivy.
So
they're trying to silence him.
So that's unfortunate.
That's so unfortunate.
That's very unfortunate.
What's unfortunate?
I guess there's a content creator who was supposed to testify today, but he apparently was removed from the court for an altercation with another YouTuber.
Oh, wait, they should have let them fight it out and then get arrested.
I guess he's saying that they are trying to silence me. So I said that's unfortunate. See what else is going on. These poor normal-headed people that are probably in that courtroom, what is happening?
Oh my God, they're making YouTubers look like true crime people look bad. Seriously, some of these.
Well,
people.
I mean, I think a lot of true crime people or YouTube, whatever, they do that to themselves.
Well, no, well, exactly, right? But but it's one of those things. It's kind of like most people incorporate, most of them.
Right.
I went back and listened to what you guys like just talked about.
Yeah.
So I was caught up, and I was kind of surprised that like what Frank was talking about was what pieces of information were admitted and what wasn't. But there wasn't any, like, did they not talk about the actual content of the exhibits or whatever? Because that's what I feel like was lacking in the notes. Like, we know what they looked at, but we don't know what was in what they looked at.
Yeah.
So did you guys get any like?
No, I mean,
inside info on that?
I was told that part of Holman's testimony had to do with this. There's been this side-by-side photo reference, and that when Holman became aware of the leak, the reason that that he knew that it was coming from the defense so quickly is the only time he had ever seen, because that was a defense work product. They're the ones that put those side-by-side photos together. Apparently, one of them was a picture of Abby. The other side of it was something, I don't think it was from the crime scene, but something representing an asterisk. I don't know if it was supposed to represent something at the crime scene.
Oh, I wonder if it was Brad Holder had a picture of it's a rune and it looks like an asterisk and it was on his hand. I wonder if it was that.
So I think that was one of the reasons he knew that that he stated he knew that it came from defense work product, because he had been shown it when he did a September deposition. And the only time he'd ever seen that was presented by the defense.
Do you think that I was reading the protective order last night, and my question I was just going to ask, except I feel like I already know the answer. Do you feel like once it's made work product, does that still count as discovery? But then in the protective order, it said if there was ever any copies made of discovery, that the same like rules still apply. So I think it would fall under that.
I think so too. Another thing was apparently ISP, when they do their what was the exact thing I was told? When they what's the word? Cover up a private part on a deceased person.
Yeah, like
we know happened in this.
Censored.
Yeah, they always use rectangles to cover stuff like that up, and one of the pictures of the girls, it was an oval.
Yeah, one of them. I think there was one square / rectangle and one circle.
So that was they knew that it had been changed by I don't know if that was the defense or who did that.
Yeah.
But so far, I'm seeing no evidence that anything leaked from anywhere but the defense.
Which, I mean, I thought we
did.
I mean, like Westerman was charged. That was my whole thing, and I think I was trying to listen on double speed to get caught up. I think I heard Sunny. Did you say strategy? That you took the part about strategy as like strategy to release the photos?
Yeah, well, I'm saying back in October when this was all coming about. So you know how we knew about, so we already knew that the Frank's memorandum thing was coming out before it actually dropped, right? Because obviously information was being leaked from the defense. So during that time as well, we had heard that basically Baldwin, Westman, whoever, were basically sitting around a table talking about strategies, or however it went, but talking about strategies about about dropping information and how to do it. So it's a matter of if
I don't think Baldwin was included in that though. I thought that was just Fortson and Fortson and Mike Cohen guy.
Right, but it was, so maybe you heard that. We heard Baldwin as well, right? Adam, am I correct on that? Because I remember
he always said the defense.
Yeah, and so it's a matter of, does it come to fruition or does it not? Or is it just a fact that Baldwin knew the whole time? Like obviously there's messages there that they're showing as proof between Westerman and Baldwin about strategies or whatever
I think it was case strategy, like for the Richard Allen's case. That's how I took it, at least. Because my thing is, I'll be very, very surprised if the conclusion of any of this is that Baldwin was involved in leaking because they charged Westerman with leaking without permission. So, like, how could they? That doesn't make any sense that they could do both.
Well, again, it comes down, I don't know, like I said, to this evidence. So they're not going to bring it into court if it has no bearing. And if Baldwin is allowed to talk with Westerman, because Westerman worked. Is it Westerman that worked there?
I think previously, but maybe not at the time.
He stopped working there in
2019.
Yeah, 2019. He'd worked there for 5 years, I believe. But
So,
they
I
were
mean,
still
they're-
good friends.
Right. So it's just a matter of, to me, they're going to bring in something that is pertinent to what, showing something that transpired in that conversation to show that Baldwin, had knowledge that this was being, and played the dumb card like he had no knowledge type of thing. I don't know.
I think he was talking about details of the case with Westerman.
Right.
Yeah, but he can.
But I don't think he was involved in the leaking, but I think he definitely was telling him a lot of the details.
Yeah, and I agree with you, Ivy. I think I personally think that they I personally think that they know that he was, sharing information with Westerman, which, clearly he should not have been doing because Westerman was not in the investigation. So it's one thing to discuss certain strategy with, someone that but, to actually give information about the case, that's improper. But as far as actually directing the leak, I've seen no evidence of that. And I don't think that ISP can prove it. Because I think Holman was even asked if they considered bringing charges against Andrew Baldwin. And his response, if I'm being told correctly, was yes, but nothing was filed.
Mm-hmm.
I think what happened is, like we were just saying, Baldwin was sharing things that he shouldn't have with Westerman. And I think Westerman probably was over there regularly. And it wasn't like a one-day thing that he had access to it. He had access to things however many times. And then because his friend, I think from that point on, Baldwin is no longer like orchestrating any of it. I think then he had that friend Fordson, and Fordson was following the case also. So then Westerman shared that information with Fordson so they could discuss it back and forth. Then the same thing happened between Fordson to Mark Robert Cohen, and because they talked about it online. So then he shared it there, and then the reason it got out is because it started with Barbara McDonald showing her depiction of the F tree, and Fordson was like, that's not accurate, and was upset. So he's like, I'm going to show the public what really happened, leak the F tree, and then after that, he was like, well, I'm going to show people that this isn't just nonsense, that there was ruins, and then shared the picture. Because every defense attorney I've heard talk said, we do not want crime scene pictures ever shown to the public because it makes them, it's like a negative bias towards the defendant.
Right.
So this is what, look at 1 second, please. So sidebar says that they got screenshots, proof of long-term defense leaking.
Right.
To Westerman or to public?
The defense team.
I know, but like to Westerman?
I think it was on. I mean, they talked about they talked about the what's his name Woodhouse. They talked about the Woodhouse thing. They talked about the press conferencing. But no, I think they had months and months of communication between Westerman and Baldwin, where Baldwin would give Westerman information, and then whether Baldwin knew it or not, Westerman was disseminating it to the public.
That's what it sounds like.
But again, I'm not saying that Baldwin directed him to do it.
Yeah.
Right. I get what you're saying there.
Yeah, I was just trying to figure out if the messages were only between him and Westerman, like talking about the case.
Yeah, because I'd be interested in the subsequent Fortson communications that they also have.
Yeah.
Because that I think is going to show what the which we've seen some of the ones between like Cohen and Fortson, but the ones between Fortson and Westerman are probably going to be very telling. I mean, in one of Fortson's, remember, he says he was sitting in Franklin with all of the stuff, you know, and that, you know, the defense wanted him to go over it. So, I mean, he alleges in that one screenshot that he was working directly with the defense. I've not heard that anywhere else.
I do think.
It's in the screenshot.
I do think that that they shared the Franks, and whether I'm not going to have an opinion either way on like whether the exhibits were attached to them, but at least the what do you call that? The narrative part of the Franks. I think that they shared that with several people who were not employed by them, like several members of the public, to read over before it was filed. Definitely. And I think Fortson was one of those people.
Right. And yeah, and like I said, I mean, I don't think Baldwin directed him. You know, I think if they had proof of that, I think that we'd absolutely be hearing about it and seeing it.
We're probably not going to get to see all the messages, are we?
Well,
No.
not until you do a FOIA request.
Yeah.
After the case is over.
Yeah.
Yeah, and see, again, if it was a separate case, we'd be able to.
With all the money you make being a nurse, I think you can afford it. Just order it all up. Come on now.
Sidebar says, Fortson wrote, and I quote, "Defense just got the girls' phone records. Good stuff on here." Wow.
I remember that. It's been a long time since I
yeah.
read those, so they're not like in my brain, but I remember them when other people say them. But what about Rosie? Because I think it would be not just, I don't know how I want to say this, like not justice, I guess we'll say that, for like Rosie to be found in contempt and like put in jail. Like maybe a fine, but it sounds like he really wasn't involved outside of agreeing to like leave the stuff there. Am I wrong on that?
To leave what stuff there? I'm sorry.
It sounds like Rosie really wasn't involved outside of agreeing to store the stuff there.
Yeah, I mean, I've not seen any indication in the Westerman disseminate. I've seen no proof that you know, why would Rosie and Westerman even know each other?
Phones, right sidebar, phones, the girls' phones.
Right.
Oh yeah, I forgot that was a thing. Yeah.
And remember, we heard last week geofence victim too.
Yeah.
That was not Libby.
Who's the one that said Abby? Who said Abby had the phone? Sunny did.
I will give you credit for that because I was a no, she didn't person.
Well, you know, I won't believe it 100% until I see them reference Abby's phone.
Yeah, I think the thing is that a lot of times the old stuff that we hear is the more truthful stuff, you know, and then it comes to fruition later. And so something like this where phones, the girls' phones, so now we hear phones, right? Whereas, yes, we heard it. For some reason, for me, that always stuck out in my head. And so, hey, you know what? If it come to fruition that it is phones, again, this is not another piece of information that we got to know along the way in the midst of all this shit. So
apparently Court TV even called out the kerfuffle that they called it in the courthouse involving YouTubers. And then apparently even Court TV addressed it on like their on Court TV and talks about the kerfuffle in the courthouse involving YouTubers, and that one of them had been removed from the courthouse.
Was that Vinny talking?
No, someone had just sent it to me.
Oh, okay.
I don't know who it was.
Sidebar, you know, okay. Baldwin shouldn't be doing anything without involving Rosie. Michelle, I don't think so. So Deb says, apparently the photo of the girls' clothes in a creek was taken by a searcher.
Yeah, it was taken by
Yeah.
Young and Flo,
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Right.
I thought we.
Abby's aunt and uncle,
Yeah.
Right.
No,
and then given to Chris Todd by David Erskine.
By David Erskine, right. Oh, but don't forget he sold it to Chris Todd. He sold him info.
And that caused a lot of conflict.
Yeah.
if you guys try to ignore the stuff that got them like, let's say that they are found in contempt. If we try to forget about the stuff that they leaked and like take the emotion of that away from it, in general, the vibes I got from like people talking about it over the years that I've heard about contempt, which isn't really that much, the vibe I got that even if somebody's found in contempt, like in the long run, it's not like a huge like black eye on their career or anything. Is that the case? Is that how you guys understand it? Like
Yes.
versus like a complaint to like the bar and there being a giant investigation. Like that
Yeah,
would be a bigger deal.
Right. Yeah, I agree.
I was just curious because Michelle asked what did she ask? If they were found in contempt, like would it cast a shadow over any of the previous cases? And I said no, but then I started thinking about it and I'm like, I think that's right, but I don't really know.
Yeah. I wonder how it'll affect the other murder case that Baldwin has right now, also in Judge Gull's court. Because that's got to be, I mean, nothing against Andrew Baldwin, but if I were the going on trial for murder, and I was like, okay, here's this giant, huge, high profile case, and my attorney's wrapped up in this mess with the judge. I mean, easier to get a different attorney than judge, but
because I mean, to me, in my opinion, I know that this isn't like the legal case, but I feel like there's already a bias on her side, especially probably towards Baldwin. I don't know about Rosie, but so then if I was that defendant, I definitely would be thinking about that and worried about it. Can you imagine if he gets found like held in contempt and then gets jail time? Can you imagine that defendant like on trial for murder? My attorney just got thrown in jail by my judge.
Right.
Hey, I'm going to interrupt here for a second because this just came out by Metro and I want to show it quickly. It's to do with Riley Strain of the police thing. So it just came out. So I want to hear it because I'm on top of this case. So we got Delphi for a few hours here, people. Let me play it. I just want to see what it says. It's so basically on Gay Street, Riley Strain, there's a whatever between the police officer and Riley, and said that he didn't look distressed. Wait, that's
It's over here on Gay Street, near First Avenue North.
Okay, wait, is that him leaning up against the wall over there? Because this was all they said. See that person right here? Can you guys see that? Is that a person that's standing there?
It looks like a person.
Yeah. A tall person.
It's over here on Gay
Is that a person?
Street, near First Avenue North.
Okay. Really, so anyways, but what it says is shown was Riley's brief exchange of greetings. Why we didn't even hear any greeting there. With Officer Reginald Young on Gay Street, south of Woodland Street Bridge, on the night of the 3rd of the 8th. Riley did not appear distressed. Officer Young was there on a vehicle burglary called and remained on that portion of Gay Street for 45 minutes. Okay.
So maybe you can't see him. Maybe was he? You're supposed to be able to hear his voice? Maybe play it again.
That's what I thought. Okay. Let's do it one more time.
Sorry, everyone. We'll get back to Delphi in a minute.
Yeah. Wait, there he is. Did you see him? There he is.
It
Did you
almost
see
looked like
him?
he was jogging.
He's right here. He's right here.
Oh yeah, that's him.
That is him. What time is that at though? Did it say?
Does that
that's-
truck have a broken out window?
I don't think so. Maybe. Oh yeah, it does. Yeah, it does.
Yeah, he said he was there for a vehicle burglary.
Yeah.
Oh, I
There
would
he
have
is.
to listen to all the details that to know that, Ivy.
Okay, so where is he at this point? I'm just.
Is that
just
on
trying to-
Gay Street?
Yeah, but can you read what this thing is here by chance, or maybe we can make it out later on Google? But there's that shirt. So he's, But that was Riley.
Well, there's that bridge.
Yep. There he is right there. There, you heard it.
Play it. Let it play.
No, but it's because I didn't hear it the first time. I was like, what are we looking for?
How you doing, sir? I'm good. How are you? Good.
He seems not stumbling.
Yeah, not as bad, does he? Let's watch him again.
And earlier when you played it, it kind of looked like he was jogging up.
Where is he?
You didn't rewind it.
Oh. Is it here?
How you doing, sir?
So there he is there.
How you doing, sir? I'm good.
So he's, yeah, I mean, he's not like he's like.
Can you go back further than that? On his walk up?
Here, I'll just start it again.
Look, it looks like he's jogging.
I saw that cop and he was like, whoops.
How you doing, sir?
Yeah, I think he was just walking lunky.
Right, he's
I think
6'7", remember?
Yeah.
I don't know, but I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong.
I didn't see it jogging myself, but it was kind of out of focus there. Oh no, he's stumbling.
How you doing, sir?
Going on.
Good. How are you? Good.
So he was sober enough to be like, get it together.
Yeah.
And was able to get it together enough to walk by the cop.
Right.
What does that business say? Right there. What does that business say?
How you doing, sir? I'm good. How are you? Good.
Right there. WKD.
It's a radio station.
Okay, thank you.
Go back to the tweet or whatever that was with it and see, what did it say about the Gay Street? Greetings on Gay Street, south of Woodland Street Bridge.
Where's the timestamp?
It doesn't say, but south of Woodland Street Bridge. So that would have been right where that homeless guy said that he saw him about.
Yeah.
That was probably right before the homeless guy saw him.
I mean, his last phone ping was 9:53. So, I mean, 9:40 is basically when I got kicked out of the bar type of thing. So, so he was there. He was right there at that bridge. And then he's not supposedly seen on camera after that. I wonder, but that camera footage was shitty. The 2-hour camera footage from the Birch building. So the Birch building one, just quickly, I'm sorry guys, but it's about Riley Strain, that 22-year-old Tennessee, Nashville there that's missing. So the one that left Luke Bryant's bar. So there's footage, like a 2.5 hour footage from the Birch building. And it's really shitty quality, to be honest. And, but it's facing the opposite way. Like it's facing as if, so if Riley was walking, you would see him eventually getting into the camera footage, but not because it's facing the bridge. It's facing the opposite way. If it was facing the bridge, we'd know exactly what probably happened with Riley. But it's facing the other way. Yeah. So anyways, interesting. So okay, so back to Delphi, people. Sorry about that. Actually, I'm not sorry.
And
Because,
they're at lunch, I think.
no, they're back in. They're back.
They
had to
went
be
back in
in
at 1.
But oh yeah, I guess it is an hour.
Yeah.
I always forget about the time difference, but we're not going to be able to hear anything until another break,
Yeah.
are we?
No, yeah,
No,
and I
it's
doubt
your-
they'll do another break until the end of the day. So
Yeah.
I have a feeling we've gotten all the information we're going to have until after court.
Can I ask another question about Riley real quick?
Yeah, go ahead.
Let's see. The news lady who was talking to the homeless guy.
Yeah. Yeah.
She described that, and then she said, and then he continued down First Street, right?
Right. Mm-hmm.
But I thought that like First Street, there's Gay Street and there's First Street. Maybe she just misunderstood where he was. But
Gay runs opposite of First Street.
you mean like parallel to it?
Yeah. Well, so Gay Street runs like if you were going across that red bridge, Gay Street runs that way. First Street runs going south and east to west, type of thing.
I think Gay Street moves
Here.
around because the part I'm looking at is parallel to First Street, and Gay Street is closer to the river than First. It's like in between First and the river.
Hold on. I have it up on Google Maps. I need to get back to this here. Hold on. Give me a second. I don't know why it's sticking in this mode. Get back to... I don't know why it's sticking in this mode. Get back to the timeline properly. I don't know why it's doing that. Anyways, okay. So this... Where's Gay Street? This is Gay Street. Oh, I thought Gay Street ran that way.
Yeah, so then First, see like that road right up above Gay Street, right there. That's First.
And then it turns into Gay Street.
So
Right.
First
Okay,
is where the yellow is, and they said he continued on First. Do you think they meant Gay Street?
They meant Gay Street.
Yeah, I
Because
think I meant that.
let's just go down here for a second. Okay, where do you think we are? Because where's that station?
What was the radio?
WK something. Oh, we're right underneath the bridge now. Is that the first one or the second one? That's the first one. So we're looking for WUBS. Because we've seen the red bridge in his path. So it must be right over here. Right there. There it is. WKDF. So we saw him here. Right here. In that video.
So
This
where's
is the-
that from, like a top overview?
What do you
That
mean?
was the Woodland Bridge, wasn't it?
Yeah. So this is the first bridge, but it's at the second bridge that we don't see him. But in that video footage, he's right there where the cop's truck is. And so he's walking right here where you see him. So
Which is also where you said that the homeless guy was, which is interesting because
well, the homeless was further down.
Which towards the bridge or the other way?
The second bridge. So where that WK is, that's near this bridge here. That's right here. And where the homeless guy was talking was right here. And kind of pointing this way to the... So it's basically right there, like within the same vicinity. But he's before the first bridge in that video we just saw. And then when the homeless gentleman was talking with the cowboy boots, he was over here near that bench and then pointed about the bushes here. And then from this point on, there's this shitty camera that's facing this way from the Birch building here.
Mm-hmm.
Here, let me turn that around. Okay. Yeah. So from this building here, there's this shitty ass video that's pointing this way. Not this way. If it was pointing this way, we'd freaking see it. But it's pointing this way. and it's such a shitty video to go with it. Like you literally you see people walking, but you can barely make them out. They look like blobs walking down the street. That like almost like now you see me, now you don't. Oh, is that a person walking? A really shitty video. Birch Building, come on, upgrade your goddamn cameras. Fucking pathetic, honestly. But anyway, so yeah, it just happens not to be facing here, right? Anyways, all right. Back to Delphi, people. Back to Delphi. Okay. What else we got? I know we will. Like, I want to. Trust me, I really enjoy covering the Riley case. I find it interesting. Just same
Absolutely.
with Sebastian's.
And
Yeah.
I know Sebastian Rogers, I guess they did an interview last night, which I've not listened to yet.
Thanks, Diana. If there's one day allotted for this hearing, then it could take like KK sentencing. Did anyone see Pat Brown's video about Sebastian Rogers? I believe I did. Yes, I did. I'm pretty sure I did. It was
Who did they do an interview with last night, Sonny? Do you know?
no. Who did?
The mom and stepdad. Apparently, they did another interview last night.
Another one? I did not know.
I've not seen it. I don't have a link for it or anything. But I saw that this morning, and I was like, oh, tonight, if I get a chance, I'll watch that.
Yeah, no, I didn't know because we were too busy covering the other stuff, and I was away all day. And then when I was looking at stuff, I guess
people have been very critical about it.
I'm sure that they have been.
As people tend to be.
Yeah. I'd love to have that or look at that though. Frank said Alan looked like he put on weight. Yeah, he said that. Does anyone know where the hotel was in relation to the last sighting? Yes.
It was about 5 blocks, but in the opposite direction.
Yeah, I can show you since we got it open.
And when I was looking at where Luke Bryant's bar was, I can easily see where you could get turned around if you're not familiar with the city, because it's on a corner, and they're both main streets, so I can easily see where he just ends up walking down. That he just continues down one side as opposed to where he should have walked out of the bar and turned the other way.
Well, a lot of times people don't have. I have a good sense of direction.
Done it.
Yeah. He can help.
I'm gonna use the restroom real quick. I'll be right back.
Sunshine, my only sunshine. You make me right. Ivy, is that what you wake up singing every morning?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, definitely. That's what I thought you said. And I wonder why Luke Bryant hasn't hired any PI to see if he can help. I don't know. I mean, I know that they handed over a bunch of stuff, but that's probably as far as they went. Like Luke Bryant, he strikes me as a really decent guy. Watching him on American Idol, just his personality, but how caring and anything past giving
them a little video about it.
Yeah, I wouldn't doubt it. Actually, maybe
he put out a little video saying,
I think so. Okay,
something like, "This is scary, guys. Like, let's find him," or something like that. I forget.
Yeah. Well, I'm sure it did. Sometimes I wonder. Sometimes when it comes to celebrities, it makes you wonder if they're doing it for publicity, type of thing, because now their name's in the thing. But Luke Bryant strikes me as a decent human. He does.
And Luke Bryant doesn't need publicity. Plus, it'd be bad publicity for his bar.
No, but he does strike me as a decent guy.
Yeah,
for sure. I'm curious about the Sebastian another interview.
I just put something in the group chat about Sebastian that I saw on Twitter. It's kind of oldish, but it was Coffendorfer who tweeted it like today, but it looks like the screenshot was older, like a few days old.
Oh, okay. Just give me a sec there. At Sunny, I met him here in Utah in a concert, had a shot of Patron tequila with him. He's sweet and he has a cute butt. Well, I mean, she has a cute butt and you cannot lie. No, I should say he has a cute butt and she cannot lie. Something like That's nice, He does seem sweet. You know, like I said, it's kind of like when you look at Riley Strain here as well. You know, I mean, he just looks like a sweet kid, to be honest with you. And whatever's going on there, I just hope that he is found alive somewhere and somebody's basically holding him up hostage in their home, you know. But it's not, I mean, the bank card and everything. Okay, so you said you put something in the group chat?
Yes.
Okay, let me just take a lookie. Okay, just going down. From home 45 a day with my dogs. What's this first one? Are they both to do with Sebastian?
Yeah, so the second one is Coffindoffer's tweet, and then the like picture she has in her tweet.
Oh, okay. Let me just pull them up. Why is my screenshots doing that? Wait, why are you doing that? There we go. Okay. Downloads. Oh, I really need 2 computers so I can just drag shit over. But I mean, I guess it doesn't help for last minute stuff, to be honest. Okay, I think it's these 2 pictures. Sorry, Abby. Computer's taking its sweet ass
I'm
time.
looking at other stuff.
Okay, so which one should I show first? Jennifer Coffindaffer? Okay.
I mean, I don't think she's really said anything. I was just showing like where that came from.
Let's just take a look. This is to do with Sebastian for a sec, guys. Just trying to give you guys some updates on a couple of the cases that we're following as well. Plenty of time for Delphi here. I got too many photo things open, apparently. I need to actually reboot my computer is what I should truly be doing. Is that picture still up there?
Yeah.
I think so. I'm sorry, you guys. Like, I'm literally just closing off some pictures so I can actually see which ones I got. You know, when you keep opening pictures, they just kind of stay there, you know? Okay, so let me find this one. Okay, so Jennifer Coffindaffer, this is good news. I learned my lesson years ago about jumping to conclusions when it comes to casting a person's against the parent of autistic children too early. It will keep synthesizing facts, and I will keep synthesize what facts and posting information.
Synopsis. I'm trying to say synopsis. Synopsising.
Yeah, synopsising. More hope after seeing this. Why did his mom ask if he had shoes on? Okay, let me go to the other screenshot you sent. This one.
So the one you're getting ready to show is what she was talking about.
Yeah, I was just gonna say probably should have shown that one first.
I mean,
let me see here.
So the one doesn't really have anything in there. Synopsizing. I don't know.
Go ahead, read it, Ivy.
I was reading Bossy's where she said synopsi like octopi.
Synopsizing like octopi.
Hold on, let me pull it up on my end real quick. So somebody said I was 3, and this is from 4 days ago. I don't know when the screenshot was taken, but if it was taken today, then that means that these were made 4 days ago. Somebody says, I was 3 feet from him at 4:45 today, walking my dogs on Newman's Trail. I had no idea a boy was missing at all. If I had received an alert with a picture, I would have called police, praying for a safe return home. And then somebody commented on that and said, OMG, I'm outside now, hearing the helicopters all around. Did you call the police? And then someone else, well, the same person who said the original comment, said, my daughter and I spoke to him. Then Katie Proudfoot commented and said, what did he say? Anything? Did he seem stressed? Was he wearing shoes? And then that person said, yes, my sister saw him as well. Soon as she heard, she called me and then called police. I'm pretty sure guy across the street called too. Officer came and drove in our neighborhood, but we literally are right up against another subdivision and woods. So let me see if I can find where Newman's Trail is.
Okay, but when was this even posted?
I don't know when the screenshot was taken, but the comments were posted 4 days before the screenshot was taken. And then Coffindoffer just posted it today.
Okay, so I was 3 feet from. Why didn't she answer about the down shoes?
I don't know.
I was 3 feet from him at 4:45 today, walking my dogs on Newman's Trail. I had no idea a boy was missing. Okay, well let's
Right, and this is old. Like Charmaine and I were talking about this. Gosh, 2 weeks ago.
Is it that old?
Yeah.
I'll say Coffindoffer just posted it today. That's the only reason I saw it.
This was in a Facebook group not long after he went missing, because people were like, well, because people thought it was odd that she asked about the shoes, and I don't know if there was any ever answer or anything like this.
Mm-hmm.
But and like I said, I don't remember exactly which group this was in, because I saw it in the group it was in.
So there's a potential he could have been seen, but maybe not.
Right.
But even if he was seen, it's been 2 weeks since.
Yeah, and Charmaine might know the details of it more. My brain is wrapped around Delphi right now. So
No, I just saw that and it stood out.
Well, okay. Let's just go. I just want to see where Henderson Trail is.
What's their address? It's like 1008.
It's 1008. Yeah. What was it called again? Henderson Trail?
Newman's Trail.
Oh, sorry, Newman's Trail.
It's a kind of a long trail though.
Yeah. But let's just Henderson search. Okay, but we can do that. And then we can. Okay, this is the trail. Let's bring this.
It goes around though. Like it's pretty long.
That's the best view. Okay, there we go. Okay, so it goes through here? Does it go through the trees?
It goes it goes up and around, and then there's a break, and then there's a little other piece that goes until it gets to the highway.
Okay, so I mean, obviously he's here. Right? Like this is basically where he lives here. So
well, no, that's actually that's a distance.
Yeah, that's why I'm kind of confused on that. But anyways, we'll look at that later because like I said,
I'll make a drawing and I'll send it to you. You can I'll sign it for you.
All right.
Right.
Thank you.
Whenever we do go back to Delphi, I sent you
We're back to Delphi.
a CBS 4 news clip if you want to play it.
Sure. Delphi murders attorney hearing, this one? I think it is.
Attorneys face contempt of court.
Is it 2 minutes? Yeah.
It's the CBS 4 one.
CBS 4 one. Okay. Yeah. So stop screen, present Delphi. This. You guys don't know the arm workout, the freaking clicking workout that I get. Freaking fine, like going to this, to that, to this, to post. Woo, I'm worn out, people.
Your movements in the Delphi double murders case, the judge is considering a list of motions from both the prosecution and the defense. Well, that hearing began at 9 o'clock this morning, and CBS 4's Russ McQuaid has been inside the courtroom all morning long during it. He joins us now live. Russ, what have you learned this morning?
And good afternoon, Melissa. And sometimes personally acrimonious and contentious back and forth between Special Judge Fran Gull and an attorney representing Allen's defense team. We heard more testimony and more evidence this morning in the charges of they performed contempt of court that's been brought by the prosecutor in the defense of the man, Richard Allen, who was accused of killing Abby Williams and Libby German outside of Delphi in 2017. Judge Gull was from the start stern with the gallery and seemingly sometimes bored and exasperated with the attorney representing the defense lawyers Andrew Baldwin and Bradley Rosie. The defense team has been accused by prosecutor Nick McClelland of violating the judge's gag order and leaking case evidence and information. Indianapolis attorney David Hennessy, a longtime courtroom veteran representing Brad Baldwin and Rosie, drilled down on the lack of intent in the evidence leak and the roles of social media posters unknown to Baldwin to republish crime scene photos. McClelland has argued that other leaks to social media did not come from the defense and are irrelevant to this proceeding. Now, we are on a lunch break now, and this case is very significant because of the impact of social media in this case with the social media posters and their information being brought up in case. And right now, outside the courthouse, we've got a debate going on and an argument between social media posters about who is saying what to each other online. We're on a lunch break now. We go back at 1 o'clock to finish up the contempt hearing. Then we're going to take a look at evidence and exculpatory evidence that the defense team says is essential in proving the not guilty of their client.
Okay, so he lost his words there, didn't he? Okay. I mean, these people are grown up. First of all, let's go back to quickly Snay and Noah. Noe. Like, come on. Like, you know what? Put your dicks away. Come on. You're freaking in a courtroom, right? What'd you say? Ivy, did you say something?
No, I just gagged a little.
Oh, okay.
I have to go make some food, so I'm gonna take my laptop in there with me.
Okay.
I wonder, based on like what sorry to jump in and interrupt you, my God. Based on what somebody said earlier about Hennessy not being able to hear her, that's kind of like, I don't know. It is what it is, but I hate to hear that she's like bored and exacerbated by him not being able to understand her. Like, that doesn't seem like his fault.
Right. All I can hear is a little bit biased there, Judge. Let's just remove yourself from the case, because obviously, you know, you basically don't have the time of day for us. Just sorry to keep you up, Judge. Yeah.
Oh, check the messenger from Charmaine.
Okay, hold on. You can hear them yelling. All right, you guys. Let's get into a little bit of drama here. What's Charmaine showing here? Okay. Oh, that's on criminality. Stop screen. Present. What does she got here? Where is it? Chrome tab. No, where is it? Where is it, Charmaine? Right here. Okay. So criminality, Teresa there. Okay, let's see. Let's get some. Sure, we got some good volume going here. Make sure. Okay.
Okay, let me get out of Discord because otherwise that's just going to go crazy with all the ding, 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 ding.
Why did it go sideways?
Synopsising?
Yeah.
Okay.
I hate you. That sounds so easy coming out of your mouth.
Here we go. Thank you, Jinx.
Thanks, Jinx.
Let's unmute it.
Yeah. Come on, Jinx. Thanks, Jinx. All right. Let's see what you got there, Teresa.
Uh-oh.
We're on high volume here.
Uh-oh.
Hold on.
Okay, so there's Snay.
It's sideways though. This is Charmaine. Is this your beautiful?
Zoom back in, Jinx. Zoom back in.
I'm
right there, right there.
I'm tilting my head.
So there's Snay. You guys probably can barely see that, huh? So there's Snay, and he's just like up in Noe's face.
Do we get to hear it though?
Oh, she was probably going to film something. Oh, here we go. Oh, there's Frank Meister. There's Frank Meister. I don't know who that is that just walked over there.
That was it.
Hold on.
I thought we could hear him. Oh, Charmaine, I thought we were going to hear some like it's sideways. Not good for this live. Sorry. Yeah, sometimes
with Frank. You shouldn't have broken it up. You should have let him fight, and you should have let him get arrested.
Yeah. Charmaine, sometimes videos will do that when you're recording them, and then when you send them, they'll go sideways. But anyways, I mean, if I was in my program, I could revert it and show it. I just have to like take it down, but whatever. I mean, I'm sure we're going to see more of that stuff like later on. Drama. All I can say is this, like, come on. Like, these people are adults and they're acting like they're freaking in a freaking children's sandbox, Laughable. But hey, you know what? Sometimes it's funny. Sometimes it is funny because it's not me, it's them, Sometimes that stuff is funny. But it's stupid. But you know what I mean? It's like, grow the fuck up, people. Seen better fights outside the sweet shop.
Honey,
Right.
try it once more. The one I just sent.
Okay. I gotta open up Facebook again. Sorry, it's just that usually when I take it off, it always shows people's messengers and stuff. So, let's see. Aspen sent the video. No, yours is sideways too. Aspen.
No, just play it. I
Even
promise.
when it, okay. So are we saying that this one's better than Charmaine's?
It's the same one. I just edited.
Okay, let's see. Play it.
Ding ding. Okay.
Let's see.
Here we go.
There we go.
Thank you, Jinx. Let's see. Let's unmute it. Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
Okay, so there's Snay.
There's Snay.
It's like Jinx trying to film Bigfoot. I can't.
Oh, right there.
Zoom in.
I can't.
So there's Snay. You guys probably can barely see that, huh? So there's Snay, and he's just like up in Noe's face.
You can talk to me like that, but don't you talk about my wife.
Oh, she was probably going to film something.
Look at them people.
Here we go.
Frank's in there.
There's Frank Meister. Frank Meister.
Come on, you guys. Grow the fuck up.
I don't know who that is that just walked over there.
Good. Go on, Frank. Frank's that type of person, Yeah. Frank's that type of person to sit there. Riley Strain does not appear to be intoxicated in this officer body cam. Already seen it. It was around 9:50ish. He acknowledges the officer. So that's one that we showed. So it was at 9:50.
That's 2 minutes, right to the last ping.
Three.
If
we're gonna get technical, 9:53. Bish Bosh captions. Okay, do we have anything for Delphi by anybody? Anything more? You guys are doing good. Thank you so much. Sending me all these clips and stuff. Oh my goodness. I mean, there's drama in the court, drama outside the court. What time is it now? It's 11, almost here. So 11 to 12, 12 to, so it's 2 o'clock, and they went back in at 1 o'clock.
Yeah, so I doubt we're going to see anything new until either they take an afternoon break, which I don't know if they will, or if they just go straight through until the end of the day. I mean, they didn't take a morning break, so
yeah,
I wouldn't be surprised if they did it. I mean, it's just 4 hours. If presumably if court ends at 5, it might go late. You never know. Remember how late Keegan Klein's went?
Yeah. Well, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna go pee, and then yeah, that's exactly what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna go pee. Then I'm gonna think about everything that you've done. Then I'm gonna come back. I'm gonna see if I can take that. Well, the thing is, I can't take that video because if you guys are talking, I can't very well. Well, maybe I can do that. Maybe I can just mute you guys and try to blow that video up a little bit better. You know.
Which video?
The one that you just sent.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. But you guys are all taking it from your phone. What timestamp was that on criminalities? Do you guys know? Or no, because Jinx is taking it from her phone, so it would still be what's the word? Vertical. That phone type of thing anyway. Yeah, add some Batman captions. Poo poo. The hearing starts at 2. No, they said 1, didn't they? They said that they were just going. The hearing started. No, Charmaine. I don't know where Charmaine was. But the hearing started at 9:45 for the contempt. They had a lunch break, but they went right into the contempt at 9:45. Is that what you mean, Charmaine? And then, like, meaning, so the hearing didn't start at 2. It actually started at 9:45. Am I correct? Right? And that's what we heard, right, Ivy?
Yeah, that's what I understood.
Yeah, that's what they said. 9:45. That stuff was kind of whatever. Judge basically went into it right away.
Right. I think, yeah. But I think they're just going to do them continuous. I don't think they're, I don't think they're going to separate the contempt has to end at 2 p.m. exactly. I think they're just going to keep going.
Yeah, they're just going to keep going exactly. So, I had a feeling that was probably going to happen. So I'm not shocked actually that it kind of went this way, because I was just thinking if they got this one, they're probably just going to run them like into each other. So it's not shocking me that they actually did it like that instead of being like, okay, everyone, you know what I mean? It just makes sense. Anyways, I'm going to be right back. If there's something else that pops up, I'll be right back. Just put it into the messenger and let me know when I get back, okay? On computers sleuthing from the phones. I can't believe that she did not take today off, though, to be joining us up here. Shame on you, Charmaine. Shame. I like how that goes together. Shame on you, Charmaine. Anyways, I'll be right back.
So what are your thoughts as of right now, Ivy, as far as what, I know it's a lot to, try to decipher and go through, but do you have any thoughts of what we've heard so far today?
About the contempt part?
Or about the way you've treated me?
No thoughts about that.
I don't know if you had any. I didn't know if you had any thing you wanted to say to me or not. But no, I'm sorry. Charmaine's not here, so I'm not used to anyone not being mean to me. But
well,
no, yeah. What are your thoughts from today so far?
While you were gone on the phone, I did accuse you of testifying for McClelland. So there's that.
I had to go zoom in my testimony real quick. Did I leave that part out?
Yes, that's why you were gone for 20 minutes, and then I forgot what Sunny said, but I mean, I don't know why. I'm definitely not surprised, but for some reason, I'm still a little disappointed if it is true that Gull is appearing like dismissive and bored and annoyed, especially if it's, for something like trivial like that. I'm assuming that, like, at this point, there's no question they're going to be held in contempt. It's just what is the sanction going to be? And is Osbrook really going to file an original action? And the only other thing was, and I kind of said this earlier, is I'm surprised that the notes we're getting are more along the lines of what exhibits have been allowed and not actually what's been said. That's been kind of, I wish we would have gotten more what's been said in testimony. That's really all my thoughts.
Right. No, I think, I think that's very valid.
What are your thoughts?
I mean, I haven't purposely, I have not purposely, gosh, I'm losing my mind now. Delphi will do this to you, especially 5 hours straight. I've not heard anything that overly has surprised me yet today. I know that, like later this evening, I'll probably go back and read all of those new court documents that came out this morning. Because that already feels like a whole day ago. And then I'm really anxious to sit down and hear a detailed explanation of kind of like what all went down in court today. I know someone in the courtroom sent me 32 pages of notes that they took.
I love that because
but I literally, it's all freehand, and I'm not about to sit here and read through that all now because none of it would be in context or make sense.
I love that they did that though, because I really, really, really don't like getting vague third hand or second hand, I guess.
Yeah.
Explanations. Like, I want to know details.
Yeah, I know. I'm very appreciative. And then I know someone else in the courtroom sent me 3 or 4 pages of their notes. So looking over that all, I really appreciate.
Sorry, I'm trying to make food while we talk. See, so Jinx said that they had to be back in the courtroom for 1:30, proceedings starting back up at 2. Just to clarify in English, write that down too.
Okay, is that what it is? That makes more sense, Charmaine.
I'm actually surprised that there's not. Usually there's like news people, like, I don't know if you want to say like journalists, like tweeting, even though they can't tweet in the courtroom, they come out and they tweet a bunch of stuff.
Yeah.
Afterwards. And I haven't seen that.
No. Same. Like nothing on Nye. I don't know. What was the other guy's name? Dennis McQuaid or something like that? Dennis McQuaid. What's his name? Dennis
McQuaid.
How do you spell McQuaid? Is it? I don't know.
Or no, I'm thinking of Russ McQuaid. Am I not?
Russ, I think.
Oh, what is it? Russell? Is it Russ McQuaid? Russell McQuaid?
It's MCQ.
Wait. Is it Russ or Russell though?
I don't know.
Oh. Russ.
Maybe it was Russ.
Well, I just said on Twitter. Russ McQuaid. Is that it? Russ McQuaid News? But that's
yes.
Oh yeah, that's him. He just looks better in his Twitter picture than with that. Like he looks different. So let's see. Why are his posts all from 2021? Russ McQuaid News. It is the same guy. But all his posts are from like 2000.
Maybe he doesn't tweet regularly.
Yeah, maybe it's not. I thought he did though, but maybe he gave up on tweeting. Looks like in 2021 of April, he just disappeared off of Twitter.
Right.
After that, there's not a post.
Rich Nye used to do real good coverage, but he's not today.
He's doing a little bit today. He's in the courtroom.
Oh, good. He usually does really good coverage.
That's sorry. That's where I got this. Sorry. That's where I got the WTHR video earlier.
On there, let's see here. I wonder why
Let me
Charmaine
see if
didn't
there's
take
any other.
5 hours on DELPHI. My brain is already leaking. Before, I
Yeah.
think something else was leaking yesterday as well. Before that kind of mess. Thanks, AJ. In the video, you see 3 police running behind Russ to where Snay is. In video, you see, is that what it was? Schoolyard bullshit. AJ, they decided to cash me outside. How is that English, Charmaine? AJ, they decided to cash me outside. How about that?
Yeah, catch me outside. How about that?
Yeah.
Are you
Right.
a
You gotta be
familiar?
careful saying that around these parts. You know,
Yeah.
you're in Fort Wayne. Someone will catch you outside.
It just gets.
That scares me to actually go to the trial because I'm such a non-violent person. I'm like, and I don't get the wrestling references a lot of the male YouTubers like throw out. So I mean, if someone like starts like saying like meet me up, I'm like, what? Why? Like,
Yeah. Meet me outside in 5 minutes, Adam.
But Noe and Snay, though, they have been talking about doing this for like months back and forth. It's not like it was out of nowhere.
Right.
I mean, yeah, I'm not. I don't know. I just, whatever business is between those YouTubers, it didn't belong it didn't belong interrupting any of this today.
Yeah. What's the Russ Quate? Is that Fox 59 though?
I think Charmaine said it was in the news clip that you could hear them, and then AJ said that you could see police running up.
You could hear it in the CBS 4 one we played, right?
I couldn't hear shit. I didn't hear shit really. All I heard was criminality saying, "Oh, there's this person. Oh, there's Rick saying."
No, I'm talking about the news one.
Oh no!
Apparently, you could hear them.
Oh, okay. You're talking about the one that I had played already.
I think.
Okay, let's just see.
But I don't know if we could hear or not. We'll have to.
Let's try it again.
Some major movements in the Delphi double murders case. The judge is considering a list of motions from both the prosecution and the defense. Well, that hearing began at 9 o'clock this morning, and CBS 4's Russ McQuaid has been inside the courtroom all morning long during it. He joins us now live. Russ, what have you learned this morning?
Look at the background, people.
And good afternoon, Melissa. And sometimes personally acrimonious and contentious back and forth between Special Judge Fran Gull and an attorney representing Allen's defense team. We heard more testimony and more evidence this morning in the charges of they performed contempt of court that's been brought by the prosecutor in the defense of the man, Richard Allen, who was accused of killing Abby Williams and Libby German.
The police are running.
2017. Judge Gull was from the start stern with brought by the prosecutor.
Let's show that again.
In the defense of the man, Richard Allen, who was accused of killing Abby Williams and Libby German outside of Delphi in 2014.
I'd be the cop at the end. I'd be that cop in the back walking.
Gallery and seemingly sometimes
You guys get there
bored
first.
and exasperated with the attorney representing the defense lawyers, Andrew Baldwin and Bradley Rosie. The defense team has been accused by prosecutor Nick McClelland of violating the judge's gag order and leaking case evidence and information. Indianapolis attorney David Hennessy, a longtime courtroom veteran representing Baldwin and Rosie, drilled down on the lack of intent in the evidence leak and the roles of social media posters unknown to Baldwin to republish crime scene photos. McClelland has argued that other leaks to social media did not come from the defense and are irrelevant to this proceeding. Now, we are on a lunch break now, and this case is very significant because of the impact of social media in this case with the social media posters and their information being brought up in case. And right now, outside the courthouse, we've got a debate going on and an argument between social media posters about who is saying what to each other online. We're on a lunch break now. We go back at 1 o'clock to finish up the contempt hearing. Then we're going to take a look at evidence and exculpatory evidence that the defense team says is essential in proving the not guilty of their client at the Fort Wayne.
Okay, you know what? He's probably stumbling a little bit there because he's like, all he's hearing is people and probably the shit going on beside him as he's trying to cover it.
I will admit, I don't. There's like negative drama, and then there is drama that's entertaining to me at least, and
Yeah.
I find this hilarious, entertaining. However, there is a big, like, you know, YouTubers and podcasters is this new form of reporting things that is separate from like the mainstream media,
Right.
and it's coming. People aren't going to be able to stop it, but at the same time, there are lots of questions about it. Like, is that legitimate reporting? And shit like this
Right.
makes everybody look so bad, so bad.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to say earlier. That shit like this, yeah, you know, that's where
It really is embarrassing. I mean, it's embarrassing and it's uncalled for. It's just, yeah. That's why I don't talk about like any of that stuff ever, because one, it's not worth my time, and this case deserves, these girls and these families deserve way better than this behavior. So
I'll talk about it.
I don't find it entertaining.
Attorney representing Allen's defense team. We heard more testimony and more evidence this morning in the charges of they performed contempt of court. That's
When
been
did they come
personally
running out?
acrimonious and contempt.
Gotta watch.
Learned this morning.
Yeah, we got to watch this part
And
again.
good afternoon, Melissa. And sometimes personally acrimonious and contentious back and forth between Special Judge Fran Gull and an attorney representing Allen's defense team. We heard more testimony and more evidence this morning in the charges of they performed contempt of court. That's been brought by the prosecutor.
Here they come.
In the defense of the man, Richard Allen, who was accused of killing Abby Williams and Libby German outside of Delphi in
Oh my God! Like, for Pete's sakes, eh?
Oh, and Bossy, yeah, I wasn't referring to you, of course.
No class, these poor families. Absolutely, Amy. It's beyond ridiculous. Seriously. My best guess is clear throat snake. It's just, like I said, they can't keep their dicks in their pants. They just got to keep, like I said, all this online drama between these people. And Holly apparently didn't even show up. And then it's just ridiculous. That's why, honestly, this is why this channel doesn't entertain that crap. Besides, it's funny, but it's not funny, right? It's just the ridiculous of it that makes it funny, that this shit is actually happening in a place of court, and that they can't even act like freaking adults for a day. But it's just a stupid drama that rolls over to this, and it's just ridiculous. My best guess is clear throat. Keep my wife's name out of your effing mouth. No, right? Yeah.
I did notice that McQuaid said, this kind of goes back to like what I was saying earlier. He said, how did he describe it? Personally acrimonious. Is that what he said? About between Hennessy and Gull? There was like contention and personally acrimonious or something like that. And that doesn't sound good. That sounds like something that will have people up in arms, certain people. Do you have any idea what I'm talking about?
I totally was in a whole different world of my own.
Okay.
And then all of a sudden I was like, shit, maybe I should pay attention to what Ivy's saying. Ivy, don't take it as an insult, but I'm pretty sure that you're aware by now that half time I'm like looking at something else, and then I'm like, oh shit. Because I don't mean to be ADHD like that, but I am. Okay.
I am currently making toast.
Yeah.
So
I like the reference that Purple Amaryllis makes. Just think if we were watching the hearing itself, we wouldn't be filling the time discussing these Muppets.
Yeah. It was very short.
And there goes any slight chance of cameras in the courtroom. Oh my God.
I'll be so, I know
This
it's
is
probably not going to happen, but I will be so disappointed. I don't know. I won't get on my soapbox.
this is why we can't have nice things.
Yeah.
Squirrel. Yeah. Maybe I changed my name to Sunny Squirrel. No, Squirrel Sunny. Sunny Squirrel. Aspen IIRC was Nye, the reporter who recorded my encounter on his cell phone. I wonder what he's going to do with it. Wait, what's Bossy talking about? I'm kind of confused, little Bossy. What was that?
There was the
Nye-
altercation outside of Keegan Klein's sentencing. Remember between like I think Bossy was out there, Jinx, Noe, and what's Holly.
Oh yes.
I forget some of the stuff.
Yeah.
Because like I said, I don't, it's not something I focus on. But yeah, no, Bossy, I don't think you did anything wrong there. Some of it, some people are just sillier than others, Yeah, it is what it is.
Yeah. The reason what sticks in my head, though, I couldn't help it, is that Greeno had sent me his a video, and he said you might find the first few minutes interesting. And so, I watched it, and then it went into Rick Snee was on with him, and I tortured myself, but I watched it for about 10 minutes, and it's like Rick Snee is like someone like going, I'm gonna see you in the wrestling match at court. Wait till I see you. You undid it, like as if like I'm gonna basically gonna come punch you out, dude. You've been talking this smack about my, fuck with me. I fuck with my wife. Now you fuck with everybody, type of thing. And I'm like, oh my god, shut up. Because it just sounds so stupid. But here they are today, because meaning it was just something between them, these people, that always transpires. And like I said, they can't just grow the fuck up. Everyone's stabbing each other in the back over on that side of things, and one minute they're friends with this person, next minute they're not. I can't deal with that shit with Delphi. It's just a bunch of bullshit. Like I said, there's like the YouTube creators that want to cover the case, and then there's and the sad part is that those channels get the most views. Sadly, you'll see a ton of people in them because it's like entertainment. Really, you can't almost blame them because
it's reality TV. Like it's the same.
Yeah, it's right. It's the same shit. I can't do that. Like it, like I said, it gets old fast. That whole group gets very old fast. And then I'm just thinking to myself, like, thank God that, like, thank God I'm me and not you.
Yeah.
People.
One thing I feel like we're fairly good at is it doesn't matter if it's people I like, people I agree with, like myself, and I think you guys too, for the most part, have the same standards for everybody. Even if you've been like my close friend for years, I'm still going to call you out on your shit, maybe in private versus publicly for somebody else. But it doesn't matter if I like you or not. That has absolutely no bearing on whether somebody's behavior is appropriate or inappropriate. It's just
right.
It is.
Right, Travis? Right. Okay. I see you agreed, nodded your head. I have them all. I have them all except Rick blocked. Like, are you talking about when you say Rick? Are you talking about like Richard Allen? You have him blocked, or Rick Snee? Their behavior is exactly what we tell our kids not to do. Yeah, and yeah, Ivy. Like I'm one of those things. Like I said, we say our piece. Nothing's meant to offend each other. If we're wrong, we're wrong. Like that. And like I said, for me, like I said, well, meaning, I'm sorry, but I'm just going to say this again, and I don't really care. Travis owes an apology. And if he doesn't want to, then honestly, he can stay away from the channel, because he's the one that wanted that live. And I am pissed about it still, because I'll tell you why I'm pissed. Because I was out with my husband, and I could have stayed out longer, and we could have been out. You know what I mean? I wouldn't have had to worry that I had a live to do. But it was because of Travis who suggested that we do that. And right. And that he was going to be like there as well. So, I mean, it turned out how it turned out. But on something that's this, especially when you've looked at my messages in your phone and you've ignored them, I'm going to call you out, because you come into this chat, you haven't sent me a message on my phone to say, oh, I'm sorry, I forgot, or anything like that. And then he comes into chat and has the nerve to sit there and say, well, apparently I was supposed to be somewhere. Dude, you were the one that wanted that live. This was your thing. So when you take time away from my husband on a Saturday, when I could have just stayed away and been with my husband enjoying the day, that's
Sunday.
why I'm pissed. What?
Sunday.
What'd you say? What?
It was a Sunday.
Oh shit. Okay. So when it's on a Sunday and I could have had time with my husband, but that's why I'm more pissed. But don't come in here or don't send me a message and just apologize. I'm very much about what's right and wrong. And if I was in the wrong, I would be totally saying sorry to that person. And he come in here and he acted like, was I supposed to be somewhere that I didn't know? Dude, you're the one that wanted this live. Now, it ended up turning out how it was. But in saying that, if you can't respect enough to give an apology and you come in here and talk and you still can't send me a message to apologize, great, stay away. I don't care if you're the president or you work at frickin' McDonald's. It's about respect for individuals, each other. And you disrespected me because, like I said, so, and I'll say this like this. So I'm tired and then whatever. But the thing is that, like I said, and Ivy, I was a little testy last night. I was so tired, but I was annoyed. I was still annoyed, I could tell, because of the fact when somebody doesn't have the respect and they look at a message, but at least send a message saying, oh, what? I didn't know what. So that's all I'm going to say. And I'm going to leave it at that with Travis. I don't give a shit who you are and what you've done. But if you can't respect this channel enough for all the times that you have been mean towards Adam in his rudeness and stuff like that, we overlook that, right? But if you can't come in here and apologize for something that you planned, I don't want to know you then, dude. Seriously, I don't want to know you then, because it takes a real person to sit there and, like I said, apologize, but not try to pretend like he didn't know about this live and that he was supposed to be there. Amen. I'm going to leave it at that.
I'm a big believer in even if you feel like you are not in the wrong, I feel like too many people get stuck there when you can just say, like, sorry, I thought it went this way. I'm sorry we had a misunderstanding. I don't want you to be put in that situation or whatever.
Well, I look like a grease monkey, don't I? But yes, right? But the thing was that we all know that he clearly said, like, this is the whole reason why we were doing this live, right? So we all knew that. So it wasn't like none of us didn't know that. And so, like I said, you don't sit there and read someone's messages and then you read it again to see the link and you still look at it and then you don't even say anything back. Sorry, you lost my respect. That's all.
Right. Well, and mistakes, people forget, mistakes happen. I get that. It's just how you handle it after the fact.
It's exactly how you handle it. And I don't put up with people's bullshit.
We appreciate Travis's opinion, and hopefully that, they can talk it out, and, maybe Travis doesn't even realize that he's hurt, that he, whatever. So
no,
hopefully
his ego got bruised, so he left because he didn't feel like he owed an apology.
Oh, I figured he left because Teresa was live.
Or that too. He's probably going, you know what? I'm just going to go over to Teresa. She loves me. Hey, Teresa, have me on. I don't care. I just don't care. Like I said, it's about how you handle something. And I felt very slapped in the face by the fact that he was chatting and he couldn't say, oh, I'm sorry, I didn't know. Just in a message. But because he kept ignoring my comments, I'm like, dude, have a good day. Go ahead. Go see Teresa at Criminality. Enjoy that. Anyways, I'm sorry, but you guys, I just speak my mind. And when somebody does me wrong, and it takes a lot for me to get there, but hey, you know what? I don't sit there and play like, oh, well, you're a lawyer, so I really need you for this channel. I don't, right? Like, I mean, considering we have almost a lawyer, we have a student lawyer, we have Ivy there that has great knowledge as well. We're good. We're good. We're lawyers. If we equate us all together, we're good. Yeah. Okay, moving on from that. Thank you.
Yeah. And I'm seeing no updates in the last like 20 minutes from anything. So
it's all good. No updates.
Info may have dried up for
I know
until after court.
My husband, when I went out there, when I had to go to the washroom, and I went to see my husband, he's like, well, he's doing the dishes right now, actually, and he's like, I just want to go out somewhere. It's such a beautiful day, and I'm like, but husband, I told you I was doing a live in the morning.
Was he off today?
Yeah, like, well, his allergies were really bad, so when he woke up, his eyes were all scratchy and itchy and stuff like that. So yeah, he's not been doing like, but it's just that fresh air makes you usually feel better, even if you have like a cold and stuff. I always, fresh air always helps mend.
Go get outside for a few hours.
Yeah. So do you guys are you planning on staying on the entire time, or are you gonna get off and come back?
The thing is that it's 11:30 to 12:30, 12:30 to 1:30. It's 2:30. I mean, this thing could stop. Like, what do you guys think?
No, it's not going to stop anytime soon.
Like, what do you guys think that are watching right now? I am not testy, and I'm funny.
I mean, one thing we could always do is we could always go regroup, find whatever new information, set a live for 5 o'clock, which is when court's supposed to end.
What's Frank just posting?
And if court ends early, we can always just start the live early.
Wait, hold on a second. Sorry, it's just an old video.
Okay.
Oh no, okay, that's an old video. Sorry, sometimes it happens. Sorry, you guys ever get that? Where a video like Frank posted from a couple days ago shows up to me today.
Right.
I'm sorry, Adam. What did you say there?
Well, no, I said one thing we could do if you want to schedule a second live for like 5 p.m. when court's supposed to be over, we can always go live earlier than that if court ends early.
That's at like 2 though, right?
Yeah,
that's
2.5 hours from now.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure my husband's not going to want to be back before then.
Oh.
Whatever he wants to do, that's my thing in my head. So I said to my husband, well, what do you want to do? He's like, I don't know. I just want to get outside. But I don't know what that means to him. I mean, I can schedule it. And if I'm running late, you can just start it without me type of thing. With Ivy and Charmaine. Charmaine should be home by then. Right, Charmaine? Aren't you sick? Or Ivy? Wait, I'm still going over the frame by frame body cam.
Ivy.
What's that? What's this? What? She doesn't have a mouth all of a sudden? I think I was going to dismiss the charges this afternoon.
Oh, you think so, Charmaine?
1 sec.
I have a feeling that Charmaine's being
smartass.
Wait, what's your favorite word?
Sarcasm?
Ivy?
She's not being pedantic.
Oh,
she's not being. That's right.
Yeah. I still would like to point out that Ivy still does not turn on her camera. She could be anyone. We don't know.
Right. I just have like a glaring sun behind me, so I'm like, ugh.
Yeah. Well, you know what? Okay, so Adam, I'll reset the live for like 2 o'clock. Whatever, YOLO. But
Right.
if I'm not back in, like, say we go somewhere, but I'm not sure what time because my husband is like, I don't know, I just want to get out. Can you just an Ivy and
As long as Charmaine or Ivy is available.
I know, listen to you, wussy. Okay, but yeah,
I don't like to do live alone.
I know you
can't help
don't.
it.
Yeah, you're so needy. I gotta pull you off my breast sometime, dude. Ivy, are you going to come back at 2?
Yeah, 2 Eastern?
Or, yeah, 2 Eastern. No, 5 Eastern.
5
Oh,
Eastern.
isn't that just like not that long? I don't know. 5 Eastern? Yeah. I feel like it'll be earlier than 5, but not crazy earlier than 5.
Charmaine, are you available?
Charmaine, she's at 12:30 right now. She's only an hour difference, right? So
AJ said, Aspen, stay alive. You know I want a break. Charmaine, I don't care if you're in a mood. When aren't you in a mood?
But you know, Moody Judy. We're fine with Moody Judy, Charmaine.
Have you ever? I mean, getting Charmaine not in a mood is like a 1 in 50 chance.
I enjoy your channel. Yeah, thank you so much. Let me come on screen.
Aww.
Hey, excuse me.
You're not posting. Why?
Hold on. Hey, that was fast. Wow.
Maybe Charmaine blocked you.
Yeah.
I put it in twice.
You guys, shush. You guys are stealing my moment from Blind Squirrel. Why does it not sound loud? Why did that not sound loud? Did I have my volume down? No. That didn't come off sounding very loud, did it? Did it to you guys?
I don't know how it normally sounds.
Well, normally it sounds like, you know, like as if you're listening to a YouTube channel typically, and it's nice and vibrant.
That is quiet then.
Yeah, okay. So let me just take this opportunity to say, you've come a long way, Sunny. I think I have. I went from saying F you to pretty much everybody. I'm not here for you guys. I'm just here to put out this information. You know, that's of course the Sunny that was like doesn't take attitude from people when people are like giving me shit like you owe me this, and I'm like, I don't owe you shit. This is my channel. I'm not doing this for viewers and whatever. I'm just doing this to put out information, you know, type of thing. Anyways, I have grown quite a bit. Learned a lot of lessons along the way. Still learning a lot of lessons. And sometimes people need to learn lessons to apologize as well. Cough. I enjoy your channel and your live panels. Thanks for keeping it Canadian style. Thank you, Blind Squirrel. Appreciate that. And Charmaine appreciates that too because she's Canadian as well. Any other Canadian in this room? Thank you. Americans, yeah, you guys are kind of cool too.
But if I didn't have my tendency to watch people who frustrate me a lot, I wouldn't be here now because back then I disagreed with like everything you said, but for some reason I still watched you, even though you made my blood pressure go up sometimes. And here we are.
You know, it's one of those things is like, I'll always be who I am, you know, and sometimes, I don't know, you know, I'm just I never used to be a very vocal person. I have this hard time because I was when people do things wrong to what's right? That's why you guys feel my whatever with about Travis today, because to me, I felt like that was so wrong. And normally I could bypass a lot of things, but you know, and I'm not afraid to call things out, type of thing. And I was pissed, and I'm just like, hey, do not come into this chat and start talking like nothing happened, you know. And so it's kind of like, hey, if you're gonna do that, then I'm gonna call you out because I'm still pissed. I speak from my heart. You know, sometimes I probably say things that I shouldn't have and stuff like that. You know, and I always look back and reflect, you know, if maybe I was wrong. I might even ask my husband, what's your opinion? Was I right or wrong? Because I have no problem doing that and stuff like that. But the abused Sunny that was in abusive relationships and people trying to tell me how to be or what to do or how my house should be, how this should be. You know, I'm just like, I don't tell anybody how to live their life. Don't tell me how to live mine. You know, after you get abused and stuff like that and people telling you what to do and they're getting mad at you and like, I'm going to do this to you because you went out. So now I'm going to go out on you because you did it to me. And I'm like, sir, I went and had a couple drinks with some friends and now you're going to pay me back for that?
Yeah.
Or I'm wearing a shirt that you think is revealing, even though it's not revealing at all. And you're going to pay me back for that and stuff like that. So the feisty Sunny comes from just a lot of being told by people like my twin sister, always in my family, I always had to fight that. Everyone always thought that if something was wrong, it must be Sunny, must be me. And I'm like, are you shitting me? In fact, I was the most open one in the family. I was the most truthful one. My twin sister, who acted like a nun and shit, always looked like the fucking sunshine, nun. And my older sister, Satan, there, my mom always favored her and let her get away with murder. And I was always the one sitting back, watching it happen, just going, okay, whatever, whatever. And after a while, you just get tired of the shit, eh? And then it was just kind of like, so when I brought up YouTube channel for Suzanne Morphew, and then I started covering Delphi, right? This is when I thought that I knew who the BG was, right? And I was like, you guys have no clue who it is. I know, because I did my work and I did all this and I did all that. And I'm 100% certain as that, type of thing. And so I was like, at the beginning of this, for that Delphi part, I was like, don't tell me how.
I was talking about.
Pardon?
That's what I was talking about.
Yeah, because I was just like, I'm not here for you guys. I'm working my full-time job. I'm not here for you guys. I'm just here to put out my information. Whether you guys like it or not, don't care, right? But like I said, so, once I realized that I wanted to turn to be a voice for the voiceless, and that we cover things and help and stuff like that, that's kind of when I started more growing. Once I realized, wait, maybe I am too strong and too whatever. You need to maybe tone it down a bit. And then it just kind of hit me one day that, like I was, like doing Delphi for myself. I wasn't really doing it for anybody. I was putting out the information. If anyone wanted to watch it, so be it. I had, a couple K subscribers before I ever monetized. I didn't even know about the whole monetization thing, to be honest with you. And stuff like that. And I was like, hey, YouTube pays for ads. Wait, what? Okay. But anyways,
now you're a channel who allows, unless they're disrespectful, allows anybody's opinion.
Right. I honestly, it's one of those things. I strongly believe that we all have our opinions. And even if it's way off course and stuff like as long as you're not coming in here like a Looney Tune, and you're just totally, like I said, acting like an idiot in here, and you're just far out there with, just with blaming the patties and stuff like that. As long as you keep things respectful. And that's why I'm pissed about today with Travis. You disrespected me. You tried to make us look stupid by saying, oh, was I supposed to be somewhere? No, don't do that to me, okay? Because again, at the end of the day, it was one of those things that's like, again, I'm still a fighter for, be respectful to a person. I felt disrespected that you look at my messages and you still ignored them. We went live. I was expecting him to be there. And then at no point today did I get a message apologizing or saying, oh, I'm sorry, was I supposed to be there? So that shit I will call out. And if somebody's ego is so big that they can't apologize for something that they know, like, was he drinking too much that he forgot that he said that? I don't know. Was he having happy drinks that day and just forgot? I don't see how he forgot. But I take offense when someone tries to do that to me and come into the chat, But anyways, people can have their say whatever they want, but just be respectful and don't disrespect the channel or the panel on it in a sense. Other than that, like I said, do whatever you want, really. And mods know that they don't just, put someone to the curb because their opinion is different. They'll put someone on hide or whatever. Well, sorry, I took away Fig's wrench because he hid someone from the channel. And that wasn't right. You want to time someone out, time them out. But don't abuse the wrench either. Say it again.
Sonia, I sent you a Court TV video.
Aspen stalks me and she liked it. It's a long story about a wolf and a cougar. Wait, how did you both, Sunny and Aspen, come to work together on this channel? Oh, it was through Charmaine. It was a mutual friend named Charmaine.
No, I honestly, AJ, the quickest version is after the Anthony Shots information came out in December of 2021. I had listened to the I had followed Delphi a little bit, but I didn't really know anything about true crime on YouTube, and I couldn't find any updates on the Delphi case, other than that they had released this thing about this Anthony Shots guy, and so I went to YouTube and typed in Delphi. One of Sunny's videos popped up, and I started watching her videos and started talking in chat, and she invited me on one time, and it just went from there, and it's been organic, and that's been, I guess, going on 2.5 years now.
It's a cancer thing, isn't it? Don't tell Deb that.
I think those were fancy words where he got on and he never got back off.
Well, we spent 13 hours one night just talking nonstop on a live.
Literally?
Yeah. Literally.
Holy shit.
Yeah. I think, whoever
and ever since I haven't been able to get off the live fast enough.
I feel like 13 hours is probably past like a different level than my friendship. So sorry in advance.
But no, yes. So it's just been one of those things, like me and Aspen, and Deb used to be on the channel as well. But me and Aspen always have just clicked. I mean, I'm sure there's things that frustrate him with me, and I'm sure that there's things that I frustrated with me with Aspen. Like little things. But
give us the list. Give us the list, Sonny. No kidding.
Yeah, I know. Well, first off, I mean, Aspen shows up at 7:01 pretty much every night. But no, it's one of those things. Like I said, Aspen has a channel. He doesn't really do it. He doesn't really like to do things.
I'm very active on my community page. I just haven't been posting a lot of videos right now.
We just get along really well. Like, we joke around well. We just get along really well. Like I said, I mean, we've had small moments, but we just enjoy each other's company, feed off of each other for the most part, and just have a good time,
Right. And it's like I said, it's usually free flowing and we don't.
We just are YOLO people.
I'll use the word again, Charmaine. It's organic.
Organic. Or she's saying orgasmic. Yeah.
I did send you a Court TV video if you want to play it.
Yeah, it's right there.
Oh yeah, sorry.
Yeah.
Right in front of my face.
That's because you were talking. Okay, let's watch this. How long is this one? I can't see. Okay.
No idea. I'd have to have watched it.
Okay, 3 minutes and 34 seconds.
And there's Barbie.
Yeah.
McDonald.
For whatever reason, it's in this screen. Oh, there we go.
There we go.
Okay. I thought that was a ponytail in her hair at first.
Remember, she took her stocking hat off from this morning.
Oh, is that what it was?
Could have been a short hearing, now has turned into a full-blown contempt hearing with witnesses being called. So far, the state has called 3 law enforcement experts or law enforcement officials to come in and talk about the leak of crime scene photos, as well as some other leaks that are being attributed to the defense team. The defense has their own defense attorney here in court. He is expected to present witnesses this afternoon. This started as a 9 a.m. hearing today. A second hearing is scheduled at 2 o'clock this afternoon, but it looks like this hearing is going to go all day. The defense attorney for the defense indicated to the judge this morning he would need 2 days for the contempt hearing. The judge said, I've got you scheduled for 1 day, so make it work. One of the witnesses, a YouTuber that the defense's defense attorney was intending to call this afternoon as a witness, there was some sort of a scuffle in the courthouse as we wrapped for lunch, and my understanding is he has been booted from the courthouse, so we don't know if he's going to be allowed back in to testify and what that could do to the defense's defense attorney's case trying to fight these allegations of contempt that could see Bradley Rosie and Andrew Baldwin fined, sanctioned, or even jailed if they are found guilty. Matt and Julia?
Wow, Barbara, seems like there's some drama brewing inside of that courtroom. I'm so glad that we have you there, even though cameras were not allowed in this hearing. Can you talk briefly before we let you get back into the courtroom? I know Richard Allen has filed his request formally for a speedy trial. Is there anything you're hearing today that may impact this going forward in mid-May as we expect at this point?
So far, not. But that 2:00 hearing this afternoon is supposed to be about the defense motion to dismiss the case entirely. We don't know if we're even going to get to that hearing at this point. There are numerous witnesses that the defense has indicated in filings that they plan to call, at least 5, as well as perhaps 20 or more exhibits, including videos, YouTube shows, portions of podcasts that they may play in court this afternoon. So we are at the mercy of the court to see how this all plays out today. That trial, as you mentioned, is supposed to start in 56 days in Carroll County. Richard Allen is in court today. He is sometimes paying attention and sometimes not. The testimony is at times very difficult to hear and is very detailed. So he does look a little confused by exactly what's going on and what it perhaps means for his defense and his trial coming up again in 56 days.
Yeah, today could be so pivotal in this case. Barbara McDonald, thank you so much. And this was a contempt of court hearing that they had tried to pivot and move and push out because they wanted to get to these other hearings. This is going to be a big day there.
Seems like it may drag on for some time.
And what happens to the defense attorneys, and does that impact the trial date now set for May? Will there be justice or is it just going to be more push in this case that these families, they're under a gag order. They can't talk.
That's where it ends, you guys. Hey, Daniel. How are you, buddy? The Young Turkey Show. How you doing, buddy? So yeah, translation. This afternoon will be a shit show. It's going to be very interesting. So as for, again, Rick Snee, he got booted out of the court. Him and Noah got into a scuffle. And so Rick Snee was like a witness. So let me tell you this. Rick Snee, if he can't come back into court to testify, that's what you call shooting yourself in the foot. Because you couldn't put your dick away and you couldn't just sit there and be an actual human being, him and Noah together. So Rick Snee obviously started it. Is what it sounds like. Hence why he got booted and Noah didn't, perhaps.
I have no idea. You never know who instigated what.
I'm saying Noah, like in the ark.
It could just be who took it further.
Case dismissed, guaranteed. Fight me, Aspen. Okay, explain to Daniel about what Rick Snee did again.
Go ahead, Ivy.
Go ahead, Ivy.
I don't know. He acted like a jackass. Him and Noah almost got into a screaming match, I guess. I don't think there was any punches thrown. Then Frank Meister ran up to try to split them up as the police from the courthouse were running over. And that's all I know. And then he got kicked out because of that, and they're probably not going to let him back in.
Well, no, because apparently he did like a 7-minute live driving on his way home because he left court.
Yeah, so if you want to go watch Delphi After Dark Drunk Turkey Show for 7 minutes, I'm sure you can hear his ranting and raving about everything.
In Noah's words, Fafo.
They tried to, because they tried to silence him.
I love Ivy's narrative replay. Again, Aspen or Ivy, no, whichever one. Can you just give a recap? We're just going to do it for Daniel.
I'll let Ivy do that. I already given a few recaps.
A recap of what?
Today's events. Oh, Mark, he's one.
What events? Just like the court stuff.
Are you drinking Travis's juju?
There really hasn't been that much going on. Like a bunch of stuff came out from the court. There's like 5 court documents came out this morning, and then they did basically everything that they had planned except for the contempt stuff they got done early on. She granted the objection for change of venue, except the change of venue was for this hearing, so it's not really granted. She just granted it for the future ones. McClellan dismissed the kidnapping charges. I think it may have been because of the statute of limitation. And they already did this dismissal, right? Because of I think my dog is going to bark. because the lost evidence. I think she just denied that. And then we found out that there's even more interviews missing.
Yeah.
There's different interviews missing from a total of 70 days. Probably not every interview they did, but more than we originally thought, which was already way too much. And then besides that, they've just been going over the contempt stuff, and there's been a fight, and Judge Gull has been annoyed and bored by Hennessy and his hearing problems.
Yeah, you totally missed the one where what one? There you go. Thanks, Mark.
Mark Super Chat, $9.99. Thank you. Tip part.
Thank you so much, Mark. And yes, that about sums it up. Nowhere is YouTube. Let me see this drunk turkey show. There's content creators that care about putting out information, and try to bring awareness and talk about cases. And there's the dumpster ones that can't keep their D's in their pants, and they have drama. That would involve Rick Snay, Noah. We'll just stick with those two right now, but there's obviously a lot more. And these ones always want to cause drama. But it's like shit slinging all the time. It's not even about covering cases. It's about shit slinging all the time. And so they couldn't, again, act like mature adults. So I guess Noah was also... Noe. Well, Noe know nothing about freaking acting like a decent person either, because apparently he got asked not to come back in after the break. See-through said.
The last thing that I'm going to jump off. Sorry, Aspen. Go on.
You're fine.
Go ahead.
Chris Owen said, I'm confused. So now they're still saying, Ari killed the girls, but no longer saying that he lured them down the hill. And no, there's still the two felony murder charges and the two regular murder charges. And the way, at first I thought Judge Cole took the kidnapping off because it was redundant. But then I heard later that McClellan actually wanted them off. It sounded like because this amount of time since then, and
there was something about it being past 5 years.
Yeah. So I'm thinking they just got past that. So he asked for it to be removed, but they're still claiming that he is BG, the one who took them down the hill and the one who killed them.
Yeah. Thank you, Ivy.
I'm going to get off here and go work in my yard.
Yeah, I mean, I don't have too much more to say right now.
Well, I was going to say, it's going to be juicy. It's definitely going to be juicy. I would say to Daniel, there's a point there where Aspen and Frank Meister, we were watching his channel a little bit as Frank came out of there, and he was talking about some of the different things that were happening in court. What?
I'm just laughing at Daniel's comment.
Court, I needed that. Oh yeah, no, but you needed, darn it, and I closed it off.
And again, it's sad because it's not funny, but it is because it's so absurd. And we talked about how they were going to be able to keep decorum at the courthouse today with these different personalities all showing up, and apparently everyone was not able to put their grown-up pants on this morning.
No, they couldn't. Which is the one I want to show Daniel, the one, but I closed it off where they're running out with the McQuaid guy. What station was that again?
That was the CBS 4.
I'm going to jump off here so I can go get some stuff done before I have to go back.
Yeah, Ivy, go get some stuff done. And then, we'll
I'll
plan
drop
for...
the link again later. Yeah.
All right. I'll talk to you guys later.
Thank you so much, Ivy.
Bye.
Tremaine, thank you for working today. It's just an honor having you in the chat instead of taking the day off for Delphi.
Hey, she said she was leaving and she was going to be home in time for the next live.
Did she say that?
Yes.
Okay. This should be the one here, right?
I want to zoom in and do a slow-mo of those officers running.
Yeah. Okay, Daniel. You ready for it?
I want to zoom in. I want to zoom in and play it at 0.25 speed.
Yeah. Well,
with the Baywatch theme song playing.
You have to watch behind the news reporter. You're not going to see the YouTubers. What you're going to see is who's coming out of the courthouse. So make sure you're looking when you see the Russ McQuaid's talking. Look behind him. Okay, just saying. This is for you, Daniel. Let me make it bigger. Okay.
Long during it. He joins us now live. Russ, what have you learned this morning?
And good afternoon, Melissa. And sometimes personally acrimonious and contentious back and forth between Special Judge Fran Gull and an attorney representing Allen's defense team. We heard more testimony and more evidence this morning in the charges of they performed contempt of court that's been brought by the prosecutor in the defense of the man, Richard Allen, who was accused of killing Abby Williams and Libby German outside of Delphi in 2017. Judge Gull was from the start
the man,
again. Richard Allen, who was accused of killing Abby Williams and Libby German.
That's been brought
by the prosecutor in the defense of the man, Richard Allen, who was accused of killing Abby Williams and Libby German outside of Delphi in 2017. Judge Gull was from the social media posters about who is saying what to each outside the courthouse, with posters and their information being brought up in case. And right now, outside the courthouse, we've got a debate going on and an argument between social media posters about who is saying what to each other online. We're on a lunch break now.
Daniel,
we go
it's
back
the police running towards
finish
responding to the
hearing,
altercation.
and we're going to take a look at evidence and exculpatory evidence that the defense team says.
Okay. So let's see here. Hold on a second. So yeah, Daniel, that was like the, whatever the deputy guys of the court, like
me laughing. I don't think that their actions are funny. I think the absurdity of the whole thing
is funny.
Is funny, but their actions are despicable.
Honestly, I know.
They grow the F up. You're 50-some-year-old men.
Yeah, I know. Especially like Rick saying,
both of them. I mean, you're supposed to be fully grown adults. Act like it occasionally, at least.
Yeah. And plus, he has this voice thing going on. What's he doing? Hey, get over here, I can barely talk. But get over here, type of thing. Anyways, it's ridiculous.
And when people have to say, "When I get my ankle bracelet off,"
yeah. I'm coming for you.
I mean, to me, that would be a red flag. To me, that's a red flag. When I finally get off probation.
Yeah. Don't worry, I'm going to put myself back on probation. Actually, okay, I'm just going to go to jail, right to jail. I'll take my consequences. Right, Bossy? Bossy's like, okay, I'm waiting for a time. She said something up there, and she's like, I just give me my time out if I need it.
You've been on a live too long when you start talking about these fools.
Yeah. It's like I said, it's one of those things is that you're like laughing at it, but it's not funny. Right? You're just thinking about the ridiculousness of it all, and it's just like, come on now.
The absurdity of it all, Sonny. The absurdity of it all.
Hence why we stay away from a lot of Delphi and that drama stuff.
Right.
Which I talk to you about.
And just this will probably get us drawn into it somehow, just commenting on it.
But no, because we'll ignore it as always.
As always.
Yeah, we'll just ignore it. Mark, I disagree. There are many reputable YouTube creators out there. It's all about who you watch. Wait, what did Mark say? Actually, sorry, Mark, I didn't actually read it. Two YouTubers fighting in a parking lot is the very definition of why you can't take YouTubers seriously. For example, for anything other than entertainment when it comes to criminal. Well, the thing is that obviously, we know that there's good YouTubers out there, and there's ones that act like what you saw. But it's one of those things. At the end of the day, though, they're not doing any. They're not doing a true crime community proud when shit like this happens on a huge case, and then you're literally watching this live behind Russ McQuaid, and you see them all like, and then you got Frank in there who literally goes in there to break the two up.
It gives weight to the argument that YouTubers are not press.
Yeah.
Because sadly, in every bunch, there's going to be these bad apples that, that make everyone else look stupid. Like the Joseph Morris that alter information and things like that. And I know that happens with with journalists as well. But I get what I don't think that all YouTubers are bad. Clearly, I am one. But I do get what Mark's saying. And I also agree with Bossy, who said there are many reputable YouTube creators out there. It's all about who you watch. And that's the most important thing is, know who you're watching. And I agree with Criminal Network 100% as well, who says once it becomes about me or you, it's no longer about Abby and Libby.
Yeah, but this is also true by Mark when he says yes, but most are hell-bent on justifying the side that they have taken, and they are covering a case about a trial. And and that's so true. And I don't feel like we do that here. I feel like it doesn't matter like if we think Richard Allen's maybe guilty or not guilty or whatever. I think at the end of the day, it just becomes about both, like it's having that balance of both sides that you can see the prosecution side,
and being able to see new evidence and have your opinion and your feelings evolve and not be because there are people that are just stuck in it doesn't matter what is said or what evidence comes out. They either are convinced that Richard Allen is 100% guilty or they are convinced that Richard Allen is 100% innocent. And I don't think that any good can come from just digging your heels in the sand with a stance that I don't know. It's not the way I go about things.
To me, a smart person can look at all sides of everything and have that balance. But I remember, and I can't remember if it was Charmaine or who it was, but I think it was Charmaine, where she was saying ever since like this, all these motions kept coming out, it's almost like people were taking sides, like, like hang Frangol by the whatever, or to this. And it was just kind of one of those things. It's like all of a sudden it felt like, now I wasn't even paying attention to it because honestly, I don't really pay attention to that stuff. I just kind of, do what I do, cover the stuff that we do. And I don't really pay attention to what the other channels are doing, or even if they're like pro defense or pro prosecution side, because I'd have to pay attention to channels for that. But yeah, it's gotten very feisty with people, because it's like if you don't agree, you get booted out of channels, or they're just so biased on the one side and stuff like that. Now here in this space, honestly, I don't care if you're pro defense or pro prosecution, but a smart person balances and listens to everything.
But wouldn't it be funny if we were like, but Daniel, if I see you at a hearing, I'm coming at you.
Coming at you, Daniel.
And you better not even speak at me or look at me, or I'm coming right your way.
Well, with my Tennessee whiskey, Daniel, be warned.
Because that's what these people do.
Be warned. Be warned.
Like, don't even look at me. Don't even look at me, because I'll come over there and be like, you're not touching me. You're not touching me.
Yeah, I know, right? It's just a mockery, to be honest.
Let's start a big feud with Drunk Turkey.
I think so. With who?
With Drunk Turkey Show. Let's start a big feud with them.
Yeah. Okay. You know what? I know I'm in Canada, but meet me out back of the courthouse in 5 minutes, Daniel. And if you're not there, then you're just too pussy ass. I think I'm going to leave it at that.
Apparently, you don't watch UFC.
Yeah, SmackDown. I got my husband, a $6 million man, and he's also the WWE wrestler. I'm going to bring him too.
I heard you're not man enough.
Yeah. Don't forget to bring Blue and Jaime.
Wait.
Okay?
Oh wait, Daniel's taking that. Daniel's like, I know karate.
Oh,
yeah, well, I know Taekwondo.
I know karate. Yeah, right. I know ninja and jitsu. All right. I'm gonna put on my little freaking karate thing too. Probably know that somewhere. Google.
That's just how silly some of these people are, though. Yeah. That little comment could make someone be like, "What? No, you've hurt my you bruised my ego, and now I'm gonna make you punish you."
I know. I mean that's how things always were in school, right? I'll meet you at the tetherball court. You better be there at 4:00. Me and my sisters are gonna come whoop your ass.
I was more I'll meet you under the bleachers kind of kid.
I was just really. You know what? To be honest with you, like, I mean, I would fight if I had to, but I never, really. I only had ever a couple altercations. Really, it was mostly my twin sister. I just one in particular I remember, Carrie Ann. She was a backstabbing bee, I'll tell you that much. So anyways, my sister had a beef with her going on. Now, because my sister's my twin, and she said, of course, she would call me Sonia. She would say, Sonia, stop Carrie Ann. So Carrie Ann happened to be coming towards me, so I stopped her. Oh, wait, which reminds me. Oh, so actually I remember this now. And so then my sister, she had amazing upper strength. Amazing upper strength. I'm not kidding you. All she had to do was touch you, and you kind of went flying. Not to me, but to anyone that she kind of did that to. But anyways, so she was more that she just right where I was just do kind of thing going along. It's like, oh, fight, wait, what fight? But I remember Carrie Ann. I was standing in front of the principal's office, but I was looking at our trophies from basketball and stuff like that. And Carrie Ann, I'm sorry, but this was funny. Carrie Ann comes up to me and she says something, and I say, get the fuck away from me, you backstabbing bitch. And I pushed her. I'm not kidding you. When her ass slid about 20 fucking feet down the hallway, and I literally sat there, with that expression like, that's right, back off, bitch. And meanwhile, internally, I was laughing so hard because how far she flew, it was like watching someone just like glide on their ass down the thing. And I was like, oh, I didn't think I pushed her that hard, type of thing. But it was like right in front of the freaking like office meal.
Right. Hey, Sonny, not to interrupt your story, but whenever you're done, I got two new videos for you in Messenger.
Yeah. Okay, Bossy, how about that? You like them apples? Anyways, now I'm old and I don't wish to fight, okay? I got freaking probably, arthritis going on and shit like that. I wasn't a fighter, but, I didn't back down if I had to either. But anyways, I've grown up a lot since school days. Sonny, are you staying on? Trying not to, but this one over here keeps sending me videos.
Well, we can play them later, or we can play these and then get off and actually take an hour and a half off.
Maybe.
I need to eat something at some point.
I know. Me too, again. Okay, so what did you send me? I got too many tabs open again. I keep seeing people go live with Riley's stream stuff.
Before you take it off, AJ wants to watch the police skip by one more time.
Just one more time? Absolutely. That's the funniest part right there, isn't it? Okay.
And good afternoon, Melissa. And sometimes personally acrimonious and contentious back and forth between Special Judge Fran Gull and an attorney representing Allen's defense team. We heard more testimony and more evidence this morning in the charges of they performed contempt of court that's been brought by the prosecutor in the defense of the man, Richard Allen, who was accused of killing Abby Williams and Libby German outside of Delphi in 2017.
All right.
Judge Gull.
Okay, that's worth it every time just to watch that, to be honest with you. That's because it's just like a trove, picking up some pace, and it's like, all I'm thinking of is Tobe Lesenby at that moment going, Tobe, put down that donut, dude. Get your ass out there. Okay, so you sent me a couple more, you said. Aspen sent an attachment. Okay, so there's one. Okay, hold on. Oh my God, you're pushing my limits. It's 4 minutes and 42 seconds.
Oh, well, we can save that one for later.
Oh, all right. Okay, we're real short now. We'll be nice. All right.
Now, Missy Maris, legal analyst and trial attorney. Missy, it's great to see you. So after delays, the defense has won the right to a speedy trial, as you know. Do you think that specifically helps or hurts the suspect in this case?
Well, at this point, a lot of the defense arguments have been this rocky path into the courtroom. Of course, there's been so many hitches with this prosecution relating to the removal of the defense attorneys, the reinstatement of the defense attorneys, some evidence that defense attorneys claim have not been turned over. So in this particular case, they've asked for speedy trial because it's just been so long to actually get to the point where this is getting into the courtroom. Of course, if there's health concerns relating to the defendant, and just the ability to get this before witnesses' memories fade, and there's a problem with putting on a defense. So in this case, it was necessary to ask for that relief.
I want to dig deeper into that in just a moment. But, Alex was talking a lot about this evidence leak and what it's doing to the case. How do you read that, Misty? How do you think the impacts will play out in court?
So it is the primary focus of this contempt proceeding, the evidence leaks coupled with what prosecution says is defense attorney's violation of gag orders. And look, that evidence leak, in my view, just looking at it from a trial attorney perspective, it's very negative for the defense. These were just horrific images that came into the public sphere. And that would tend to be a big problem for the defense because it would poison the well of jurors. Now, one of the issues was whether or not that was enough for a change of venue. Of course, that was denied, but really it comes down to how did this happen? Now, we know the attorneys have said that it was not willful from their office. They've said that there was a rogue employee who leaked these photos without their knowledge, and that's where it stands, and the judge will make a determination on that today.
Yeah, we will be waiting. So Richard Allen's attorneys, they were earlier tossed off the case, as was outlined. The Indiana Supreme Court just ruled they're now reinstated. How do you believe that will impact Richard Allen's defense specifically moving forward, Misty?
Well, this is the only way that this trial could possibly be in that bucket of speedy, right? Because if new attorneys had to get on this case and get up to speed, that would be incredibly problematic. Richard Allen had expressed that he wanted to keep his legal team. And of course, there's a lot of deference to a defendant to say it's up to them who they want to represent them. Now, these are assigned counsel. And so there was the ability for them to perhaps be ejected from the case. But these are the people who are going to know the case best. And they're the ones that, the other motion that's being heard today is the defense asking prosecutors where a whole slew of what they call exculpatory evidence, that's evidence that tends to be good for the defendant, including 2017 interviews that happened shortly, right at the very beginning of the investigation, that were recorded over that they do not have. So they're really digging into that issue as well. So there's a lot going on here on both sides, both from the defense and prosecutors relating to conduct in this trial.
And Alex let us in to a little bit of what he's seeing in the courtroom there today. Richard Allen, as you know, looked really thin, sickly as these proceedings have continued, but appears to be a bit healthier, engaged. What does that tell you, if anything, about these court proceedings, Misty?
So that says that he's able to participate in his own defense. That's one thing that everyone always looks at from the perspective of what's called competency, that he's able to participate in his defense and that he knows and understands the proceedings against him. Now, that wasn't necessarily an issue for today, but when there's a decline in health and something that's visible, it's always something that could potentially come into play, whether or not the individual actually is competent to stand trial. So it appears that he is better equipped in that sense to move forward with this case. And by the way, Kelly, May, that's right around the corner.
Yeah, it certainly is. It's scary to think about. All right, Misty Maris, we always appreciate.
Let's see here. Adam, I'm gonna leave it at that one. And I think we're gonna take a break now. You guys, I appreciate everyone that's been in here, and whether you're in here supporting the channel, a mod, and for all the memberships and donations. Mark had done the last one, I believe, and he had done a membership as well. And Charmaine and Squirrel, but I'm missing one person. I know I'm missing one person. Come on now. No, I already said Charmaine. Times two. One second.
I got it. Yankee Ghost gave a $10. Oh, Sonny, by the way, when Charmaine and I did the live the other night, I switched it so that it automatically kept all of the donations under starred.
Oh, nice. Thank you.
So it automatically, anytime someone does anything, it keeps it under starred.
Perfect. So Yankee
So you can pull them up whenever you want.
Thank you. Gifted one a membership, Mark. Newwood, that was it. That's one that I was thinking of too. Newwood, thank you so much. Charmaine gifted 5 memberships. Charmaine, I know I've been missing out on those.
Wow, Charmaine's been a member for 16 months.
Yeah,
Thank you, Charmaine.
And she did. Oops.
And then maybe if Sunny wants to, that later this afternoon, we can donate our 5 for the month, or we can wait till another day.
This afternoon we'll give out our 5 memberships. It's the 18th. Why not? Right?
Yeah.
Good day to do it on, in a sense. So we'll do that. So thank you guys so much. We'll set another live for 2
your time, 5 my time.
Yeah, 2 my time.
An hour and 48 minutes from now.
Okay, what am I going to do? Okay, so I'm going to set the live. I'm going to go to see what because husband's having withdrawals.
And then just slap a part 2 on the thumbnail and use the same thumbnail.
Oh, absolutely. We'll do.
It's a good thumbnail, isn't it? Okay.
Huh? Yeah, it was. Sometimes, like I said, just like me and Adam have 2 different ways of doing thumbnails. But I always like the ones that he does, that especially when they're like just simple but yet good. You know, it's like if someone's scrolling on their phone, it's just like boom. I know exactly.
Someone sent me a message and they said your bias is showing. You made Gull bigger and smiling. I was like, I don't have a bias.
Yeah. Thank you, Ben. Thank you, mods. Again, thank you guys, everyone. Thank you. And we will see you in just a little bit. It's going to be juicy. It's going to be juicy. What's going to happen.
If for some reason court gets out early, one or both of us will jump on as quick as possible.
Yeah. All righty. So, okay. Thank you, guys. Enjoy. And you guys have a good day. And we'll see you in just a little bit here.
Thank you. It's been a good 6.5 hours.
Is that what it's been?
Yeah.
I'm a little drunk and I need. No, just kidding.
I wish.
Okay. I know.
I'm going to have to be tonight.
I keep saying that. And then I'm like, and then I have to remind myself, like honestly, it's like I keep saying sometimes I'm going to have a drink and I totally forget, you know. But I remembered once the other night with the coconut rum. I was just like, oh, yeah, right. I keep saying it, you know, because I like to have a good drink now and again, you know, especially if Captain Morgan or that.
I have to go buy something.
Yeah. Well, I see that in the fridge. I don't know where it came from, but when I opened up the fridge this morning, there's this like big, tall ass beer. So I'm not sure if Ryan went over there last night and grabbed, you know, sometimes he buys him and his brother a can of it. But anyways, we will see you guys in just a little bit. Take care, guys. Thank you.
Bye.
A Norfolk night, the world is cold. We stand surrounded, we are not alone. Within my reverie, there's holy light. Without an honor, we stand and fight.